My name is Freddie Blosh.
Hey, I'm Gage Nobles.
So my name is Trace Johns.
I am Caroline Grayton with part of Muffin Jaw Designs.
From Mobile, Alabama, and we currently operate around the Mobile Bay area in both Mobile and Baldwin County. And I blow glass because it's like nothing I ever saw before I ever worked with it. And it immediately drew me in. And after that first semester, I took glass blowing as an elective. I knew that I was going to do this the rest of my life. So I've been blowing glass for 8 years. Started in 2013. I was 20 years old. So yeah, looking at 8, going on 9. That's how numbers work.
Been blowing glass since Freddie started. We started together, so. We go back to like 8th grade, like 7th, 8th, middle school. We played soccer together, so we've been friends for ever.
Trace Johns, brother from another mother. Trace and I played soccer together when we were 13. That's how we first met. We never went to the same school until college. It was the first time we ever got to really spend every waking moment together. We had so much fun in college blowing glass. His work is some of the, I don't want to, like, Trace Johns is the best sculptor I've ever seen, but I love his work. Like, he really makes some incredible pieces in glass, and he's trying to make it not look like glass, or he's not trying to make a glass piece like any other glass piece you've ever seen. Because you think of glass as being this fragile, like, don't touch it, don't be mean to it, like, don't even look at it, because it'll break. And he's just like, no, let's hammer it. Let's take knives to it. Let's beat it around. Let's scribble on it. He paints on it. I love everything he does.
As long as Muffin Jaw's been a thing, I've been around, sometimes more hands-on than not, but been here, man.
I studied at the University of South Alabama, and then I did a 2-year apprenticeship at Augusta Glass Studio in Augusta, Missouri under Kaiko Mahata and Sam Stang. Started blowing glass at South in the fall of 2013. And like I said earlier, I just took it as an elective and didn't really know what I was wanting to do with my life at that time. I kind of had this idea that I was going to be a rock star, and I was really learning like that was never going to happen. I just kind of stumbled into it. I was working a job, and my manager mentioned that South had a glass blowing class, and I didn't really know that that was a thing. I didn't understand what glass blowing was even. I thought it was torch working. So the first day I walk into class, me and my buddy Trace, he and I sat behind the torches because we were like, we want to be first up. Like, we want to be the first ones that are working with glass in this class. And after the teacher introduces himself and explains the course, he's like, all right, let's go out to the hot shop. And then he shows us the furnace. And it was, one, it was like pulled the rug underneath us. And 2, we're like, this is not what we signed up for. And I don't know, it was just like, we weren't really hooked at first. We were always trying to get on the torch. We always went back to the torch whenever we had free time because it was a really big class. Like, your intro class is what makes it apartment. It really, like, you have all these people that are trying it for the first time, and you either fall in love with it or you want nothing to do with it. So we kind of were like, we were hanging out, like, we were finishing out the semester. We definitely weren't going to quit. Most people don't have that kind of opportunity to work in a shop and have open access to it. Like, if there's free time, just come on in and work. And especially with glass, that was insane,
Honestly, our whole first semester of glass, as far as glass-related Freddie stories, is probably the best, just because it started out on just a whim. Like, we had watched, like, we'd been into glass, we didn't even know what we were getting into. We first started, we were getting into lamp working from watching like just documentaries and stuff. We found out that's wasn't what we were doing. And then from there, it was just winging it, trying to make the best we could do, being so proud of just nothing, little caterpillars, to sharing stuff just to make grades and stuff. Sounds kind of bad, but we had fun the whole time. It wasn't like anything terrible. To giving all our color back to the teacher because we didn't think we were going to continue. Thought we were going to have to go back to the real world. We were bouncing around school at that time. That was a blur. We were anthropologists, teachers, scientists, doctors, poets. We were true scholars back then. And then just over the summer, we decided never go back to the real world.
We gave away all of our equipment, or like all of our color and stuff that we had bought for that first semester because we're like, oh, we're done. Like that, it was fun while it lasted, you know. But we're never gonna do this again. And over the winter break, I'm like looking at stuff on my phone, like on Instagram, of all these other people, other glass artists, and all the work that they were doing. And I just thought, like, I text Trace. I was like, dude, we got to go back. Like, I don't see myself doing anything else. Like, this is it. So the next semester, we both had a meeting with our professor, Matthew Patterson. And we're like, hey, we're glassblowers now. Like, what do we got to do? And he's like, all right, like, you know, because not too, out of a class of 14, I think there were 4 returning students. And we were the only 2 from that class that decided to be actual glass majors. The other 2 weren't glass majors. They were just going to do it because they wanted to do it because it just, I mean, it captures you. You know, if you get bit by the glass bug, you're never going to get away from it.
All right, so, oh gosh, that camera is not in focus. Hang on. There we go. It's better. You should shut back a little bit more. There we go. That should be good. All right, so that is how we are going to start every stream now. With some. Okay, let me turn that down for my ears. So that's how we're gonna start every stream now. That is a documentary that I made on Muffin Jaw, their glass blowing group in Alabama. I say a group. They are glass blowers in Alabama, which is where Melissa and I are originally from. And I spent 9 months shooting a documentary with them. And I've done episodes 1 and 2. They're up on YouTube. What we're going to do is whenever we first pull up streams, how we're going to start it is with little clips from the documentary. And I think that's a little bit better, a little bit more engaged with something for people to watch than just staring at a photo and having music play. So we're going to give that a try. I'll probably run part 1 for a little while. Sorry, I got distracted by something. Okay, we're all online. I don't know what was going on there. So that's how we're going to start things. Is playing little clips. Probably rotate the clips out every couple weeks. Maybe do like part 2 after a week, and then part 3, and then just go back to part 1. And then once I have episode 3 out, I'll do episode 2. And we'll just kind of rotate through that stuff. And just have little clips at the beginning instead of just a photo. I think that's a little bit better to watch. Okay, so what we're doing today is we are editing photos from a few weeks ago. No, not a few weeks ago. A few days ago. I think on Wednesday, Melissa and I streamed a photo shoot. We had streamed a photo shoot doing our winter themed paint shoot. So what we're going to do is we are going to finally go in and edit this photo today. I have changed a few things. Hang on one second for me. Okay, I'm just making sure that Everything's good. Let me make a post on Instagram and all that fun stuff. Because you know how it is. Okay, so we're gonna do great photos. Just do this one right here. Dang, I gotta like wait for it to like cycle through, and then I'll take the photo. I'm very curious if Facebook is going to stream longer than see if Facebook's going to stream longer than 2 hours. I couldn't find anything that was limiting it. It should be that Facebook has an 8-hour limit, not a 2-hour limit. So I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea why it keeps cutting out. I have no idea. Nothing that I could find said anything about it. So we'll see. Hopefully Facebook won't kick out, but you never know. Okay. So I have also got this working again. So I'm going to hold this up to the camera real quick while it's adjusting resolution. I might need to flip you around. So this is my iPad, and it is now Wacom. So I have, and I'm using a Windows computer. But I love this thing because I already had the iPad. It didn't cost me any extra. I think I paid like $10, $15 to do that program for the Pro version. But this allows me to use my iPad 11 Pro as a Wacom, as a third monitor, the touch monitor, with my Windows computer. So that's how I'm going to be doing most of my editing. I actually prefer to do my editing this way, especially going into Photoshop and stuff. So I guess let's go on ahead and get Lightroom open and start culling our photos. When I plug up the iPad, it changes the resolution around a little bit. And kind of messes up my stuff here. So there we go. Okay. So you're going to go to import. We're going to bring up these. These first ones were just tests. We started the shoot with no paint on, make sure the light was good, kind of figure out how we wanted to do some things. And then as we went down, we started adding more and more paint. All right, so the whole purpose of this shoot is to do a 5-photo gallery series, whatever. We're doing all 4 seasons. And we're going to pick 5 photos from each season to be what represents this shoot. And I'm going to try and get them into a gallery. I'm going to try and do that stuff, but I'm going to get them printed. I'm going to get the main photo printed large on a canvas or metal print, and then everything underneath the other 4 are going to be smaller accompanying prints. But I'm really focused right now on getting my main photo. The photo that, to me, will kind of dictate how everything else goes. So that's going to be the first goal for today, is going to be figuring out exactly the exact photo that I want for the main one. And I'm probably going to go closer to the end because that's where we had more paint and start there. And this up here, we can just wipe that out. We'll just get rid of that right there. If we choose one of these. I do really like that one. But I think I like that. I really like that one with the eyes slightly open. So right now we're just trying to find the first photo, the main photo that is going to dictate how the rest of this goes. That's a really good one with that little bit of smoke on it. Trying to make it look like you get a cold breath coming out. Two. And the other ones that we end up going with for the accompanying photos, they don't have to be with the most paint. They could be kind of anywhere in between. But right now we're just looking for that big piece, the big main piece is what we're looking for right now. And we're not doing any of these because Melissa left that in her hand right there. And I did not know that until the final one. There you go. That's a great photo, right? We should do that one. Oh, no, that one's even better. That one's even better. And when we swap that to the main lights, where we're not flooding it with blue, and we maybe even done some on these, where she still had that in her hand, and I wish she wouldn't have, because that takes a lot of these out. I guess we'll start here. I like that one. I like that one. That one probably won't be the main one. That would probably be an accompanying one. Like I feel like I gotta look at these as, does that have main potential? And I think it does. So we'll just keep going. I think for the other ones I'd swap. Ooh, that's really good. Yes, that wig is completely ruined. 100% completely ruined. That straight profile. Do I think one of those could be possible main photo? I think so. I think so. Keep going through it. That's a good one too. I still think that first one's going to be the main one, and that these will be accompanying. Arm is casting really hard. See, but that's a really good one too. for the main photo. That's what we're looking for. The piece in this that's going to be the biggest. That's a really great one too. That's a really great one. I like a lot of those, but I don't think they're going to be like main photo worthy. Let's go to these real quick. Yeah, so I gotta be really good at accompanying one. That one's not going to be a good main photo. That'll be a really good accompanying photo. Okay. That's a really good photo. It's really good too. Back to the lights. I bet that looked really weird on stream whenever I turned the camera and shot portrait mode. I bet that looks really weird. So again, that's going to be a really good accompanying one. I think same thing with that one. It's going to be a good accompany, but it's not going to be a good main photo. Yeah, one of those would be really good for the accompany photo. It's a really good one. It's a really good one. I will take that one in there just to see. Okay. Let's import those. Let's start going through those. So right now we get 15 possibilities for the main photo for this hopeful gallery. Make sure everything's still good. Okay, it is. I'm going to check that periodically because over here actually in OBS it doesn't say that any of those are online. So I'm just going to be checking that stuff. Make sure that's online, that's online, that's online. Okay. All right. So we got this one. And I really like this one. I like the glow. I like the purposeful overexposure around. I like the blue over here. In general, that's a really good one. I think I want a little more paint to be the main photo, to be like the main piece, the biggest piece in this series for winter. I think I want to have more paint than that. That's another really good one. That's definitely an eye catcher, which is what I really want that main piece to be. I think for the eyes open, if I were to go with one of these. That's another really good one, though. With that overexposure. Because you get all of the colors in that, and you get the glow. That's a really good one. Let's keep going. That's another really good one. That one's all right. That one's better. That will be a good accompanying photo. That will be a good accompanying one. And I might change it to one big one and then 5 smaller ones and have that in the middle. Those are still really pretty though. Check something real quick. I like that one better. Or that one. Hang on 1 second for me. The little dog outside that are making my dog try and bark at it. Okay. Okay. So right now, I think that's top of my list as far as the one that I want to focus on. Or that one. What are these three? I think that one's really cool. But I really like that one too. I feel like she's straighter up there. Okay. So we're going to edit those two first. And we're going to take our time. It's not going to be a quick edit session. This is going to be figuring out exactly how we want this to look. Okay. And I do think that what I'm going to want to do is make this a little cooler overall because it's a winter theme. Because it's not... Like I want her skin color. I'm going to be taking almost all the orange and yellow out. I want her to look frozen. I want her to look cold. I want her to look like she has very little color in her skin. Because winter themed. Whenever we do spring and summer and fall, we're going to change all that up. We just want it to be paint and the seasons. But we want to invoke a feeling. We want to invoke a... This gives me a cold feeling. This looks like she's cold. It looks like... It looks like she has no skin color. It looks like she's been in the cold. So we are going to take this nice and slow. I think this is one of the first photo series that I'm really trying to put a lot into it. And make this exactly how I want it. Now, the only thing that I don't particularly like about this particular photo, and it might be the other one as well, is that I pushed my focus a little too far. So this back eye is in focus, but the front eye isn't necessarily in focus. That's going to be the same on that one. This one, however, the front eye is in focus. And I think that would be the determining factor for me for making this take precedence. To make this photo have more weight than that one or that one. Only because that focus was pushed to the second eye right here. I think I'm shooting, what, F2? F2. F2.0. Yes, I think we're going to go with that one. Let's see what I had the other ones. 42 to 50, negative 20. 'Cause I really like that white balance. I really like that cooler tone to it. Crop real quick. So here's my thing. Because of how I want this to be presented, if I can get it into a gallery, is that I want it to have this big photo, and then underneath have the smaller photos. And what I'm thinking about doing is doing, look at the 16 by 9. And then whenever we do the other 5 accompanying photos, have them portrait that would fit underneath like here. And I would figure out the math for all of that stuff. Would have this one photo, the main photo, massive. I mean, huge photo. Like trying to get off the camera there. Wrong hand. Photo, big photo, and underneath have like the smaller ones. And do 5 maybe instead of 4. So I'm thinking 16 by 9 on the main photos. And then for the smaller ones doing like an 8 by 10 or 4 by 5 ratio. So that way they're taller underneath each one. And then like I said, I'd figure out the math for exactly how much that is not correct. Exactly how big I would need everything to be. I don't want to give too much headspace, but I want to give a little. Pretty good with that. Actually, back. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty good with that. And again, we might go back and make tiny or micro adjustments. But for right now, I'm good with that. Okay. The vibrance a little bit. Don't up that much. Want to make sure. What I might do actually is not up any of that. I might go into our HSL. Okay. Let's go into our tone curves. This is where having a freaking iPad comes in handy. The hard part with this is that almost everything into the color grading is going to be on the highlights and the midtones. Which is really not going to be much as far as shadows go. It's going to make it a little difficult. Okay. Want to leave a little bit, and what I should probably do is go in and I think it still looks really, really good. That little bit of pink is all that we're kind of. Just that ever so slight pink. And I might go in and I might actually up. I might do something a little bit more in there. Okay, so on our blues. That's where most of it's going to be. Yeah, that looks insane. See how much purple's in here? That's actually treating some of the blues purple. Okay, that gives me. It's got our lips and the purple too. Okay. I think I'm actually going to go with that. Because it's only affecting the outside of her lips, not so much the inside. And it's also affecting these lines up here. It's grabbing this purple. This is what's going to have the lips, yeah. But I still want those lips to have some color. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Around the edges, we can get rid of that color. But I want... Let's get it right there. Color noise. Alright. I'm just going to focus on the lips right now. I'll take care of that. That. Yeah, that's right there. That actually took care of it. Okay, so now we're going to go to the grading. Do our big wheels. Those are a little bit easier to control. I kind of wish I had like stand. I mean, I do have a stand, but it's way bigger than what I need to hold anyway. Gotta love tea. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be up shadows, and there's not really going to be a lot there. There's really only going to be shadows on the inside of our arm, the top right here, and then right back here, underneath the hair. So I don't think it's going to be affected too much. I really think that as long as we... Yeah, see, so it's not going to be affected by much. We'll just do a nice neutral color. I think that'll be plenty. Now the midtones and the highlights are going to be the fun part. Because that's going to be where all of the colors is. I think I need to take this over here. Make sure that everything's still going, and it is. Okay. All right. So, actually, I'm gonna make the screen a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay. All right. So on our midtones. So like on our midtones, it's really going to be her skin. So I could add that back in, right here. But I like that little bit of color. Or do I want to take it out? Because I could add it in. I can add that little bit of skin in, but then just brighten it up so that way it looks colder. I can always adjust my blending so that there is a little bit of color, but it still looks very cold. Like to me, that is a lot colder of a skin tone. And then I can shift my balance like that. So where there is still skin color, there is still skin tone, but it is very cold. It is a very, very... I don't even know how I want to describe that. It's not a normal skin tone. It's not something that you would normally see. I think that's really, really good, actually. Let's go over to our highlights, and let's see what our highlights affect. Yes, our highlights kind of affect, like, everything. I actually really like that. I like that. Let's get back to our midtone real quick. Let's... up that just a little bit. I really like that, actually. That looks really good to me. And I'm seeing it on three different screens. So I'm seeing it on this screen that is not... It's a little bit warmer than it should be. And I'm seeing it on my main editing screen, and then I'm seeing it on the iPad. And all three of them, even though there are slight differences, they still all look really, really good. Yeah, they all still look really, really good. Okay. So let's close the grading. And we're going to make some masks. We're going to do subject. Let's select her. I want to get rid of that. Okay, we're going to invert it, actually. All right. But I don't want to, like... I guess clip it would be a good word for it. I can get rid of that paint stuff Photoshop. I really just want to focus around her instead of everything else. Because I can kind of fix everything else later on. I do like that almost pure white background though. That does look really good. Yeah, kind of make sure that like it's not okay. Still got a few hairs flying around the edge, which I will clean some of those up. You can still see that there are hairs right there, even though that is overexposed right in there. And then when we get in Photoshop, we'll take all that stuff out. But I do like that bluer kind of tint almost. Okay. So now we're going to focus on the lips. Your new mask. I'm going to do a brush. And this is where having the iPad comes in real handy. So I've upped the exposure just so I can see where I'm actually using this brush. I'm not doing the whole lips. I'm just doing kind of around where I wanted to keep that pink. Keep that color. Okay, so we're going to drop that down. And I really just wanted to do add some saturation to it. I'm actually going to paint a little further out. To kind of blend it together. So now you can see exactly what I painted. I really think I want to up the texture on the lips to make them almost look cracked. To make them really. Let's see what happens if I paint up to. Okay. Just that little bit. That was really good. Okay, so now we're going to go up to the opening it. Okay. So now we're going to go up to the eye. We're going to create a new mask. And then we're going to do a radial. Actually, no, we're not going to do radial. We are going to do it with the brush. Okay, there we go. Come on, stupid thing. And I'm doing it this way so that way you can kind of avoid the hairs and all of that kind of stuff. I do need to take some of these hairs out, but I'll do that in Photoshop. So then I did it in here a little bit. Maybe go smaller. Okay. I'm gonna bust up that saturation some. Show off the blue in the eye, and I might actually make it a little deeper blue. No, not that deep of a blue. Let's see how that looks. Actually. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. And then I'll fix that highlight spot kind of in the middle. And I'll also fix the hair going through it too. Okay, so we're gonna actually duplicate. We're going to drag this one to here. We'll erase and fill in around this one. Okay. need to erase some underneath here, right there. There. Yeah, I think that little bit of green in the eyes is really, really cool. That looks really good. And then, like I said, I'll just go through and I'll fix that right there. Okay, so far, I'm pretty happy. The fun part is going to be all the skin smoothing that we're going to have to do. We're going to create a new mask. We're going to hit select subject again. Okay. I just want a blank one right there. All right. So we want to add a little bit of texture to this paint. I know it's going to add some texture to your skin. That's okay. We'll go and smooth that out whenever we get into Photoshop. Kind of soften it up a little bit. Some color noise right there. Okay. I think I'm good there. There's that little bit of color noise right there, though. Not happy with. Okay, let's see here. If I can turn it. 53, remember that? Yeah. So it's that right there, which I think I'll be able to fix that later on. I'll do something to it. See how everything else kind of looks. All of that looks really good. All of that looks really good. It's really only on her face. It's really only right there. So let's go into this mask. We're going to drop our defringe. Drop our line right there. I don't know what just happened. Okay. So far, I'm really liking that one. Oh, now it's going all three again. It's not sure over here, is it? Nope. Okay. Take a sip of my tea real quick. Because I really want to get this thing like super correct, making. I'm wondering how many times I'm gonna edit it in Lightroom and go away to another photo and then come back to it and make other tiny micro adjustments to it. I feel like I need to actually. I just chose the wrong one. I feel like if I don't jack up the highlights, and if I use dehaze instead, it will give me more around the edges. Because I don't want it to be a hard stop. I think that was pretty good, though. That was really good, actually. And like I could either slightly blue up the background down the bottom, or I mean I could make it white. I don't know if I like that. Maybe add a little bit of blue. Because I like that kind of bluer. That bluer haze almost. And then whenever I get in Photoshop, I can just copy this and kind of go up here and cover all of that up. I think that would look really good. I think I like that. Because it's almost like a natural gradient. It's almost like a blue down bottom going into a whiter up top. I think I like that. Now the only thing is that right there. That like blue outline that I don't like. We'll see. We'll see what I do. Okay. Am I happy with that crop? I could do 16 by 10. Get it right there. Yeah, I think I like that crop a little better. Okay. So I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a different photo, and I'm going to start editing it. And then I'm going to kind of come back and see how I'm feeling about that one. That's still a really good photo. That's definitely going to make it in there. I just don't know where yet. I really like the lips on that one, though. Yeah, I think I like that actually a little better. Like less pronounced. Okay. So let's go to a different one now. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. All right, so one of these. I like that one a lot. Let's go with this one. Okay. So we're going to do 16 by 10. I might adjust that later on, but I like that right now. Flat coloring. You could do a lot of cool stuff with this if I didn't want it to look. Because like that looks really cool with the white mountains, but I don't want that feeling. That's too much warmth for me to want in this. Yeah, you do a lot of cool stuff in this. See what auto is. Go with that one right there, I think. I'm really looking at her hand, trying to determine based on that hand up there. Because I don't want that hand to be super red. Okay. I like how this is going. I'm gonna order food because it is 11:30. It is almost 12 actually. I'm still interested to see if Facebook's going to drop it 2 hours like it has been. Okay, let me order some lunch. Like in the title says, I'm going to be streaming for 8 hours today. I'm going to try to hit 8 hours. And I'm already done because something's inside. For the first few hours, it's going to be editing the stuff. And then after that, I had recorded. I just let me do this real quick, and then I will do that. Then I will tell you my thought processes. Don't barbecue. So Melissa and I currently only have one vehicle. We've been like this since years. My car got stolen on New Year's Eve, and it is still in the shop currently. And it will probably be there for 2 to 3 weeks. So we have had one car for going on 2 months. Which has made things difficult, to say the least. Because of both of our jobs. I want something good. I think I'm gonna do barbecue again. That's really good. Okay, let's see here. I'm not typically a big barbecue person, but this stuff has been really good. Been really interesting. Because where is it? You can just buy like a half a pound of pulled pork, and that's all you get is a half a pound of pulled pork. It's really interesting. I get something. Where is it? I didn't even see it. It's like a bowl with mashed potatoes and then like pulled pork and barbecue sauce on top. Where is it? It's actually really good. But I didn't see it on here. I know this is fantastic content. I don't mean to just be sitting here scrolling on my phone looking at barbecue, but I am very hungry. Now that could be good. They have a salad. That you get to have some of the like pulled meat on. That sounds really good. Barbecue ranch. That might actually be really good. Brisket. Barbecue chicken. Pulled pork. Let's do barbecue chicken. Let's do that. That sounds really good. I'm gonna do their barbecue ranch. Oh, there's their burnt up. That's what they call it. Little mashed potatoes laid with beef brisket. But it's been a long time since I've had like a good salad. So we'll try it. The last time I ordered a salad, they sent it to me without the ranch, without the dressing. Not from them, from somebody else. I was so sad because I was just like, I don't have ranch in the house. Like that's been probably one of our biggest things with having only one car is we can't do certain things. So like if I'm at work or she's at work, whatever, we need to run out and get something, we're kind of just out of luck. We kind of just got to put up with not being able to get it. And because our days are longer because we have one car, like for instance, I take her to work at 7, and then I go shoot houses all day, and then I go pick her up from work, and then come back to the house. It's 4 or 5 o'clock. And then I've still got to upload all the photos that I took to our editing team, so I'm like not done editing or not done uploading until 6 to sometimes 7. And then we've got to like either order food or go to the grocery store, and it's already 7 o'clock, and like we're hungry. So it's been interesting. Okay, so back to this. I really think that this is going to be the main photo. Like already just looking at it, I really think that's going to be the main photo. But we will continue to do this. We will continue to work on these. All right. I swear, it looks like I keep getting distracted. It looks like there's a cat, like one of my cats on the other side of my camera messing with something. Okay. I don't think that'll be easier. I've got a fan back there that I could put my iPad on, but it would have it like up here, and I don't like that, or it would have it like up over here, and I don't like that because then it blocks my big monitor. So. Okay. Let me check this real quick. Okay, yeah, good. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, I really don't think that the red, orange, and they're not going to do much because there's really no red in there. Only thing that's going to really affect is going to be her skin on her hand and shoulder right there. There's no greens. Okay. So now let's go into our blues. Also, I'm using a different mic. In case you can't tell, it should sound better, actually. My new mic is not in yet. But my other, the mic that kept like disconnecting and making sounds, it's gone. It's in a box back there. And luckily I found a way to use other mics. Until my new actual, like on a boom hole thing mic comes in. Okay. So this is really only controlling a little bit. That's interesting. I kind of want to darken that down. I could make it go to a deeper blue, which I kind of like. It's really affecting the greens. Interesting. I will say, looking at histograms was fun. It's really going to give you a really good idea of what's going on in the photos. So, like, check out this histogram. So that's your midtones. That's going to be your highlights, and it's going to be your shadows. That's your music exposure. Sorry. Let's look at that one that we edited. And you notice all of it's up on the highlights. This is definitely not a correctly exposed photo. However, that's really only because the metering is done back here. Because all of this is correctly exposed. Okay. I think you're getting distracted. Stop. Okay. All right, so this is going to be, yeah, look at how much that's changing. Okay, so some purples. Purple's probably going to be, I don't know. Give it some depth by darkening that up. And I think the only reason I would go with this one over the other one is because she is covered in paint on this one. Which on this one we hadn't done yet. You still got some skin, which might actually be better. that might bode better for being the main photo is that she's not just covered yet, it's more accented. Whereas on this one, she is absolutely covered in paint. You guys should have seen the tub afterwards. After she went in there and then cleaned up, dude, it took me a while to clean that tub. Okay. Wait. Now, see, I really like that though. Now kind of adjust the saturation of her skin. Interesting. Not picking up too much on that one. Okay. So now we're back to our grade. Look at all of that paint that we threw on her. Look at all of that paint that we threw on her. And I'm making another post Instagram. Now that I've got something to post. Editing too soon. Okay. I will say it's amazing how this shoot started versus how it's ended. Like I don't think this or this is like worthy of a main photo. It's a really nice Instagram though. But that looks amazing. Okay, let's keep going. You got a little cold. Okay. Now this is going to have more shadows. This is actually going to be, I think, a more complete photo as far as our grading is going to go. Because I like that purple. I like that adds a little bit of color to it. That still looks cold, and that's the whole point. It still looks cold, but there's a lot of definition of this photo now. And this photo might actually be the main piece because of this definition that we're getting on this. That's really good. That's a lot of definition. That's a lot of color. That's a lot of depth to that photo. That is insane. All right, let's see here. Wow. That's a lot of depth. That's a lot of depth to that photo. There's a lot in that photo. I want that overexposure back here. I like that subtle little breath on it. Five instead. Got her back to the light and everything. That's a really, really good photo. This has got to be like one of my favorites that I've ever done so far. That is. Okay. Select subject. Invert. I'm gonna isolate that. Just brush real quick. Whenever we did this one too, I almost didn't want to use the smoke at all because we rely on it for some cool effects. But now I'm glad that we did. Like she had a good point whenever we did it. Making it look like she was breathing cold. But we rely on the smoke for a lot, and I did not want to have to rely on the smoke for this one. But I don't think we relied on it. I think we just used it correctly. Okay. I'm gonna paint. Okay, so we're gonna take this, and we're gonna deepen it. Wow, I missed a lot of it, didn't I? blends in pretty well. Smoke. Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna add another mask. Make the brush a little smaller. Let's get it right there. Up the texture, and I'm going to drop the black a little bit, but I'm going to increase the exposure a little. It's too much movement. I like that better. Just subtle, play to the eye. I don't even have to copy to the other eye. I will though. Okay. What are you doing? Come on. Stop being stupid. Work. You can't be tired already. You just started. Do we change it to green? Wrong one. Can't believe I did that. It's not going to matter that much. Let's shoot at this one. Since I'll most likely make her eyes and the other one's green, or actually, no. I think having that bluer tint is what I want to do. This is just the fun part of figuring out exactly what we want to do with all the itty bitty little details. I actually think that I'm gonna like that better. Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna like that a lot better. Have almost that like whiter tint to it. I don't really think the other one matters because you're just seeing this little itty bitty piece just to give it a shine. Now that I'm this far away though. Yeah, I really like how that looks. I really like how that eye looks now. That makes me want to go back to this one. And change it. That one. But we're going to now duplicate this one. Nice. It's not what to do. Come on, that's not what to do. Come on, stop doing this time. What is it? I don't like the second one. I heard something else though. Gotta take the white of the eye and actually make it not blue. There we go. And this is what I meant by spending a lot of time working on these photos. See, and this has got some blue in it too. So we are going to really pretty. I really like the wider eyes. Let's go to this one. It's still pretty white, but I think I want to add a brush. Just like that over there. Okay. So right now, those are our two main contenders for the main piece. It's not bad. It must be about 2 hours to edit 2 photos, but those are not finished. And this is where I'm going to add all of my texture to the lips. To almost make them look cracked. I kind of hope somebody comes in to the video and like only sees this and just like, what the hell is going on? Ooh, we like shot over. Come on, let me see. Yeah. How far did it go over? My computer is not happy with me right now. Yeah, so it erased all that. So actually erasing over here. I think it's because I keep moving it while I'm trying to load what I did. Back this down to 100%. Oh, man. It just like created an entire just like line across the screen. That really pissed my computer off. Okay. This is what I want to get rid of. Okay. No, let's zoom back in. Once you do 100%, so 200. Get back to refresh A. And see. Okay. She did a really, really good job with this makeup. And yeah, no, I'm going to smoke some. That's okay. All I want to do is really like over texturize those lips to make them look cracked or damaged. That's really all that I'm wanting to do on that. Okay. That's looking really, really good so far. Really, really good. Okay, so now we're going to get back to the first one and see if we still are liking it. I was like, that's not it. It's this one. Okay. Because even if this one doesn't make a mainstay, even if this one isn't the one that, whichever one isn't the main one, it will still be featured. It will still be a photo. I almost want to make I almost want to make the lips. Over texturize them. Did that help? Yeah, that did help with that too. Just a little tint. Just a little itty bitty tint is what I'm wanting. That one's got so much depth to it though. That one's got so much depth to it. Mm. That one looks so good too, though. Mm. About textrums, no, I do not. I'm going to. We'll go back to my grading real quick. Really good though. I know I'm gonna have to pick one to be the main photo, but man, actually kind of hard. Look at the grading on this one again. She's more in highlight than in mid-tone. I think it might be time to start editing the supplementary ones. Let's see if Facebook is still on. It's been 2 hours. Says it is. Let me check. I would kind of be surprised if it was still on. Nope. Cut off at a 1:50:07. Of course it does. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that live and make a comment. I'm hoping to get people to go away from Facebook and go to Twitch or YouTube. Oh, I'm so hungry. It says delivered. Let me see. I guess it was delivered. Okay, so we're gonna take a break. 1 second. Go, James. Go. Go. So for some reason. Come on. Okay, there we go. So for some reason that we're gonna do the full episode 1. Turn up the desktop audio a little bit. This is only while I eat. Sorry for the sounds.
My name's Freddie Blosh.
Hey, I'm Gage Nobles. So my name is Trace Johns.
I am Caroline Grayton
Let me
with
turn the audio on now.
part of Muffin Jaw Designs.
From Mobile, Alabama, and we currently operate around the Mobile Bay area in both Mobile and Baldwin County. And I blow glass because it's like nothing I ever saw before I ever worked.
And I'll kind of give some like information on
It
this.
immediately drew me
That'd
in.
be a good way to put it.
And after that first semester, I took glass blowing as an elective. I knew that I was going to do this the rest of my life. So I've been blowing glass for
Okay, so this.
yeah, started in 2013. I was 20 years old. So yeah, looking at 8, going on 9.
All right, so this is a documentary that I made
That's how numbers work.
with my Muffin Jaw Design. That's Freddie Blosh.
Been blowing glass since Freddie started. We started together, so.
So you should be able to watch it in 4K.
We go back to like 8th grade, like 7th, 8th, middle school.
So this is
together,
Trace,
so we've
Trace
been
Johns.
friends
As
for
Freddie just said.
ever.
Trace Johns, brother from another mother. Trace and I played soccer together when we were 13.
So
We never went to the same school until college. It was the first time we ever got to really
I met Freddie
spend every waking moment together. We had
whenever
in college blowing glass.
he came into West Coast, which is where I worked at the
It's
time.
some of the, I don't want to, like, Trace Johns is the best sculptor I've ever seen, but I love his work. Like, he really makes
Turn
some
it down just a
incredible
bit.
pieces in glass, and he tries to,
Well, you know what? Let's
he's trying to make it.
I'm not gonna explain anything. I'll make that a separate stream of the video. I'm gonna eat and just enjoy this. Because it's been a while since I've seen episodes. Since I've watched it.
Like, don't touch it. Don't be mean to it. Like don't even look at it. Because it'll break. And he's just like, no, let's hammer it. Let's take knives to it. Let's beat it around. Let's scribble on it. He paints on it. I love everything he does.
As long as Muffin Jaw's been a thing, I've been around. Sometimes more hands-on than not, but been here, man.
I actually think Melissa got this footage and not me.
I studied at the University of South Alabama, and then I did a 2-year apprenticeship at
That's good.
Augusta Glass Studio in Augusta, Missouri, under Kaiko Mahata and Sam Stang. Started blowing glass at South in the fall of 2013. And like I said earlier, I just took it as an elective and didn't really know what I was wanting to do with my life at that time. I kind of had this idea that I was going to be a rock star, And I was really learning like that was never gonna happen. I just kind of stumbled into it. I was working a job and my manager mentioned that South had a glass blowing class, and I didn't really know that that was a thing. I didn't understand what glass blowing was even. I thought it was torch working. You know, so the first day I walk into class, me and my buddy Trace, he and I sat behind the torches because we were like, we want to be first up. Like, we want to be the first ones that are working with glass in this class. And after the teacher introduces himself and explains the course, he's like, all right, let's go out to the hot shop. And then he shows us the furnace. And it was, you know, one, it was like pulled the rug underneath us. And two, we're like, this is not what we signed up for. And I don't know, it was just like, we weren't really hooked at first. We were always trying to get on the torch. We always went back to the torch whenever we had free time because it was a really big class. Like, your intro class is what makes it apartment. It really, like, you have all these people that are trying it for the first time, and you either fall in love with it or you want nothing to do with it. So we kind of were like, we were hanging out, like, we were finishing out the semester. We definitely weren't going to quit. Most people don't have that kind of opportunity to work in a shop and have open access to it. Like, if there's free time, just come on in and work. And especially with glass, that was insane, you know.
Honestly, our whole first semester of glass, as far as glass-related Freddy stories, is probably the best, just because it started out on just a whim. Like, we had watched, like, we'd been into glass, we didn't even know what we were getting into. We first started, we were getting into lamp working from watching, like, just documentaries and stuff. We found out that's wasn't what we were doing. And then from there, it was just winging it, trying to make the best we could do, being so proud of just nothing, little caterpillars, to sharing stuff just to make grades and stuff. Sounds kind of bad, but we had fun the whole time. It wasn't like anything terrible. To giving all our color back to the teacher because we didn't think we were going to continue. Thought we were going to have to go back to the real world. We were bouncing around school at that time. That was a blur. We were anthropologists, teachers, scientists, doctors, poets. We were true scholars back then. And then just over the summer, we decided never go back to the real world.
We gave away all of our equipment, all of our color and stuff that we had bought for that first semester because we're like, oh, we're done. Like, that, it was fun while it lasted, you know. But we're never gonna do this again. And over the winter break, I'm like looking at stuff on my phone, like on Instagram, of all these other people, other glass artists, and all the work that they were doing. And I just thought, like, I text Trace, I was like, dude, we gotta go back. Like, I don't see myself doing anything else. Like, this is it. So the next semester, we both had a meeting with our professor, Matthew Patterson. And we're like, hey, we're glassblowers now. Like, what do we gotta do? And he's like, all right, like, you know, because not too, out of a class of 14, I think there were 4 returning students. And we were the only 2 from that class that decided to be actual glass majors. The other 2 weren't glass majors. They were just gonna do it because they wanted to do it, because it just, I mean, it captures you. You know, if you get bit by the glass bug, you're never gonna get away from it.
I met Freddie up at South Alabama in college. We took the same elective, kind of found glass blowing the same way. We just thought it was gonna be something different. And once we got there, we found just a whole new craft that we didn't really know
existed. It's crazy. I remember exactly what event I got all the footage out, like each individual piece.
Beginning, he was a hard worker, and he wanted to be a glass blower. And that was my guy to hang around if I wanted to be a glass blower.
Gage Nobles. What can I say about Gage Nobles that can be broadcasted in public? That doesn't make him sound like an absolute just assassin. He's a glass assassin. When Gage is there, Gage shows up and he shows out and he does it every time and he's on it. The only time I've ever seen him really mess up is when he's suffering heat exhaustion and he's still going through it. One time we did a demo and he's like, hey, I think I might have swallowed some glass. You good? Yeah, I'm good. And he keeps on going. Like he does not.
What's up, Base?
But he's the goblet maker. He's the goblet specialist. STEM
I'm taking a break from editing while eating lunch.
Dedicated his entire glassblowing career to just making goblets, which is the most heartbreaking, devastating, lowest success rate of any piece you can make in glass.
Echoing.
Yeah, that's for me. But he's there. I'm like, hey,
Hang
you
on.
got to load in at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock. It doesn't matter. He's there. You know, shows up, shows out.
The craft is great, and I mean, it's not a normal job. So some jobs you can go in and not really care about, but we're starting our own business. You either care or you don't. You either work as hard as you can or you don't. And I don't know, if we're gonna make it, you gotta work hard. Freddie deserves somebody to work hard for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to figure this out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I've got it muted. Yeah. Everything. Oh, wait. Hang on. It's probably coming straight from the mic itself. Is that any better? Hello? Is that no? Great. Awesome. Hang on. I wonder if I've been echoing this whole time. I'm gonna try something else. There it goes. Sorry. Am I still echoing? Question mark? Oh, really? When I took the headset off, it stopped? When I took the headset off, it stopped? Question mark? Question mark. I don't know why I just said that. Yeah, that's because of the mic that I'm using right now. Let me swap it back. Does that sound better? Am I echoing still? Okay. I really hope I haven't been echoing this whole time. Is that okay? Does it sound okay? It's probably going to sound like further away. I wonder. How does that sound? That sound a little better? Question mark? I don't know why I keep saying question mark. I feel like I'm doing text to speech. I have several different mics, so I can make it work somehow. I just don't like the further away sound. Is that better? Okay. So then let me try something else. That's much better. I wonder if I can go back to how it was before because I think it sounded better. A little different. I'm just ready for my new mic to get here. It still hasn't shipped. It's still on pre-order. It's because of the settings that I had. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. Now tell me if the echo is back. Or if the echo is still gone. Okay. So I know what the problem is then, and it's going to be this cord. But that's okay, because I've got a way around it. Seems like you got to have extra of everything just in case. Okay, so now let's get back into this. and then once I finish eating, I'll go back to editing.
I was pre-Muffin Jaw. I actually was around before Muffin Jaw started. I got to see the creation of what the business is today, which is pretty cool. I was with Freddie and Trace when they were blowing glass just in school, and
I even tested this mic
really
and that setup
awesome
before I started
things.
streaming. Everything was fine.
Slash shitty. But they were able to sell it, and eventually Muffin Jaw came about.
Caroline Grayton, my better half, every gather of glass she's ever taken has been either out of this furnace or our other demo furnace. Everything she's learned is, you know, been around me, like either with me.
So this is a
with our friends.
documentary
So
on this group of glass blowers that I
I
did.
get her pieces. I get her cups. At the end of the day, that's my favorite piece. Just looking at those cups. I used to tell
I
Caroline
don't do a
that
lot of
I was
fan
cheating
art
on her
with my
with
3D
glass
work. I've been on a
because
DC kick,
I
made Raven
think
a few
about
months
glass
ago,
all
don't
the
start
time.
right now.
I
I'm
think
trying to
about
convince
Caroline
Melissa to
maybe,
cosplay as Raven.
but I think about glass more times.
She's not
than
seen
I probably
anything,
should.
like we're not big DC
I
people.
love.
We're not big DC or Marvel people, but I grew up watching Teen Titans, which Raven and Starfire both in. And I've been trying to convince Melissa to do like a Raven cosplay. But hey, let me show you what I am working on. So we did another paint shoot Wednesday. And dude, I just like messed up my hair big time. Whatever. I'll get it fixed. Injustice was your favorite version of Raven, and Injustice 2 is your favorite Starfire. We'll have to go watch those. So we did another paint shoot, and this time we're doing a series, a theme, which we had never done on our last shoots. So we're gonna do all 4 seasons, and we started with winter. And I think not this coming week, but the next week we're gonna do spring, and then summer, and then fall. I need to change how often those pop up real quick. That's a lot more frequent than I realized. I did not realize that that would be as frequent as it is. Okay. The Injustice Raven was voiced by Tara Strong's are really good voice actors. Oh wow, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll have to go watch Injustice. But so we did winter first. And Melissa made me promise that if we did this series that I would try and get it into a gallery. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh, it's a game. It's a game. Sorry. I'll just have to go look up like the cutscenes and see their voice acting performance because I always love seeing that kind of stuff. But she made me promise that if we did the series that I would try and get it into a gallery. So we're going to do 6 photos from each season, one really big one, and then smaller landscape. I'm actually doing a 16:10 ratio. And then underneath we're going to have portrait, 5 of them from the same series, from the same shoot. So it's going to be 6 photos total times 4 for each season is 24 photos total that we're going to get printed and try and get into a gallery. And today I wanted to focus on a couple different things. The first thing being I needed to pick which photo was going to be the big main photo from the winter shoot. So I've narrowed it down to 2, and I've partially edited each one. So this is one of them. And I'm going to fix this in Photoshop. I have a slight gradient on the background going from like blue to white that I really enjoy. So this is picture number 1. And not that one. That is picture number 2. So one of those 2 are going to be the main photos for the winter section of the series. And the other one will be turned into one of the portraits underneath. So I got that one. Or that one so far. And what I'm doing is I am editing it, going to the other one, making some micro adjustments, and kind of bouncing back and forth between the 2, seeing what adjustments, seeing what I like on one versus what I like on another. Trying to figure out which one I want to do. And then I've got to select the other 4 photos because, like I said, whichever one does not become the main photo will become one of the supplementary photos. Possibly thinking about this one in the middle on the supplementary photos. I'm not sure. I like the half blue, half white, which is why I thought that'd be really cool. I'm not sure what I can do with that one yet. This is going to be one of them on the supplementary side. I really, really like that pose. I love how everything in this looks. I haven't edited this one yet. I'll probably take one of these and make it a supplementary. But right now, I'm stuck between that one and that one. And I actually, now that it's been a while since I've gone back and looked at it, I want to make that adjustment right there because I did that originally and then changed it. And now that I haven't seen it, I want to get back to that because to me that little bit of purple tone in the shadows, Jesus, my hair. I gotta fix this once I finish eating. Yeah. It's all right for right now. Dang it, I just ruined it again. I gotta get forward with it. Dang it. Hang on. It's gonna bug me too much. Oh well. Okay. So right now those are my two options. Those are the 2 that I narrowed it down to out of the 500 photos that we took that night to be the main photo. I love how this one looks. I love the depth of this photo. I love how she is absolutely covered in paint. I mean, like every piece seems like it's covered in paint. So I'm not sure how I would smoothen skin. If I did, it would just be barely little tweaks. It's got the smoke to be kind of yeah, this one or this one, or so this is number 1 and this is number 2. I edited. What do you mean the first one that I showed? What's up, Leadfoot? One where she's head on. This one right here? Chat delay's killing me. This one with a split on the white and blue.
So I like this one too, but I don't know how I feel about it being the big one. Which is why I would do it as one of the 5 down bottom. Probably the one in the middle. While I do like that, and I do like the asymmetry, I guess would be the correct word, with the blue on one side and the white on the other. Depending on how I edit it, if whenever I start editing it after I finish eating, if it starts to progress, if it starts looking a little bit different, I might, but I don't know. That one to me is, and that might make a good supplementary photo. That one's beautiful, as is that one. I'll have to see, because I'm also trying to pick the photo that I want to envelop the entire winter section of the series. And like I said, depending on how I edit this one, depending on how this one starts to turn out, this one might be it. But I still think it's going to be one of those two. Not that one. That one. On which other one? That one or that one? This one? One. So this is number 1. That's number 2. And I guess that will be number 3 right now. And referring to which photos. So on number 1. Yeah, her arm is. I would have preferred one of these, but the second eye is in focus instead of the first, the back eye. If I pulled my focus a little closer, I would have gone with that one or that one. But on this one, I have the correct ones in focus. The arm's awkward in those two. It's definitely not as straight as this one. That's a really good one, though. I can say I've favorited this one. Like, I have gone closer towards this one. The ones with their arm down are really good. Oh, what? Just like the side profile one? That one and that one? Yeah, I wanted a straight side profile, and I'll probably do something with that one as well. I mean, I'm going to edit most of these. These were the ones that I went through picking which one I wanted to be the main photo. So I chose, 15 at the beginning. So I chose that one, which I really, really like that one. Not for the main photo. I just really, really like that one. There is a serene kind of beauty to that one. I haven't edited that one yet. That one, which I just liked the lighting and everything on that one. Basically same pose with eyes open. That one, that one, that one, that one, and that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. I really like the eyes closed. But those were the ones that I had chosen to go through. And I'm going to edit all 15 of these. And from this 15, I will choose the main one. And then probably some of the supplementary ones will come from this as well. But I don't want... I almost want 5, 6 different... not necessarily poses, because they all have to complement each other. They all have to work together as a series. So I'm going to go through and edit these 15 to start, and then I'll move further if need be. If I decide within those 15, yeah, thanks. And then, like I said, we'll do this again for spring and summer and fall. Doing slightly different makeup, different colored paint, different feel, different vibe. Like the spring one is going to be the winter one. I want it to be very cold and still elegant, like that kind of vibe. And then spring is going to be a lot happier. Going to have a lot of greens and yellows and stuff like that in it, but it's going to be vibrant and happy and all of that kind of stuff. And then summer is going to be I kind of want fall and spring to match as far as their tone, like their the emotions that they invoke. I want them to be similar with spring and fall. Like I want there to be in the spring it's going to be happy and cheerful because it's spring, it's great. Things are coming to life. But in the fall, I want it to be kind of the same thing, the same feeling, just a different color spectrum. Because people love fall. Yeah, the trees are dying and yeah, this and that, but people love fall. They love that it's starting to cool down. It's not the dreary hot of the heat of summer. You have all those beautiful colors in it. Like fall is a happy time. And summer's usually happy too. But I want fall and spring to be very similar in feeling. And I want summer and winter to be very similar in feeling. And in the summer, almost have more desert feel. Like not happy and vibrant like spring. Almost have it too hot kind of feeling. Good, Bill? You good? But I'm gonna finish winter. See how I feel about winter. Do spring, see how I feel about spring, and then see if I want to match summer to winter, or if I want summer to have its own feeling. But while I'm eating, we're gonna finish watching this.
Love them equally. Caroline, I love you a little bit more. I love Evie just as much. I love Glass probably a little bit too much than I should.
My speciality is technically sculpting, but I mean we can all kind of bounce back and forth between various stuff, but I'm not really an expert in anything. It's all about surviving, making stuff people like, but sculpting is where I really get the most like inspiration. My most memorable piece, the piece that I made called Happy Thoughts. It was the first piece that I was actually like really proud of. It was the first one I was like,
Yes, I have permission from the maker of this video
to see it instead of just
to show it on my Twitch,
certain stuff I'd done was like really nice and
because
stuff.
I am the maker of this
Finding
video.
the flaws in every piece I made. That was the first one that I was truly proud of, and I really incorporated a bunch of different like found objects. I welded stuff. I bought floral pieces. That was that was the first piece where I ever started incorporating painting onto like the glass and using paint with the glass, and it's really kind of fueled every piece that I've made since.
I specialize in Venetian style stemware, like goblets, as most people refer to them. I kind of got wrapped into them because they're really difficult to do. So whenever you actually finish a goblet, like a nice thin, any style goblet, it's really satisfying. That small bit of adrenaline rush that you can't really get anywhere else.
Shooting with these guys was so much fun.
The difficulty
Making this whole
of
thing
making
was great.
goblets is the fact that you have to blow really thin, and thin glass and heat and cold don't really mix well. So you got a really thin cup. You can get it really hot and it'll just crumble in on itself. Or it can get too cold like usual and it'll just crack and shatter. It's different working with thicker, hotter glass than it is with thinner, colder glass. I love it. It's difficult.
Gage's smile.
My most memorable piece, I'd have to say it's two pieces, and it'd be my first two successful goblets. And
I shot with these guys for
probably my first one.
9 months.
An optic mold, optic stem, first attempt at a goblet.
And then
I had both Freddie and Trace there helping me.
this one came out in August. This is
It was a
episode
crack in the
1.
cup, but it turned out successful, and ever since then, I wanted to make more and more and
In
more.
episode 2,
Then there was my first dragon goblet.
I finished a little bit before we moved up here.
I pulled it
And
off.
I've got to do episode
I've been
3,
chasing it ever since.
but I'm going to do that on stream.
I've lovingly been deemed the head bitch in charge. I don't blow much glass, but I do assist. I am the pumpkin ornament assistant. Mainly, I work at markets, and I run Muffin Jaw social media and set up events and kind of all around do whatever's needed at the time that it's needed. It was fun because I'm not a naturally artistic person, and so for someone who can't draw a stick figure, to learn how to blow glass was just more approachable to me. It's kind of an addicting thing to do. Once you try to do one little thing and you have just a little bit of success, you're like, okay, yeah, I'm doing this again. I'm making it.
Caroline was so
and
fun.
You don't. And so you keep
To
trying,
record
you keep trying, and it
her
was
interview.
just a way for someone, like I said, who's not super creative or artistic or naturally inclined for those sorts of things to make art.
I mean, we're a family, and as cliche as that sounds, we're a small business. We're like a family here. No, we really are like a family. This is a family business. You know, my daughter's raised in the shop. My daughter sat on this bench and worked on pieces with Gage, Trace, Caroline.
So that little
My dad
drone
worked in the shop, worked on this
in the
bench.
background
Pushed me to do this.
were fans.
You know?
We filmed the interview section of
She's
this
accepted every
in
broken, crappy piece
in
that
July
a mother
or
could
August.
love, and she's there when we need her. You know, she's
I
there.
think
when
it
we
was in the
don't
first
need
part of August.
her.
And this is in their shop. So in their shop, it was like 100 degrees. They had been blowing glass earlier that day too, I think.
Gage, and that's Uncle Trace.
So the furnace was still hot. And
What do you primarily make?
Glass.
Let me rephrase the question.
Yeah.
What glass pieces do you primarily make?
I primarily make vessels I don't really get into sculpting much. That's more of Trace. Trace is our sculptor. And also, I don't really make goblets. I have been known to sculpt and I have been known to make goblets, but I leave that to the professionals, Gage and Trace.
So it was hot in there. I mean, it was
I really enjoy
95
making
to 100 degrees.
bowls, vases, and cups.
And he had a
Especially
big
during
fan,
demos. I love showing
like, up
somebody-
here.
people how to make a cup or what it takes for us to make a cup.
And we had that off,
When
so
you
we had
see one
smaller
of our
fans
people,
pointed and
you don't fully understand.
just
what
trying to
it
blow
takes
so that we
to
were not
turn
dying of
liquid
heat.
goo.
It was so hot in there. We were in there for 2.5 hours, 3 hours recording this interview. Recording Freddie's section of the interview. We recorded Gage, Caroline, and Trace's part at a different time.
During one of our critiques in front of an entire classroom says, you gotta talk sexy to the glass. You're being too much of a brute. You gotta calm down and you gotta work with it. Because it's fluid. You can't beat it around, you can't be rough with it. You gotta see what it wants and you gotta know what it needs. And you gotta be able to just guide it. So I'm getting goosebumps talking about it. You know, my goal is to make your favorite cup. When you get done with work or like when you start your day, you're gonna grab the piece that I made and you're gonna, you know, take care of it, hopefully. When it does break, it's okay because glass breaks. But there's just something about like making a function, you know, a piece that functions, a piece that serves a purpose. Or, you know, aesthetically pleasing pieces are nice, and I do make those. But it's really special to me when it can also, you know, help you or do something for you. That's my favorite thing to make.
Gage, will you paddle that?
Garrett, Redbeard's outfitter. Redbeard's outfitter. Get it right. I had done that first demo at South Sounds, and I was in my senior year and working on trying to develop a body of work that I would then improve upon on my final semester of my senior year. So it was our directed studies. And a part of the grade for that semester was you had to organize your own show. You had to come up with a body of work. You had to find a venue that would show your work. You had to print off all the press for your work and advertise the event, advertise the venue, make sure everything's set up where like drinks, hors d'oeuvres, everything was ready to go. It was all on you because you're about to go out into the world and you have to do this.
Come on, okay.
You know, like being totally green and not knowing.
So what's funny
to do this. And
is whenever I finish episodes 3 and 4,
Garrett and I,
and you can even tell in episode 2 because
around like the
most of this was recorded, most of the interview was recorded in chronological order,
our daughter Evie in,
which we're really, really happy about.
That we
I had sent Freddie like a
to
list
the
of
botanical
questions
gardens. We were hiking
before
along
the
trail
interview
in
took
the
place
botanical gardens. And
for
then
this
we're like,
documentary.
"Oh, well, there's this new outdoor
So he'd
space,
kind of
check
prepare
it
some
out."
of them.
It's just right up the street. So we went up there, we meet Garrett, we start talking, and just, for whatever reason, I just was like, hey, so this is what I do. I blow glass.
I'm just trying to figure out what part of the
And
what part it's on.
Thanksgiving time. I'm making a lot of Christmas ornaments, and this is kind of like how I support myself and my family. Is there any way that I could sell this here? Because I'm not selling my work anywhere else, you know, other than at South when we do our holiday sale once a year. Garrett's like, yeah, man, I'll put you right up on the register so when someone's checking out, they gotta see your stuff. Cannot thank him enough for doing that. And so yeah, directed studies, I approached Garrett a few months later. Hey man, I got these bodies of work and I gotta do a show. I gotta, you know, make sure that I get this scene. I gotta do it for a grade. I mean, I'm doing it for myself, but this is, you know, the other students weren't doing it. The other classes weren't doing it. The graphic design and sculpture and ceramics, they're not doing this, but thank you, Matthew, for making me go through that. But
How much longer is
you
this
know,
episode?
mustered up the courage.
Couple
to
minutes.
hear it,
Okay.
and have
Well,
my
I'll finish
shoulder.
eating and then we'll get back into
man,
editing.
Come on, do whatever you want. My place is yours. And so I was like, okay, can we blow glass out here? I don't see why not. So we set up the glass furnace, and the pizzeria down the street is like, are y'all making pizza out here? I'm like, no, sir, we're blowing glass. You know, this is our second demo we've ever done. I actually, I talked to a customer recently that they mentioned, oh yeah, we saw these guys blowing glass out at Redbeard's a few years back, and this happened a couple months ago. I was like, yeah, that was me. I'm the only person that's ever blown glass in that parking lot. So that was another humbling experience to have this connection with people, whether they realize it or not. But yeah, like we were their first time that they had ever seen blown glass. So like they remember us. They remember the glass. Yeah, and that's really what it's for. They remember the glass. We just happened to do it. And so that was nice. Thank you, Garrett, for letting us take over the back room and put a furnace on your front porch. That was so much fun that day. Let's start from the beginning.
Okay, so I'm actually going to pause it there. And I'm going to get back into editing. Let me bring up Lightroom. Okay, so for anybody that is just stopping by, we are doing a photo series on the seasons, and something that we like to do a lot, I guess you could call it a specialty, are paint shoots. So we decided to do a season series, and starting with winter, because, you know, we're still kind of in winter. And when we shot this, it was like 0 degrees outside, Fahrenheit, where we're at. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Okay, so we decided to start with winter, and we're going to be shooting spring and fall. Not spring and fall. Spring, summer, and fall. We are going to be shooting that in the following weeks. But first, we are going to be finishing our winter shoot. So I went through all 560 photos from the shoot. Excuse me. And chose 15 photos that I wanted to look at doing for the main shoot. So what we're doing is we're going to get these printed. We're going to try and get them into a gallery up here in Denver. And we're going to do 6 photos per season. One big one, and then underneath, we're going to have 5 smaller ones. So these first 15 photos are the ones that I went through and decided... Put some chapstick on. I went through and decided that these were the 15 photos that I wanted to choose the mains from, or the single main photo from. I have edited 2 of them, and they were the first 2 that I particularly liked the best. So we've got number 1. And number 2. I'm going to edit, I think, all 15 of these, not all 15, because these last ones are pretty similar. And that's just eyes closed. The rest of them are pretty similar. And out of all of them, I chose this particular one. So what I think I'm actually going to do is I think I'm going to remove these 3. So I've got that one. I'm going to remove that one as well because it's pretty much the same thing. That one's got the eyes closed. There's no smoke. I will do that one. We'll do that one. Those 2 are very different. Okay, I was about to say, that one looks a little bit different. That's because I've started editing it. I think I had started actually with that one and then swapped over to this one. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and just start from the very beginning with this one. What I really think I want to do is I'm gonna take these settings because I love the way that this looks. And earlier in chat, Low Base pointed out that the arm's at a little bit of an awkward angle. But overall, I love this edit. I love how everything looks on this. I'm gonna have to go through and kind of manually put in some of the layer masks. But in general, I love the color of the paint. I love the background. I love everything about this photo so far. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna copy these settings because the lighting is similar. If the lighting was not similar, oh Jesus, you good there? You good there? That's not good. So I'm gonna copy these settings. In Photoshop, I will take out this top corner right here. But I'm gonna copy those settings because of similar lighting. And I'm gonna paste them onto here. Singe marks and a lovely smoke smell now. Yeah, that's Was it one of was it like one of the propane ones, like the little propane buddy thingies? I can't remember exactly what they're called. That one does look really... One of the tiny electric ones. And I mean, I kind of, at least it wasn't one of the propane ones. All right, so I do like how that looks now. I do need to add, I need to do some adjusting though. I need to put the eyes where they're supposed to go. One. Yes, it is. Okay. So I will go in and adjust both of these real quick. And I am using my iPad as a Wacom. There is a program app combo that you can get that allows you to use it even on a Windows. It allows you to use it. And I love this app. A lot, actually. Okay. Make sure that I'm going to erase some through the eyebrows, right, or through the eyelashes right up here. Okay. And then we're going to take this, going to move it over here. I'm going to erase down here. This is just to make the white of the eye actually white and not like blue. And then right there. I'm gonna try and get okay. Now we're gonna do it on the other side. The other eye. Oh no, we're not gonna do that. Okay. Now we've got to adjust the eye itself. Okay. So that looks pretty good. Need to move that over to the lips. Okay, so we're going to erase in the middle right here. Okay, and then we're gonna finish filling out the lips. It's a little bit bigger now. Put further down. Okay. So far, I'm still pretty liking that. I'm liking that pretty good. Okay, so now we're gonna go to back to number 1. And I need to copy this. So I'm gonna do select subject. I'm actually going to take a picture of these so that way it's a lot easier. 1, okay. So, oh, okay. 16, -9. No, go ahead and take a picture. Make sure I'm on the subject one, yes. Go to the non-subject one. Just Just make it 33. Oops, sorry, I think I just bumped the microphone there. I think I just bopped it. Okay. Up that saturation on that a little bit. I think all that was on that one was like 16 megabytes. Oh, okay. Okay, so now let's start making our adjustments, our micro adjustments. See what we need to try and change. I almost don't like how much purple is on her cheeks, oddly enough. Okay. At this point, there wasn't too much paint on her, which is one of the reasons why I think that this won't be the main photo. But I do think that this will be a really good supplementary photo. I'm actually going to drop the highlights a little more. And I'm going to go on to our background. Drop. Okay. So I'm going to click off of that one now because I think that it is just about not necessarily done, but I don't think that's going to be a main one. I think that I know what we're going to do. No way I could do a one-to-one. No. We'll see. Okay, so let's go to this one. Now, oddly enough, I don't have one that is similar to this lighting that I've edited. I can try and copy this one over. Not this one. This one. and just see. That's not bad, but it's definitely not the same. Not close. I feel like that one would accept that a lot better. That one did accept that one a lot better. Let's get the eyes and stuff in place. Drag that to the general area. That right there. I think. Yep, that one's gonna be that right there. That is gonna be the eye. Okay, so let's finish filling this one out. Okay. I need to erase some along this edge over here. I think it broke out of the eye a little bit. Nope, I didn't. I was wrong. Or I guess I was right the first time. This one's a little harder. It's a little harder to get correct. Dang it. I keep clicking that by accident. Okay. We're actually going to delete, duplicate. It's actually pretty good. I'm going to add, make sure I've got this covered. Which I do. Okay, good. And then we're going to duplicate this one. And just put it right there. And we got a lot of erasing. I say a lot, it wasn't really that much. I definitely like that kind of wider look eye on this. To me, that kind of like makes it almost, especially on this photo. I love this photo. Okay, so all I did on that one was background mask. Did it? 41, negative 41, negative 33. And let me go back and actually take a photo of it. From there to there. From the front on those. Okay, so we're gonna take the highlights down some. I don't know if we'll keep that. We'll see. I don't think so. I think that we're actually gonna go the opposite way. Brighten up the background. I might actually add some haze here. Yeah. That one looks good. I do want to brighten it up a little bit more, I think. Now let's go into the color grading a little bit. All right, so these are the shadows, which are really determining how this looks. I don't know. That's a good photo. That's a really good photo. But it doesn't look wintry to me. That just looks like somebody with blue paint on them. It doesn't look wintry. To me, that one, not that one. That one kind of has that wintry look. I know that this is, completely arbitrary. Is that the good word? Because if somebody saw these out of context, nobody would ever think winter. But seeing winter, spring, summer, fall all next to each other will tell somebody it's the seasons. That one looks wintry to me too. I actually want to see, like, to me, that one would be pretty correct as far as like skin tone and stuff go. Maybe like a little more. But I don't want to have her skin tone in there. I mean, that is a really good photo. They all don't have to look similar. I can now change the eyes to be closer to. No, that looks a little yellow, but that's just because it's picking up the highlight. Just because it's picking up from the grade. That might be better on this one. Give her some of her skin tone, but then use that mid-tone blue. Shadows aren't doing too much on this one. I'm kind of surprised. I like that one though. That one still does look really good. That one does look really good though. I do like that one a lot. Eyes look similar enough. I can probably actually take this one. That's good. in there though. And like, I know there's supposed to be a lot of blue in there, but that's a lot of blue. It's a lot more blue than I think I want. Ooh. Not mean to do that. Let me go to my grading on this one. Let's see what we want to do. I feel like our shadows are correct. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one. I know their lighting is not similar in any way. I think the lighting on this one is much closer. But even then, it's still not very similar. It's still not very close. I might have to keep knocking that. I might have to do it from scratch. Let's see here. Let's do 16 by 9 for right now. 4 by 5 for right now. Let's see where this goes. Let's just like see where this goes. Actually, I wonder something. Let's paste the settings back on here. Delete that. Close. Ooh, that green. Really weird. I don't like that. That's weird. Okay, yeah, no, we're just gonna. Ooh, gosh, every single time. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Control Z, Control Z. Control Z. Okay. Now this one's turning out interesting. Doing it this way. I'm gonna use the pen for this. I can't stand doing my tone curves without a pencil. This is cool, but it doesn't do winter because of this. Mm. That purple. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's a cool looking photo. I don't think it's going to fit in. It's just so much blue. I'll leave it like that and see. Let me see this one. Okay. Flat. Let's try that. Might have to use some gradient filters on this one. Okay, let's see here. I think that one looks pretty good. That's looking pretty good. Start at, oops. Erase right over here. I'm going to add another brush right here. Going to one of my dogs snoring behind me. Pretty good fit. Erase right here. Object. A little bit of texture in there. I mean, that's a really good photo, and I am liking how that edit's turning out. Take these two out of the running because of that eye focus issue. If I were to edit that one, it'd be the exact same as this one. That one's very wintry, though. I'm gonna take out that right there. I need to move all of these over. And actually can be deleted. Delete. That can be deleted. Take that down some. Okay. Gosh, I keep knocking this mic. I mean, move it out of the way some. There we go. I'm so ready for my new mic to come in. I do like how this one's turning out, though. Go to the grading on this one. I like how that one's turning out then. Really like that one. I really, really like that one. I really like that one. I feel like those two complement each other pretty well too. Meh. I mean, I would just do the exact same thing I did with this one. I don't think I gotta erase anything. I just gotta add a little bit. It's pretty much the same. I can erase a little over here. That's really gonna be it. I need to do the eyes. Okay, so now I've got that one, and that one, that one. I don't know about those. I do like that one though. That one's really good. I really like that one still. And that would just be the exact same thing. Okay, so I've narrowed it down to 9. 4 hours of streaming. So I think what I'm gonna do to kind of take another break from looking at this stuff and then come back to them in just a little bit is I am going to I had recorded on stream another video and my mic was not the best. So I'm going to make sure that my mic is doing good now. And then I'm going to actually, without a duet for right now, say so should ding. Okay. Okay. So I think that what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the other video that I want to re-record. I'm going to make sure that my audio is good because that's why I did not actually finish editing the other one. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the other video that I'm going to re-record. I'm going to make sure that my audio is good because that's why I did not. Okay, so if this is the audio that is going to be in that video, I've just got to make sure that it is good enough. Scoot forward a little bit. Like that way. I want to make sure that this audio is going to be good enough for whenever we do that so that way I don't have to worry about it in post. Oh no. Okay. Alrighty. So I am going to do that with this video here. Lift that up just a little bit more. And we are going to do this video. So what we did last time that I was going to turn into a video. Drop it down just a little bit and do right there. Okay. So last time what I did whenever I was trying to make this video was I talked about when I used to work for Bama Beach Bum, Matthew Isbell. And I talked about the YouTube videos that I made for him, what I would change, why we did certain things, stuff like that. And I need to re-record that because of the audio that was in it was not that good. I'm trying to just go through and click the ones that I edited. I think I did this one, but I can't remember. I'm just trying to remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll work. And then I'm going to go find one last video that we're going to talk about. And of course, I've got to talk about this video. There it is right there. Okay. So we are going to, and yes, I do have permission to do this. I contacted Matthew Isbell, Bama Beach Bum, about this a while ago whenever I first recorded it, and he said it was all good. So we're going to do it now that I've got a little bit better mic. I don't have to worry about it cutting out, and I'm not peaking, and I know a little bit more about what I'm doing.
Oh, that's ice.
I'm going to start with,
We are just getting started this morning.
this was the very first one I think I did for him. So this is the one that we're going to start with. Oop, there we go. Okay, so we're going to pause that. And I'm going to do a little bit of a YouTube intro because I'm going to cut this down and upload this to my YouTube. And I think to do that, I think I'm going to go full screen to do that. All right. Hey everybody, how's it going? So today on stream, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be reviewing some of the YouTube videos that I made for Bama Beach Bum, Matthew Isbell. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. Hey everybody, how's it going? I don't want to say Hey everybody, how's it going? So today we are going to be looking at some of the videos that I edited for Bama Beach Bum, Matthew Isbell. This was around a year ago whenever I worked for him. I currently don't anymore. I live up in Colorado. There's no surf fishing up here. But what I wanted to do today, on stream, on Twitch, and I believe this is actually on YouTube as well. We're going to be going and looking at some of his videos that I had made and talking about what we did different, things that I would change now if I were still working for him, and that kind of stuff. Hopefully to, for those of you that are watching, to improve your own YouTube videos, reviewing. Hopefully it'll help you improve your own YouTube videos. Bama Beach Bum does currently have 106,000 subscribers on YouTube. Back whenever I worked for him, he was right around 60,000, 60 to 70,000 subscribers on YouTube. So we're going to be reviewing some of the videos that I made for his channel. If you're a fisherman and a YouTuber and you want to make your videos better, we're going to talk about why we did certain things, why we didn't do other things, what I changed in the videos, the instructions that he gave me, all of that stuff. So we're going to do 6 videos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to break them up per video. So this is just going to be one of the videos. And then whenever this one edits, whenever I edit this one from the stream and upload it to YouTube, I'll work on cutting down the other 5. And the last video is not going to be one that I made. It's going to be one that I'm actually in with Isbell. So let's get into it. Also, I do stream this stuff on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to watch live, join me on there. But let's go on ahead and get into it. We're going to do... Okay. So this first video is from, as you can see, February 16th, 2021. And I think this was the very first video that Isbell ever gave me. So I call him Isbell. I have a lot of Matthews in my life, so I just call him Isbell. And I know Isbell personally. He's a friend of mine. So I was wanting to get into editing for YouTube, editing for stuff like that. So I had contacted him and asked him, like, hey, dude, would you mind if I edited some of your YouTube videos? Would you mind if I did that? Like, I'd love to get into doing this more often. And he was like, you know what? Absolutely. Let's get into it. Like just here's the raw footage. Come over to my house, get the raw footage. So I went over there and got like 2 or 3 videos for him. Went back and I was like, do you have any instructions? Do you have anything? And he said, have fun with it. He said, you know what my viewers like. You know, I used to be a viewer of his, or I still am, but I was a viewer of his before I met him and became actual friends with him. So he said, you know what my videos are like. You know what my viewers like. So just make some videos and kind of change the coloring a little bit, make them, spruce them up a little bit. But other than that, add stuff in there that you think I wouldn't and have fun with it. So I was like, absolutely, I can do that. So this was the very first video that I ever edited for him.
We are just getting started this morning. We're working our way up into a creek, which is what I've been doing a lot of lately. But on our way up there, we're just stopping. We've got a little slough here that we're hitting. Gonna see if there's any trout or any reds hanging around right here just real quick.
And immediately the first thing that I did was focus on his audio. So Isbell runs, you can see right here, a GoPro Session. I think he still runs a similar setup. I don't think he runs the exact same, but he had the Hero Session here, and then he had a GoPro Hero 8 at the time, I think, on his hat. And then he has the adapter to run a lav mic that he clips onto the side of the brim of his hat, and you'll see that in just a second whenever it changes viewpoints. But I really focused on his audio. I cleaned up his audio a lot when I started working for him. Look at that transition. I love that transition. So yeah, right here, you can see the GoPro up top, and then he's got a lav mic right there with a dead cat on it, just to make it a little bit easier, cut down on wind.
Starting this morning with the Matrix Shad. This is their, I can't ever remember what they name these colors, but it's kind of like a white and clear with some specks in it. The water out here is pretty clear. We'll see what the creek's like. If the creek is a little darker, I'm going to change colors, but out here in this clear water, I wanted to throw this white color Matrix Shad.
So far on this first video, I was very happy with the colors. Down in Alabama, which is where this was filmed, that's the colors down there. I mean, this is February. It's in, middle of winter. And that's still what it looks like. You still have that brown, yellow grass. You've still got green on the trees. The colors down there don't typically change. I mean, it's so far south that it really doesn't. You may have 1 or 2 days, or like 1 or 2 weeks of cold, but other than that, you're still going to be in the 50s and 60s on your temperature. So nothing like this really changes as far as the coloring goes. This is pretty good coloring for there. And overcast, which is also typical for down there that time of year. One thing that I was doing, I know I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause a lot at the beginning because I got to explain a few things to get out of the way. Plus, he's not really catching anything in the first couple casts. I knew the color of his kayak. I knew the color of the things that he was wearing. So GoPros, typically, if you're not filming, I don't even know if GoPros have like a Cinelite D or Cinelite V setting on them. I know they can't shoot log. They can't really, I think that would be like the flattest profile they've got. I knew that this piece on this kayak were orange. They were a bright, vibrant orange. And I think that whenever I went into this footage, I don't think I threw a LUT on it. I think I just adjusted some saturation, adjusted some lighting, adjusted some shadows and some highlights and stuff like that. But I remember watching this orange, picking something on the screen that I knew what the true color of it was, and trying to make sure that that true color stayed true-ish to the color that it was. Because if you just boost up your saturation and boost up this and boost up that, it doesn't really look that good. I know that's not something that fishing YouTubers want to hear, but they all edit their videos in the same way. They all edit their photos in the same way. They take their texture, their clarity, and their dehaze as far up as you can go, and the saturation as far as you can go, and then add a radial filter over the fish or something like that. Too big, or they don't feather it correctly, and all of the photos that come from fishing YouTubers. I've got a beef to pick with them. They need to learn how to edit. I don't think Isbell would typically do any color correction out of his GoPro. I think that he would just kind of like make small adjustments here and there, but overall he didn't really do much. Whenever I started editing for him, I started really tampering with the colors. And you can only do so much because it's a GoPro. It's not shooting log, it's not shooting flat. You're going to lose a lot. You can really damage if you go overboard. So that's just something really to look out for, is pick something on screen and make sure that you keep that color the same. So for me, it was this orange right here on his kayak. That's a little bit darker than it should have been, but it was still very close to that actual orange. And I'm going to skip this ad real quick.
Grammarly helps you work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier.
That's not what we were watching, was it?
Well, that was by far the
What
most
is up, Beach?
painful.
Jesus, stop. I guess that was... I didn't realize this was this video.
Alright. That's a nice freaking fish, man.
Then this wasn't the first video I ever edited for him. This is probably the third or fourth. I thought this one was the first one, but no, this is the third or fourth video that I ever edited for him.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Staying down like that. Oh, God. That's awesome, dude. Caleb is hooked up on a nice fish. He was throwing the gulp. That might be a red, dude. That's a... If it's a big trout, dude, that's gonna be sick. Good for... Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I want to say this real quick. Isbell did not actually say that at that part in the video. Whenever... Typically, 9 times out of 10, Isbell was really good at narrating his stuff, which is another thing that, you know, if you want to do YouTube, if you want to do stuff like that, if you want to make these videos, especially like a fishing video, you've got to learn to narrate. You've got to learn to just talk and talk and talk. And so actually later on in the video is where he actually says that phrase, because he realized that he had not said it. So I think that's his name, Caleb, keeps fighting this fish for a little longer. And Isbell actually moves to like the other side of him. And he says that there. So I took that clip, I took that audio, unlinked them, and put him over this and spent a little while because it was just dead silent right here. And I wanted him to say that earlier in the video than when he actually said it. And I remember I sent him this video because I would send him the videos and he would watch them and critique, and we would make some changes before he ever uploaded them. And I asked him, you know, like around the 2-minute mark, if there was anything out of the ordinary. And he was like, no, everything was great. And he watched it a couple more times because I asked that. And he's like, wait, I didn't say that there. And he went and found his footage. And he was like, I said that like 5 minutes later. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, dude, you made that sound pretty good. You made that sound like as if I actually said it there. And I was like, good. As long as this got your approval, then that means that I did a pretty good job as far as blending that sound in. And he agreed. It fit better there. It fit a lot better in that scenario than somewhere else. So that's something else. Don't be afraid to mess with your audio, especially if you're just shooting from a first person and not from a third person. Then you don't have to match, you know, your lip flaps. You just have to match what's going on. Obviously, if you're talking and it picks up the sound of you paddling your kayak or throwing out a rod and reel, that zzz sound, and you put that over just you talking with nothing, obviously that's not going to fit. So don't be afraid to mess with your audio some. Don't be afraid to do things out of chronological order, but don't go too crazy. And I'll talk about that in a little bit.
You got this. No problem. Oh, sorry. Here I know, man.
Isbell never went through and subtitled his videos. I would always do that though.
There's some stuff happening up that way. I might try to ease up while you're screwing around here. That's nice, dude. Look at that fish. Nice fish, Caleb. Nice fish. That's freaking sweet. That's the first one you've ever caught in Alabama? Really?
First redfish or first Alabama redfish.
That's crazy, man.
Guys, you might be on something. That is a nice.
Oh, big blow up.
Sometimes it was very difficult making these videos entertaining. Not that he's a bad fisherman, not that he's a bad anything.
No, I'm good.
But Isbell would tell me he wanted his videos, I think, 10 minutes minimum, but actually closer to like 12 minutes minimum. And then not to really exceed like 20. So whenever I would get all of his footage, I would go through and I would watch all of it, an entire day's worth of fishing videos, cut down what I wanted, and kind of see where I was with. And I would take anything of interest, him missing a fish, him seeing a fish hit the water and be like, oh, you see that, you see that. Conversations between him and the guest, if there was a guest. Anything like that. Him catching a fish, obviously. And I would take those clips and I would cut everything down and I'd be left with anywhere from like 20 to 45 minutes worth of footage from hours and hours of footage. And then I would go through and build a story off of it. And most of the time I would edit it in chronological order. Some people don't do that, but I would do his videos like that because the way he narrated, it would naturally tell a story. I could easily build a story with how he spoke and the things that he did. So it was really, really easy to make some of his videos like that.
There we go. There's a fish.
I was like, he's got to catch a fish soon.
There we go. Man, we're getting on a few fish. Caleb got him a nice redfish. Just got me a trout. This guy's probably not legal. Yeah, this guy's 14. 14-inch trout. Good little start to the day. Not going to complain about that. Been catching a lot of these guys in the creeks. They're so pretty. Love it, man. Thank you. Oh.
All right, so you notice that he was going to throw the fish back into the water, and then he stopped. He probably made the realization halfway through of like, all right, so this is my first fish. I need to talk about it more. I need to talk about and have it on camera a little more because those extra 5-10 seconds can help a lot. They can start adding up as the day goes on, how much you're talking about the fish. How much you're talking about the fish, how much you're doing stuff like that. They can add up. So your 10-minute video can turn into a 12-minute video if you catch so many fish. Also, something that I would really, really try and do with Isabel's videos is not make them a fishing compilation video. Some people like those things. I didn't. I hated those. To me, those are cut and thrown together. And if you can turn it into an actual video with a story, and following along as things are happening, it's going to be a better video. More people are going to watch it. More people are going to engage with it because you're not just doing a compilation style video. You are actually talking about what you're doing, showing what you're doing. You're giving your personality. And in Isabel's case, that's really his selling point, is his personality. He has made his channel on his personality. He has made his channel on being who he is. And as somebody that knows him outside of YouTube, his YouTube personality is about 110% what he really is. So like, he maybe gets a little more excited on camera, may talk a little bit more, but overall not really. Some people have to have a completely different personality on camera, completely different personality on stream or on YouTube videos. And if that's how it is for them, then that's great. And it works, then great. If that's what helps you make your videos, then great. But Isabel was as genuine as you get whenever it comes to YouTubers.
That was a very graceful release right there.
I got to skip this ad.
Feels weird picking it up.
It's a good start.
Yes, Isabel, if you watch this, I'm skipping all of your ads. All right. So that bottom left corner says Dane counter. And let me like okay. So the Dane counter is something that I added. And what I mean by that is whenever Isabel told me to edit these videos, he told me to like, put things in there that he normally wouldn't and to make it more interesting in a way that he hadn't thought of. So I did the Dane counter. And whenever I was editing this video, I went through and after like the 4th or 5th time of him missing a fish, I was like, all right, I've got too many of these to not do something with them. And as you'll hear in a little bit, they grow in intensity each time he misses a fish. So like the Dane counter told its own story. It literally, you hear him progressively get louder and louder and more aggressive with that dang. And after, like I said, after like the 4th or 5th one, I was like, I've got to include these. And he even told me, he's like, I don't think I've ever included missing fish because I could never find a way to include them and make it interesting. And I said, well, I wanted to include it because it shows people that you don't just catch a ton of fish and have no struggles. And he had said, yeah, I definitely would have loved to have been able to include something like this into my videos to show that I'm not just hooking every fish that hits my bait, but I didn't know how to add it. I found a way, and I love it. I absolutely love that I added this in there. Yeah, it was a risk for me to add it. He could have gone back and told me, no, take all those out. But he loved it.
Oh, dang.
See, louder.
Yes. Dang. There we go. Got him that time.
So I threw 4 in there in a row and then had him actually hook a fish. And again, I allowed it to tell a story. He missed 4 fish in a row, getting louder and louder and louder. And you can even see on the camera, it's as he's moving through the creek. So they're back to back to back to back in reality. Sure, there's a couple little cuts in between, but you can tell based on where he's at in this creek that he's actually missing these in rapid succession. And then he hooks up on one. If I would have taken all 8 and thrown them in there back to back to back, that would have been too much. So I did 4, had him catch a fish. I think I have him do 2 later, have him catch a fish, and then do 1 final one. I think that's how I did it.
Missed a few.
And he acknowledged it, which is another reason why I put it in there.
Another little trout. I just love trout fishing this time of year, man. It's so dadgum fun. Aggressive little fish, about the same size, probably about 14 inches. Thank you. What are you doing? Move, man. I'm trying to fish.
All right, guys. Well, me and Matthew just picked up a third person.
So hearing Jacob in the background,
He's like just chilling with us.
Chilling like a villain, guys. He's just
I really prefer Isabel's personality and his narration to Jacob's.
Like, what is going on right now?
I think Isabel does
Switch over
phenomenal.
to the green matrix shad. We've kind of moved up into the creek, and I feel like I should have been getting bit a little bit more than I have been. So I'm gonna try a little different color, see if it makes a difference like it has in recent times.
While Isabel does,
colors just produced fish.
while Isabel does do really good on giving information and stuff like that, and why he's doing certain things.
Yeah, I feel like I should have gotten bit a little more than I did.
And there are some YouTubers that really, really rely on the amount of information that they give and their ability to give information, and that's what keeps people coming back. That works for them because they figured out that's why people come to my videos, is for information and for tips. People come watch Isabel because of his personality. Yes, he's a great fisherman. Yes, he can do all this stuff. He has a great personality, a great one for YouTube. And that's why his viewers come and watch him. And he milks it. He knows that. He knows that it's his personality. He knows that those are the reason that people come watch him. That the average viewer comes to watch him is because of his personality. And he does a very good job of capitalizing on that. The other YouTuber that I worked for that really didn't have people coming to watch for his personality, but for his information, knew that, capitalized on that. So as long as you can figure out why people are coming to your channel to watch your videos, you can capitalize on it and you can continue to grow doing that.
I feel like we were on fish.
And I do want to make a comment after saying that. I do know that my YouTube channel has like 30 subscribers. I know that my YouTube channels are in general boring, and I'm trying to do something to change that. But I did work for Isbel, and as we established, he's got 106,000 subscribers. So he knows what he's doing, and I worked with him. I know the information behind it. I just got to learn how to execute it better for my content.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm
There
boring.
we go. Second cast with the green.
He could have said first cast, and we could have just cut with one, but he went ahead and said two. I'm gonna go grab some candy. Okay.
Second cast. Little color change, man. I'm telling you. Makes a difference. It's so weird. I just felt like I should have been getting bit. We were on bait. We were on birds. Oh, we had the depth. All right. Okay. Settle. Settle down. Okay. Get you back. He wanted to get out of here. The voodoo will get him. But if not, I'll give you one of these green matrix shad. I'm telling you, man, like, second cast to change color, like, that's how it's been in these creeks. For whatever reason, it's green. It is, you know, in that clear water, like, I think it was a little more clear coming in here. You know, I was throwing the white, and that usually works a little bit better. But then as it kind of gets a little murky as you get in these creeks, they tend to like that green. I don't get it.
And that was genuinely him talking to Jacob.
There we go. He took it good, man. Might be better. He's tugging. He's got some shoulders to him. Oh yeah, that's keeper trout. That's a good one, man. Yeah, that's a solid fish right here. I've been honing my trout skills, man. Let's see how long he is. He is 16. Nice fish. Sweet. Yeah, I may hang on to him. Nice 16-inch creek trout.
All right, so something that I would do whenever I would make his videos, he was recording audio on both cameras, and I would have to go in and match up the audio from both. And then I would take the better audio, which is coming from his top camera because of the lav mic, and I would link that to the clips and erase the audio coming off of the session, which is this viewpoint right here. It would sometimes take me a while to get them to match up because if he didn't start them, he would not be able to start them at the same time. But like the audios would sometimes be half a frame off. So you couldn't quite make a match up like if you really zoomed in on it. But I mean, overall, you can't tell the difference by watching. But that would always bug me that I could never get it to line up perfect because it might be like a little off, like half of a frame difference, and you can't adjust by half of a frame.
I'm going to take this one home. We're going to eat some fish this weekend, but solid fish. I'm telling you, man, for whatever reason, these color changes about lost you.
Okay, that was probably the most genuinely almost angry I've ever seen him. He didn't get angry. He got a little annoyed. But that's like the closest I'd ever seen him get to angry. And you can tell. I can tell.
For whatever reason, these color changes just make a huge difference. I didn't used to be a big believer, but I am now. Look at all the spots on that guy. Sweet fish.
So the reason I didn't cut that out, if I remember correctly, is because there would not have been a clean cut. He stuck his finger through its gill, which if he doesn't say that he's taking it home with him, is a no-no. People could have gotten pissed that he put his finger through the gill because you're making that fish a chance for survival drop. So I had to make sure that I kept in there that he was going to be keeping that fish to take home and cook for dinner. And there was no clean cut from the time that whatever he was saying before he dropped it to that point. So I had to leave it in there or else it would have been a really, really awkward audio cut.
We've pushed up into this creek. It's pretty narrow, and we haven't really had a lot of success since we've gotten in here. We've had more success kind of at the mouth and opening up of the creek. So these fish may have kind of pushed out today. We're going to push up a little bit further, but we may turn around and go back to the area where we're catching fish. But as of late, from my experience, we've caught a lot of fish up in these creeks, so we definitely wanted to check it out, but may not be the spot today.
So I had those clips of him casting and catching nothing to show the progression of time of them moving up the creek to the point of him explaining that they moved up the creek. That's the only reason I had him in there, was to just progress the story. And having those shots in there, padding, filler, whatever you want to call it, can help drive the story, the narrative, things like that. So you should be keeping some of that stuff in there instead of just having him catch a fish and then, all right, well, we haven't caught anything in a while, because there's no progression of time. You don't show the progression in time. I wanted to show the actual progression in time of he caught a fish, didn't catch anything, move further up the creek.
Ah, dang. I knew I shouldn't have done it. Oh, that's a miracle. That's a miracle. There you go. You got him? Looks like a good trout. Yeah, if oh no, that was my dinner, man. That was my dinner.
Would have been really bad if that bird had grabbed that lure in the middle of the air.
That's right, man. I was already tasting that fish.
It was starting to sprinkle.
There he is. Got him. Got him. Maybe he'll be a keeper. Man, he's swimming fast. Dang. Darting at the boat. Oh, oh. Oh, that's a good trout, dude. Good trout. Yeah, good trout. Yeah, they did. They're good at that. Heck yeah. Well, we got dinner. We got a couple trout to take home. A couple nice keepers. Good fish, man. They hit it so aggressively. Love catching trout. Same size as the other.
I also knew the color of his life jacket. That's something else that I would use to judge if my coloring was too saturated, too vibrant, too something like that. And what I would do is that I would edit the first clip, find a coloring that I really, really liked, copy and paste it to the rest of the clips, and then go through and make micro adjustments because it's getting more overcast, the sun is out, the sun is hidden, they're in the trees, they're out in the open. I would go through and make those tiny adjustments to try and make the entire thing have a more steady coloring instead of having those drastic changes.
Nice. Nice fish.
Three ads, Isabel.
Look at this tow service we got going on, man. This is friggin' sweet. I mean, I don't have to do anything. I'm just gonna sit back and chill, man.
If his personality was not the reason that he became successful on YouTube, I would not have included this clip. If he was a solely information person, I would have never included this clip. This is a very personality-driven clip that just bodes well for him based on his channel and his current subscribers. Learn that. Learn that about your subscribers, about your viewers. Learn what they are coming to your channel to see, and go for it.
I would pay it. This is nice. Caleb invited me this morning to come explore some new waters, and it turned out like a good day. Like,
It was an awesome day of exploring new territory, man. I had a blast.
I did too. I keep saying this in all my videos that like this is what I'm into, and it just is. Like I just love exploring. It's so cool catching trout and redfish like in the freaking woods. Like it's awesome, and I'm definitely jealous of the red that you got.
Guys, I think I got a little bit lucky with that redfish. That was by far the best catch for me, but this is actually my first time fishing Alabama, so it was a cool experience to, kind of poke my head.
I think he's from Florida.
Y'all have a lot of water to fish, man. So
It's pretty cool, but
definitely
if you're from Florida, you stay in Florida. We don't need any more of you Florida boys over here. Well, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, give it a big thumbs up. Make sure you go subscribe to Caleb's channel, Kavartech Media. I'm going to post a link in the description below. Go give him some love. And as always, you stay.
I would not have used that sound effect. I would have used a different one. I thought I was being clever. Usually he ends his videos with "you stay bummy," but then he'd also sent me this footage. It was last minute. Now he recorded this on his phone, and I wanted to include it. So I had to think of a way I wanted to include that outro because that's typically how he did it, and I didn't want to take that away from his videos. But I was like, what's a good sound effect that I can get that would stop it? Car stopping, screeching halts, whatever I searched. I would have used a different sound effect. I don't know what sound effect, but I would have used a different one.
I experimented today with some appetizers. We've got some hush puppies. These are the House Autry hush puppies that were sent to me. And we also fried up some wickles, which they look pretty good. Haven't tried that myself, but because this is Alabama and we fry everything. We've got some sweet potato fries.
So I thought that was hilarious because literally he says it's the South and we fry everything, and then showed sweet potato fries that they baked. And when I sent him this video and he watched it, he got a real kick out of that.
Annalise is getting some mac and cheese.
He also texted me back and said, just so you know, our plates usually have more color than this. They aren't usually this colorless.
That's right. And then we've got our panko breaded fish. We are definitely fans of the panko. Here is our plate of fried goodness. We've got
It's all the same color.
hush puppies, fish, and sweet potato fries. Which these aren't fried. We did bake these. So there's one thing that's not fried. That's right. Didn't really do the catch and cook round. Just wanted to show you the completion of the day. Us eating our meal. It is dark. You've got some fish. You want to eat it?
It's his daughter, Annalise.
Take a bite. Okay, there's your fish.
You want to buy the fish?
Take a bite. Might be hot. Is it hot?
Is it yummy?
Is it yummy?
I can't remember how old she is. 4 or 5, maybe?
Got your cocktail sauce this time. Wanna try it?
It's also been a year since we filmed this, so, or since I edited this.
It's really good.
Like panko still?
Yeah.
There's only so much I could do with this audio.
Is it yummy? You're silly.
Try one of the hush puppies. We've already eaten several. This is our second batch.
Fifth hush puppy.
Are those as good as the first? Same.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
His daughter loves being on camera.
Yummy, huh? It's hot.
Yeah, the hush puppies and the pickles definitely were good. And I showed you what the wickles were. If you're not familiar, delicious.
I don't know what those are.
And kind of messy, so I may not take a bite of that right now. But they're very good. But I will take a bite of this trout that we fried up.
I do miss good fish. Up here in Colorado, there's not really like good fish.
Panko has been suggested so many times. I can't believe it took us this long to try it. Your fish, but it's so good.
Thanks, Dad, for catching it. Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for joining us on the adventure today. Make sure you go and subscribe to Caleb's channel. I'll post a link in the description below. If you did enjoy the video, give it a big thumbs up, and as always, you stay.
So that is his end song that he always has on his videos. And I would always throw it on his videos. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. Now that it's been a little while. Oh, wait a minute. I've got to like finish that. All right, so that was the end of video 1. All in all, I liked the edit. I liked the coloring. I don't think I really would have changed anything except for that one sound effect. That one, like I said, I think was like the third, maybe the 5th video that I edited for him. So like by then I'd kind of ironed out a lot of the kinks that I'd had early on. So the next video that we're gonna do, which is gonna be in the next YouTube video because I'm gonna cut it. It's probably gonna be. Is it this one? Yeah. So the next one is gonna be this one where he calls Brant Preacher at the beginning, and this is going to allow me to really talk about building a story for your videos. This particular one, I love this video. It's just one of my most favorite ones that I've ever edited for him. So hopefully you'll tune in whenever that one drops on YouTube. Like I said, I'm doing all of this on stream. Come join me on stream. Watch the stuff that I do. I edit photos and I edit video content. Right now, I'm working on documentaries, nature documentaries in particular, and I'm working on these kinds of photos. These are the photos that I shoot, portrait photos in a studio setting. So if you want to join me on stream, come in the chat, hang out, talk, ask me questions about Isabel, stuff like that. Please do that. I'll put in the description my Twitch, and then like my Instagrams and all that stuff. Hopefully you will look forward to the next video, and we'll see you out there sometime. Okay. That's going to be my exit for all of my YouTube videos. Is we'll see you out there sometime. But I'm not going to watch that video yet. I'll probably watch that in like 30 minutes. Because we are going to stream minimum 8 hours today. And right now we are at almost 5. I might continue streaming just even after Melissa gets home. I might continue. Okay. So, okay, now let's go back and look at these. Now that we haven't seen them in about 30 minutes, let's go back and look at these. I'm still very happy with this one. I might adjust the shadows a little bit. Okay, no, I'm not going to adjust the shadows, actually. Okay. I am still really, really happy with this one right here. I even like the little bit more yellow in the eyes versus the white kind of gray that I'm going for on all the other ones, because this one is a full colored photo. Let's go to the next one. That was flushed with a lot of blue. I've taken most of the blue out. To me, though, that has a winter feel. This one does have a winter feel. It feels like she's facing like the sun over here almost, if this were winter. And then here it's overcast. It's freaking cold. That's what this one makes me think of. But I don't want, oh dang. Okay. Okay. I think I like that a little bit better. It still looks very cold. Still looks very pale. Her lips still look how I want them to look. Very cold. No color. Or very little color. The paint all looks good. You've got the dark. You've got the light. You've got the in-betweens. You got the mixture. All in all, I think that one looks great. I do not think that is main photo worthy. However, I definitely think that is very much in line with the supporting photos that I wanted to do. Now I want to make this one look like that. So for that, I'm going to go down here to the grading, hue 8, saturation 42. Hue 8, saturation 42. Is that a little too purple? Now that I'm kind of bouncing back and forth. I think that's better. Okay. Let's go to our midtones. 3970. That was pretty close. And let's see what our highlights are. 258.65. Now that looks too purpley. They look very similar. I'm going to change. That looks a little too purpley. That's better. 243.65. 243 and 65. That still looks really, really good. I don't know, dude. Yeah, that arm's at a little bit of an awkward angle, but that's such a good photo. Bell. Yeah. Yeah. She was snoring really loud. That's a really good photo. Really, really good photo. Like, I don't think there's anything that I would change about that photo right now. But really focus on the front of her face and not her eyes. So I'm not sure how I feel about that one. To me, I can really, really tell that it missed the focus on her eyes by just a little bit. And I think that that bothers me enough to where I can't justify that one. This one, on the other hand, is very interesting. Because to me, this one is a very big attention grabber. It's not wintry, it's just a very big attention grabber. And I feel like because of that, I don't know. Let's see this. I know that I'm on stream right now, but we're going to do another Instagram story. We're going to do this. All right, so I need some help. I need you to tell me which you guys think is the best. So we've got number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. I'm not sure about this one. I'm going to say it's number 6. Number 7. Number 8. And I haven't done anything to that one yet. So let me know which out of those 8 is your favorite. And I'm still editing, so drop by on Twitch and say hi. Dude, number 1 looks so freaking good. Like, it looks so freaking good. And then I'm going to post it to my other one as well. It's a really pretty photo. Oh, it only saved it, like the first piece of it. So then let me redo that. Post my other story, because that's always fun. All right, I need your help. I need you to tell me which one is your favorite. So we got number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6 I'm not sure about, number 7, number 8, and number 9 I haven't edited yet. I'm also still on Twitch streaming. I'm going to try and go for over 8 hours today, so drop by and say hi. Actually, I probably need to do this too. I don't think it does this automatically. A lot of people are playing Elden Ring. I don't know, that one to me just looks so good. And I wish that I had done her hair right here. Needs a little bit of work. Drop some highlights on her. There we go. That photo looks so good. That photo looks so good. And on this one, I could really do a lot of the skin smoothing that I want to do for the main photo. Like if I walked into a gallery and I saw that photo big with a lot of smaller photos underneath, I feel like I would be instantly drawn to it. I would have to walk over there and see what that was. But see the same thing with that one. If I saw that photo, I'd be like, oh yeah, I've got to go see what that is. And that one too. If I saw that, like, I need to edit her lips. I did not do that. And I'm sure that what I'll definitely do is once Melissa gets home from work, I will ask her what she thinks. that texture. I feel like this eye's a little, yeah, it's bluer than the other one. So I'm gonna add some yellow to it. That's gonna be way too much. No, it's not. Add some purple to it. Yeah, okay. Lift the shadows a little bit. That's closer. It's a lot closer. Okay. That's really good. Now that eye looks a lot better. God, that would be a really good photo. It'd be the big one. Still so torn though. I love that photo. That is such a good photo too, though. That's got so much depth to it. But I do feel like it doesn't really have a wintry vibe. Up the highlights a little bit. Same thing on this one. It's a really good photo. Too. All right, I'm going to take this one out. So I've gotten it down to 8. I really think it's going to come between this one, that one, that one, and that one for the main photo. I think it's going to come down to those 4 for the main photo. I need to add my Facebook to my chill hop like release list. I guess would be the way to put it, huh? So torn. I'm so torn. But I will say, no matter which one is the main one, I think we've already got our other photos done as well. And 85. $198, $207. $198, $207. $75, $73. And this other one is 196, 180. $96, $80. Background on this one needs to drop and highlight some. I'm really happy with all of them, though. That one's so good. I think me to keep bumping my computer tower. I think. I wonder though. I'm gonna try this just to see what happens. That's interesting, but no. Not what I'm going for. It's crazy that on that photo, all the same settings gone over. Right there, that's completely different white balance too. God, that's such a good photo. Actually, I need to do something real quick. Um, did I accidentally? No, okay. I thought I had them. No, it's just a link. Okay, so I've made some adjustments since coming back to it. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to go do another YouTube video of Isabel's and talk about it. And then come back. And I'm going to do something real quick. We're going to open up our folder of the photos we took. See if there's another normal lit photo. I didn't even like go through a lot of these. There's not quite as much paint on her as I'd like, though. I think that's why. But some of these could be good. I need to pull one of those in just to have fun with it. I don't know why I always like cock my head to the side when I'm looking at this stuff. It makes me think that it like helps me figure out what I'm doing. That's pretty good. Okay. Same thing. That eye, that last eye is what came in focus. That one's got it in focus though. That's the one I think I did. No, it's that one. That one could be good without the arm up. There we go. Perfect, right there. Could be interesting too, though. That's someone that's lit, I think, pretty normally. Very loud and unnecessary. I think what's interesting to me is that it doesn't do to her eyes what this one did. I mean, I know it's just because they're brighter in general, so I've just gotta brighten up that one a little bit more. But that's a possibility. Same thing with like that one. The whole thing needs to go brighter though. Ooh, not that much. I gotta maybe do something real quick. Just gotta send that to Melissa real quick. Let her see that face on her. Okay. Okay, so that's very similar to lighting in that one. 13, so it's 34, 36, 44, okay. Oh, that might be interesting. This one, copy. No, wait, there's no blue light in this one. Yes, there. Yeah, there's no blue light in that one. It's pretty good too. That one looks pretty good though. Even if I were to just do nothing other than copy the settings from one to another. I still think that one's better than this one. But no, there's really nothing that would change the color that much. That one's so good compared to that one. I don't like the face on those. On that one or that one, I don't like the face on those. Okay. Better. This is like extreme culling. It's not even the fun culling. This is just extreme culling to hate yourself at the end. Okay, give my eyes a break from the blue again. We are going to go to... Oh, wait, can I do that one? Okay. let's go back to this. So that way we can have a little bit of a different thing to look at for just a little bit, another 30 minutes. What time is it? 4:09. I almost expect more people to hop on around 6 or 7. So we'll see. Okay. All right, so time for video number 2. In case you missed the first video, my name is Todd Sims. I did not say that in the first video, so you did not miss that in the first video. But I used to work for Matthew Isbell, or Bama Beach Bum, who just hit 100,000 subscribers. Not just hit, it was like 2 months ago that he hit it. And I used to work for him. I used to edit some videos and film for him. So I figured that I would do some kind of video breakdowns of his that I had made. This one is from February 21st, 2021. I no longer live in Alabama. I live in Colorado, so I cannot be working for him right now. A little bit different up here, no saltwater. So we're breaking down some of his videos, talking about why we did some of the things in editing, why we didn't do some other things, how his channel works, how he has been a YouTuber that's hit over 100,000K subs. Trying to help others make better videos, talk about why certain videos did well and why other ones didn't. And we'll get to those didn't ones, I think, around video 4. So right now we are going to be doing this particular video. We've got all the other videos up here that I'm going to break into individual YouTube videos, and we will upload them. I do have Isabel's permission to do this. I talked to him about doing this about a month ago, and in fact, I had already reviewed these on stream, but my audio was not the best. So here we are again. So let's get into this particular one.
I think we need to call a buddy and just let him know how we're doing today.
All right, real quick. I know only 6 seconds in, I'm already hitting pause. In the Bama Beach Bum universe, there is lore. There is the Isbell versus Brant Brant. There's in the Isbell universe, there's a competition between Isbell and Brant. And in this lore, they have a contest. They have contests a lot. One of the other videos that we were going to watch has them fishing on the same boat together. They talk about the contest. They talk about fishing against each other all the time. So this is why Isbell did this. And I was so happy that he did this, because as soon as I saw him do this, I knew this was going to have to be my opening. So a lot of fishing YouTube videos, you will have one of two things. Your standard intro or a preview as to what's going to come in the video. That does branch outside of fishing YouTube, but it is very prevalent in fishing YouTube. Sometimes, sorry for the vibrations on my phone. Sometimes they will have like a little sneak peek of them casting, and oh, that's a big fish, that's a big fish, and then it goes to black, and then it starts the video with the typical intro. When he did this, I was like, this is beautiful, this is great. I cannot believe he gave me this to work with. I love this. So here's the intro. Peacher, I was close.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening?
Are you fishing today?
No.
You didn't? Well, well, you can't catch them on the couch. I'm slaying them in a creek right now.
Seriously?
Oh yeah, I've caught like 6 or 7 reds. 3 of them have been like upper slot. A couple 18-inch trout.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I'm recording you right now for the video, so.
I felt like something weird was going on. I was like, man, what's really happening right now?
Evening. What is evening? Evening. What is even happening right now? I misspelled that. I misspelled that in the subtitles.
Like, why is he calling to tell me this? Yeah, just
because like usually you just text, so I'm like, oh, interesting.
yeah. Just wanted to let you know that you're missing out.
So it's like you're being serious. You're really like smashing them right now.
No, I'm dead. I'm 100% serious. Like, it's been an insane bite in this creek.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Are you on your kayak?
Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, looking forward to watching fish.
Thanks, man. Just wanted to check in with you, Brant.
Hope you enjoyed it, Brant. All right, so tip on that. If you've got other YouTubers that you can collaborate with, fishing buddies, anything like that, and you on your channel build a lore of having contests with them, you can like that's something else you can really focus on. That's something that you can really take and run with, is having having that kind of lore, having that content to create, because it's almost like in one of those TV shows where, like, oh, you hate to love the villain. They will fish all the time. Brant, for the longest time, beat Isbell like every single challenge. And in one of the videos that we're going to watch in a little bit, Isbell does better than Brant. And it kind of shifts. It kind of shifts this lore. And it's great for Isbell's viewers because they're like rooting for him. Of course, nobody hates Brant. Like, Isbell's viewers don't dislike Brant, but they love to see their person win. Build that relationship, build those collabs. You can do a lot of things if you are able to build that into your channel.
I'm starting this afternoon with the Limbo Slice, which is the green matrix shad, paddle tail. I have a lot of confidence in this bait. I'm starting with it to try to hopefully locate some fish. Kind of using it almost as a search bait because I have a lot of confidence in the bait, and I feel like if there's fish around, I should be able to catch them in this creek. If I do get on some fish, I may switch to a little bit larger profile bait to try to find some bigger fish.
I think I did oversaturate this.
I'm hoping for some trout.
That
today,
looks better.
Maybe some reds. And as I push even further up into this creek, it's only the second time I've been in this creek, and I didn't get to go quite as far as I wanted to the first time. Hoping I can get up a little bit further, maybe even find some bass. That's what I love about this stuff. You just can get into such a mixed bag of species this time of year up in these creeks. This is my first year really exploring this. It's been a lot of fun. The water today looks pretty dingy. So this should be a good color. This green matrix shad should be right on the money. Just gotta find the fish, find some bait, find some fish. That's what we're looking for.
I definitely oversaturated this. And I say this every single time. I said this the last time I reviewed this video. I oversaturated this. And that's just me. It's oversaturated, I think. He did say the water looks dingy. It does look dingy. I think it could have brightened this section up a little bit. It was completely overcast. If I would have gone back now, I would have edited this a little bit different. Always got to watch the hands down bottom for your skin tone, because if you start to oversaturate or you start to try and bring out colors that aren't actually there, then your hands are going to look orange, and I almost did that in one of his videos until I realized. Also, this is a year ago. I'm a lot better at coloring now. Okay, no, the brightness is fine, I think. I think it was just whenever I hit pause, it darkens it a little bit, or I just hit pause at a weird part. Got to get those bird calls in the background.
Ooh. First bite right there.
No dang.
Nice thud. Nice thud. Okay. And looky there. Pelican comes moving in. I got a Fred up in a tree over here. That was a good thud, man. Good bite. All right, let's see if we can get another bite, maybe.
Again,
this time.
really, really good at narration. Really good at telling his story.
One good thud so far. That's encouraging. Hopefully we'll start getting more of that, more opportunities as we move up into the creek. There we go. Fish on. First fish of the day.
I love that he took
Trout.
the hood off after
There we
hooking the
go.
fish.
Might be a decent one.
Started to sprinkle on him.
Nice trout. Oh, yes. That is a good trout.
That is a pretty good trout.
Oh, gosh. That is a good trout.
See, like I say, I think I oversaturated it, but I may have just not dropped his highlights enough. Because look at his hands. His hands are not orange. They're not oversaturated. I may have just... I could have probably lifted the shadows and dropped the highlights a little differently. And I think that would have evened everything out. By the way, I used DaVinci Resolve for all of my editing on video. So whenever I'm talking about color wheels and all this kind of stuff, that I'm talking about it in DaVinci Resolve.
To say that I wasn't really expecting that would be the truth. Okay.
The kayak looks a little
Trout
cool.
Choked that bait. Look how healthy that trout is.
I'm nitpicking.
Look
I'm
at that
nitpicking.
fish. That is such a nice
That's a good fish.
creek trout. Gonna get a length on it, but fat. Let's see. How long are you? This one is 18. It's kind of hard to get around on this deal, but he just shy of 18. Nice fish. Man, and healthy, fat. I think this one's coming home for dinner.
Yeah, like, I messed up the highlights. I know it. I messed up the highlights. I should have lifted the shadows more from the trees and on the horizon, and I should have dropped the highlights.
Man, that was a solid.
And I should have lifted the shadows there a little bit more.
Solid hit.
That actually looks a lot better.
Trout.
And almost his hands on this one look a little undersaturated.
Well, I was thinking I would change over to a larger profile bait, but the fact that I got a knife.
You can really tell if you go watch his videos around this time of February 21st, 2021, and you listen and you find the ones that I'm not showing in right now, you can hear a huge difference between the videos that he edited and the videos that I edited for him. The audio is so different. I cleaned up his audio a lot. And made it sound a lot crisper, made it sound a lot more present, I want to say is the good word. It sounded like the mic was right on his mouth when he was recording instead of further away from him. So whenever I first started editing videos for Isbell, for Bama Beach Bum, we didn't tell anybody. He was like, I want to see if people realize somebody else is editing it. And some people picked up on the color, but the majority of the people picked up on the sound, that the sound was a lot crisper on the videos that I edited.
Nice solid trout.
I swear this backside's desaturated. Look at his hands. Look at the orange back here. I'm not happy with this coloring that I did. This was a year ago, but still, I'm not happy with it. Looking back now, I probably thought it was amazing back then.
With the regular.
It doesn't look bad, but like to me now, it looks bad.
We're still in the same spot.
And to his average viewer, it wouldn't look bad, but to me now, it looks bad.
I think I was just coming over something there.
His hands look too green to me. They look undersaturated.
Got any trout stacked up in this hole. Not seeing any bait still.
I can't remember why I left this in there.
Oh.
I think I just left those little bits in there, or that section in there for the information. Like I said, he's very, very good at telling his stories, which is phenomenal for YouTubers, I think. I think that if you just have compilation style videos of just fish after fish after fish, it gets really boring. Or compilation videos of just interesting. It gets really boring. You need to be able to build a story. You need to be able to build a narrative. And with Isabel's videos, I was definitely able to do that because of how much narration he gave me to work with. And I think I left this in there to build the... He caught one fish right off the bat, and then it was difficult. He was looking for birds. He was looking for bait. He was looking for all these different things, trying to find the fish. And he's talking about what he does to try and find the fish. And I think that's why I left this particular section in there. And then I think he's about to, it's going to lead up into him catching one.
I just saw my first little bait flicker as I was just saying that. But the birds, they tell me that there has to be bait close by.
I should have dropped the highlights. There's such, and I don't even think it's a bad coloring on either side. I think it's because it's so different that it bothers me. And back then I didn't know how to change it. Now I do. Now I know how to make them look more even. Like I said, when we were reviewing the previous video, Isbel's reason for being successful is his personality. Doesn't mean he doesn't know how to fish. Doesn't mean he doesn't catch amazing fish. It means that people come to his channel to see his personality. He just gave information there, which was great. It's very, very true. It's very good that he is sharing the information around. But that's added stuff. That's things that I would include, even though most people, while they would appreciate it, that's not why they're in those videos. Throw a little extra in there for people when they're watching your videos.
I worked that area over that I caught that trout real slow, several casts. I didn't get any more bites, so I've decided to go ahead and start to move up. That's a pretty basic practice. Anytime you catch a fish, you just want to slow down, take your time, cover that water.
Use your information as ways to pad out a video. If he'd only got 1 or 2 fish in this video, I still could have made a lengthy video because he padded it out with information. Now, because if you were here for the beginning of the video, you know that he in fact catches a ton of fish in this video. It's got 13 more minutes left. 14 more minutes left, 13. So of course he catches a lot of fish in it. But this entire build up to this is because of his narration, because of his information.
There we go. Got him. Got him. That was a good hit. Solid hit. Oh, goodness. This fish is staying down. Staying down a lot.
Orica's not that color past Todd.
I haven't seen it yet. Nice trout. Nice trout.
His hands are so much tanner than that.
Man,
I'm really unhappy with that coloring. I'm really unhappy that I did that.
Are you hooked weird? Oh, another solid trout. My goodness.
Should have dropped the highlights.
What is going on? Oh, something.
I feel like I should have warmed up the whole thing based on the color of the kayak.
Coming off a tree. Another. Wow, that fish put up such a fight. Another fat, quality trout. This is a great day, and it hit its...
Filming in overcast conditions can be great and horrible at the same time. Whenever you're in overcast conditions, your light is pretty even because the clouds work as a natural diffuser for the sun. It also mutes out your colors a little more, but if you're shooting in log, that really doesn't matter. You can recover those colors anyway. But when you're shooting, when the sun is still whenever the sun is relatively low in the sky, which is February, it's in the afternoon, he said that at the beginning. So you're going to have a lower sun. It's winter. You're going to have one section in front of you that's going to be completely illuminated, and then everything behind you or things that are blocking the sun if you're in front of the sun, are going to be really, really dark, really shadowed, really muted. And that's what happened. That's why I'm not okay with the coloring. That's why I'm not happy with this particular coloring on this video, is because there was such a drastic change between the front and the back. You see the camera on this head, and it looks really vibrant, looks really bright. Highlights are way too high. I should have dropped those highlights. Should have muted some of that out. When the camera reverses, everything looks muted. It doesn't look lifted. It doesn't look bright. It looks like it's in shadow. This is probably how this day actually looked, or closer to it at least. And the front one is me trying to lift it and do all this crazy stuff that I really went overboard on.
So hard. One of the hardest fighting trout I think I've ever hung into. Was going nuts. Just another good quality fish. We're gonna hang on to this one. We've got dinner.
If he sticks his finger through the gill, he's always keeping it. Because, yeah, and he's saying that in this, but if he hadn't have said it, then he's open for backlash from his viewers, talking about how he should never stick his finger through a gill's fish because you're dropping its chance of survival.
Man, this is turning into a great day. Solid.
Meet Editor X.
It's
The
one
world's
ad.
most advanced website design platform.
The last video had 3, and it was like 5 minutes shorter.
These are some of the best quality creek trout I've got into. Another just hard thump. Oh, that was another bite. Same area.
No, I'm not.
Just got a hit. That last trout had me confused because most trout try to come up to the top and spit that hook. But that fish was staying down, so I didn't know exactly what it was. I didn't know if it was like a small red or a bass or something, because just how much he was digging to stay down. Fought really hard though. That was a fun fish. I'm gonna ease into this bend. I put a few more casts. I missed another fish in that same.
All right, so again, I talked about this in the first video. The reason that I'm including this stuff is for a progression of time. I want there to be, because I like making my videos, not my videos, because I like making videos have a progression of time. Because I like making my videos, because I like making videos that I edit have a progression of time. I prefer it whenever he talks about fish that are missed. I prefer it when people have that storytelling element. Again, he is very good at narrating. That is his like best thing about whenever I worked for him and whenever I edited these videos. His ability to tell a story and narrate his videos made working for him very easy. It made it very easy to tell great stories in his videos. And the stories are simple. The stories are how he's catching the fish, how many fish he's catching, and the progression of his day over the course of several hours. But because he was so good at narrating, because he did it for so long, because he's drilled it into him to do this, it gave me so much to work with. I could have left out all the narrating on this video and still had a 12 to 15 minute video. I wanted to make a 20-minute video. I wanted to make a longer video by padding it out, giving the information, and showing that it was not a fish catching fest from the very beginning. To me, it makes better content. It makes such better content whenever you do something like that.
Area, but we're just gonna ease up and keep covering this water. But hopefully, there's some more fish around here.
I really, really love that progression of time that I was able to build into his videos.
Is that a fish? Or a stick? It's a stick. When they move, it gets confusing. They feel heavy and they kind of, it feels like a fish is swimming with it. Always get your blood pumping for a second.
Something that I always did with Isabel's videos, and I would highly recommend it to anybody that is making their own YouTube videos, editing or editing for somebody else. I would go back after editing his videos. So whenever, let me start from the beginning. He would give me hours and hours of footage. He would give me all the footage from this day of fishing, which could be anywhere from 2 hours to 6 hours. And I would sit down and I would watch from start to finish every single video. and I would take them into DaVinci and take pieces from the videos that I'd want and trim down however many hours of video, let's just say 4. I would take 4 hours of footage and trim it down to, say, an hour. Then I would go through and say, all right, so like in the first video, he missed a lot of fish. So whenever I had so many of them, I was like, all right, cool, I can make something out of this. And this, he didn't miss as many fish. I didn't want to repeat that. So I went through and then deleted all the missed fish, except for that one, of course, because, you know, his name is Bama Beach Bum. And I had the chance to call him Bama Branch Bum. Of course I'm going to do that. I call him Triple B all the time. Like in comments whenever I comment on his videos and stuff. So I would trim down all that footage. So I would watch hours and hours of footage, trim it down, finish the edit, whatever. And there's no telling how many times I would watch the video through the whole thing. When I would export the video, because I would get to take a break while it exported, I would go back and I would watch that entire video from start to finish. And if I still enjoyed that video after spending hours and hours and hours working on it, I knew it was a good video. If I didn't like it, then I would go through and take out the stuff I didn't like and take out the stuff that I found boring and stuff like that. But in general, if I could go back and I could watch this video, watch his video, and hang on, sorry. Something to do with my mic is about to die. I gotta plug it in. Which is okay, because I've got a cord right here. I just had to think for a second. If I had the ability to do that, and I do. So, back to what I was saying. Just gonna drape that over there. There we go. So if I could go back and I could watch this video that I had spent hours and hours and hours on and still find it enjoyable, then I know I made a good video. And I know that I wouldn't have to go through and take anything else out. So I'd highly, highly recommend you do that if you have a video that you have shot and edited for YouTube, for your own channel or for somebody else's. Even after spending hours and hours and hours working on it, go back and watch it. If you still find it enjoyable, it's a great video.
Anyway.
If not, start looking at stuff to take out and start looking at rearranging some stuff.
There we go. That's one. That's one. Another one. Another good fish. Good gracious, man. Running at me. This one's staying down. Ooh, red, red, red. Nice red. Might be a slot. That might be a slot fish.
If I was to go back and re-edit this, every time he said red, I would have made the screen redder and redder and redder.
Put in this bank over here. I think this is a slot red. I haven't caught a slot redfish. Well, caught one the other day, but it was upper slot. Let's see, pretty spots on this guy. Wow. Wow.
I definitely should have deepened the color on this.
Man, this is just a lot of fun. This is definitely a slot fish. Get a quick measure. They got to be 16 in the state of Alabama. This fish is 18, a little over 18. Nice slot red. We're gonna hang on to this guy too. Beautiful spots on this fish. Wow, what a great day, man. Beautiful slot redfish out here in this creek. Yeah, state of Alabama, they've only got to be 16 inches to keep. My goodness.
It's a great slot redfish.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 spot redfish. I'm having a blast of a day.
Okay, so let's talk about something controversial. Let's talk about something that I've talked about with other YouTubers, and I brought up to other YouTubers. And it's kind of a controversial topic. whenever it comes to making YouTube videos. Everyone knows that as soon as you say something that may not be correct, people are going to jump on their keyboards and they're going to type it in the comments. Like if I said, if I shot a video about the Nikon ZFC, which is the camera that is shooting this right now, and I said that it has a 22 megapixel sensor. Well, it's actually 20.9. I just say 21. But if in this review I said it has a 22 megapixel sensor, people would immediately go in the comments, actually it's 20.9 or 21 megapixels or this many effective megapixels. They would immediately take any chance they had to correct you. Which, that's fine, whatever, I made a mistake. But it also means the more people that comment, the more it drives up. The more it drives up your video in the algorithm, your interactions, things like that. So if that's the case, then, I want to make sure I'm not like peeking this whole time. It drives up your video in the algorithm, your interaction. Okay, no, that sounds fine. Sorry if you just got like a double feedback. So the controversial take is, do you purposefully say something incorrect so that way people on YouTube will jump onto the comments and tell you, hey, you made this mistake? Because what you could do, what I've seen people do, is, I've never seen Isabel do this. This is just, it reminded me. Let's say that on that section he said, in the state of Alabama, a redfish has to be 15 inches to keep it. Or 18. Let's go with 18. It has to be 18 to keep it. He knows that it's 16, but he said 18. Incorrect on purpose. And give somebody enough time, say a minute, measure the fish. You've got to have 18 to keep it. Oh, it's just barely 18. This is a keeper. Look at how many spots. Oh, cool. There's 10 spots. I'm going to keep this fish with me. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to have it for dinner. Turns around, puts it in the basket. And then looks back at the camera and says, wait, it's 16 in Alabama, 18 in Florida. Okay, that's my bad. I had it mixed up. Do you purposefully do that, say incorrect information, and then 45 seconds later, a minute later into the video, correct yourself? Giving just enough time for somebody in the comments to type out, actually, it's this much. You should know that, blah, blah, blah. It gets you more comments. And then sometimes people will go back and they'll be like, oh, wait, crap. Or somebody else will comment and be like, yeah, he corrected himself 30 seconds later if you watch the video. Then they get into an argument, more comments, boost up the algorithm. Do you purposefully do that? I've seen people do it. I've never done it. Isabel's never done it. And personally, I think that if you correct yourself after 30 to 40 seconds, then you can get away with it sometimes. Just controversial take. Controversial take.
The limbo slice matrix shad is doing some work in these creeks. This stretch may have some more fish because I've caught two now close together and missed a bite. That was a nibble. That felt like a small fish. Oh my gosh, right there. He was chasing it. Yeah, that's a smaller trout. Definitely holding fish. That was my next cast after that red.
I went back to see if you could see the trout following it from his head cam, and he couldn't.
Small little dinker trout gets you back. That was probably the same one that hit the first time. And probably just stayed with it, finally committed.
God, every time I see that color on the front.
There we go. There he is. Another fish. What we got this time? Another little red. This one's not slot. Little guy. That's so cool. Beautiful fish. They're so pretty.
I'm stretching my legs out
Nice,
for a second.
pretty little redfish. Go be a bull, buddy. Thank you. I almost didn't come out today because the weather just wasn't really like
It looks,
awesome.
the color looks so muted on the backside.
Wind. But I was like, you know what? There's a creek that I want to put some more time into. Glad I did. It's interesting about these creeks. You'll get in an area, a stretch that holds the absolute most fish, depending, I think, on the tide, the weather, temperature. A lot of stuff, I think, determines where, like how close they are to like the main body of water or further up in the creek. But it's interesting, you'll get on a stretch, catch fish, and that'll be like the only stretch you find that has fish that day.
Good information.
I wasn't sure if that was a fish or not. You know, you come over so much stuff in these creeks, you don't ever know. Feels decent. Another red, man. The reds are stacked up in here. That one might be another. He's close. We'll measure him. I'm not keeping him. I got plenty of fish. He's probably 15.
That's what
He might be 16.
this bag is down
Beautiful
here.
blue on the tail. Check out that little guy. Look at the color on this one. Gorgeous. Look at the blue. Don't know how much you can tell on the GoPro or not, but beautiful blue tail. Just out of curiosity, he's like 15 and a half, so he's close to legal actually. 16 is not a huge fish for redfish. See,
They're not. Redfish can get
so
massive.
he's pretty close to legal. But I'm not keeping any more fish. Wanted enough for a couple of meals this week for me and the wife, and we've got that.
Dude, I'm sure he has a lot of
Crazy
fish.
How many reds are up in here?
He looks pretty good at not keeping whenever he doesn't need it.
Oh. Got a nice fish. Nice fish.
Gotta turn that second camera on.
Oh my goodness. Nice red. Nice red. Nice red. I see him. Trying to keep pressure and manage this. Stay out of this. This is probably the biggest fish I've ever hooked on the kayak. Oh man.
Not now, it's not.
Nice. Nice upper slot red right there.
You've hooked a blackfin tuna on your kayak now.
Oh my gosh. This is a mess right here. Okay. Okay.
Not this kayak. He has a
Tail.
different kayak now.
Beautiful color. Try to net him if I can. I can't tell how good he's hooked. Oh, in the net. We got him. We got him.
He's wearing waders on a kayak. You really shouldn't wear waders on a kayak. Because if you tip over and they fill up with water, you're not moving.
We are having a day in the creek. Oh my. This is an awesome red right here. Check out this
That's a
red
beautiful
fish.
copper
My
color.
Goodness. Such a stellar fish on that green matrix shad, man. It is definitely doing some work for us today. We're going to get this one back, but just having a ball today. This is so much fun in this creek. Beautiful fish. Let's see if we can get a quick measure.
So in this section, you see a lot of tiny cuts. And that's because of inactivity. He's not speaking. He's not doing anything. He's just kind of admiring not necessarily admiring the fish, but he's trying to like think of what to say next. Cut those out. Show that there is some editing done. It's not just that you throw all the videos into Premiere Pro or Resolve or whatever it is that you're using. To then just export it. I don't know why it's in enter.
22. 22. It's not exact, but 22-inch red. See you, buddy.
Beautiful copper color.
Wow. This is so cool. It's so weird.
So when you're using a camera like a GoPro, and you've got everything set to auto, what it's doing is it's trying to make all the settings in the middle of your highest highlight and your darkest shadow. And so like that's why here everything's kind of vibrant. I believe the sun's behind them, so it's lighting all of this up, but it's also more muted up here, and the shadows aren't as drastic. But here you have this bright sky. I believe the sun's right over here, that it's trying to account for that as a major highlight, and its darkest shadow is going to be right in front of his body. And it's trying to kind of find a spot in between, but it can't go too bright because then it's going to overblow this, but it can't go too dark because then it's going to underexpose this. While shooting in log and manual can get around some of that, that's kind of where action cameras that are on manual fail. Not fail. That's where these cameras cannot do the same thing. That's where you kind of see their limits, because they can't account for the highest highlight and the darkest shadow because of its dynamic range. Whenever he was holding that fish up, it looked really, really, really dark on there. And that kind of hurt him a little bit. You couldn't really see the copper color until it turned around. So knowing your camera's limits, knowing the limits of the GoPro, doesn't matter if it's the GoPro 27 or the GoPro 7. It's not going to have a high dynamic range because that's not what it's meant for, unless it has an HDR mode. But you still have to think about the sun behind you and the camera facing at you. It's not going to be able to pick up you while the sun is behind you because it's trying to compensate for that highlight. If this was not overcast and the sun was just out, he would have been even darker. Know the limits of the GoPro. So cool. They're not the best camera out there.
It's so weird getting.
They're good cameras.
Bites in these small creeks.
But they're not as great as a lot of people think they are.
I should start expecting it, because the more I've done this, the more I realize anything's possible. And there's usually some decent fish in these creeks. I was not even prepared for that. I didn't even start working the lure, and this fish just creamed it.
That was literally where that clip started. He got the hit, reached up real quick, hit his GoPro. So that's where I had to start right there.
This is a nice fish in this little creek. I don't know if I got a good hook set on this fish or not. Another nice red. It's so weird seeing all these redfish in here, man. I mean, they just got to be stacked. Another slot. Another nice slot red. Oh, man. Whew. I've been wanting to have a good redfish day. Finally did it. There's a log right here too I'm trying to avoid. I don't know how well this guy's hooked because I did not get a good hook set. Oh. Get in the net. There we go. We are having ourselves a day, bums, man. This is just an incredible day. We've got a limit of redfish. I'm not going to keep any more fish. We're going to let these guys go, but I'm having so much fun. This fish is probably 20, 21 inches or so, but we're going to get it back. Wow.
18 to 22 is like the perfect size for a
Great
redfish to eat.
day. Good stick. Ooh, and a bird. Oh, this has
Always be mindful of water drops on your camera. They're a pain in the butt to deal with.
been a big part of my day today. I don't know how many of these I'm going to put in here, but I've been hung up a ton. So I'm catching fish, but at the same time I'm having to deal with this, which is pretty annoying. Yeah, another.
Yeah, I took a lot out. I took a lot of him hooking branches out.
That was a freaking stellar session in the kayak. I think that was probably my best day in the kayak. As far as quality goes, my goodness, I made some quality reds, a couple quality trout, got some nice dinner. We've got Courtney's mom in town, so we're going to be cooking dinner probably tomorrow night, cooking up all that fish. I just had a blast. I'm so glad I went. You know, like the weather, you know, I don't know how much you can tell, but the wind, like it's blowing right now. I'm trying to eliminate some of that, but the wind's blowing. It's been raining. Like, not the most pleasant of days, but man, the bite, whew, totally worth it. It was a good day, real good day. Well, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed the video. I had a lot of fun today. Hopefully, you had some fun watching. And as always, you stay bummy.
Okay, so what did we learn in that video? We learned to watch your balance on your front-facing camera and your back-facing camera. Because if not, a year from now, you're going to go back and think, why did I edit it that way? 2, narrate, narrate, narrate. Continue to tell your story. Make it easier for you or your editor in post. 3, think about your beginning, your middle, and your end. He called Brant after catching all those fish on his way back. He did not know how I was going to use it. I saw it as the perfect intro, the perfect beginning. Doing something like that, building into your channel the lore of you going against somebody else in challenges and competitions, fantastic. Fantastic. It gives you an antagonist, so to speak, for your channel, and that's great. It means that it can go a long way. And then I think number 4 is really just going to be, again, narrate. Like I've been saying, I don't like people that edit their YouTube videos, and especially fishing YouTubers that edit in compilation style. If you can tell a story, if you can build a narrative, to me, it's going to make a better video. So that was video 2 that I had edited for Isabel. We are going to watch another one just a little bit. I'm going to go back to editing some photos. And then when I need a break from seeing blue paint, I will come back to YouTube and watch another one. So again, hope you enjoyed watching this video of this kind of 6 video review of Matthew Isbell's Baby Beach Bum. I'm going to be uploading all 6 videos to YouTube and individual videos on my channel where we talk about them. And I hope that you will stay tuned. You'll go back and watch the first one if you didn't watch it. Hope you'll look out for the third one. The third video, I think, is going to be probably the hardest video I ever had to edit for him. And you'll see why. You'll see why that video was so hard to edit. And I even got a long video out of it, too. I was very, very surprised that I got the video out of it that I did. So I hope you enjoyed watching this review breakdown of Matthew Isbell Bama Beach Bums videos, and I will start recording the next one in just a little bit. Also, again, I stream on Twitch and on YouTube. Join in, chat, ask questions about Isabel, about whenever I worked for him, all that fun stuff. I'll link it in the description on this video whenever I upload it to YouTube, and we'll see you out there sometime. Okay, so I'm not going to watch this one yet. Yeah, that's the one that I will watch next. But I'm going to go back to editing. Now that I've taken a break from seeing this stuff, I will go back to editing. That being said, it's time for a break, and I will be right back. I have a clip to watch. I guess I should really put, oh gosh, it's catching my computer screen because of how I tilted it. Let's go back to edit. I guess I should put that song on repeat. I didn't realize that was away for that long. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna turn that music down just a little bit. Right about there. I am making a quick adjustment. That better? I'm probably gonna have to turn the gain back up. Is that okay? Is that better? Hello, 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 hello. I'm gonna listen and see how that sounds. Okay, so I'm gonna add about 1 gain to it and see how that sounds. Actually, I'm gonna go up a little bit more. 3 decibels would double. Okay, so we're gonna try that. We're gonna see how this sounds. 1 second for me. Okay, so we're gonna try that. We're gonna see how this sounds. I think that sounds better. I'm still gonna go up a little bit further on my gain output. Okay, that should be pretty solid, pretty good. Turn this back down. What I use to monitor things. Dang it. Dude, everything's dying. I'm not ready for an 8-hour stream, and I'm doing it anyway. Hi, Jasmine. I don't mean to disturb you. Yay, everything's back on now. Wow, that like really shot up. Okay. So then we're gonna actually drop this back down. Okay, that should be pretty good. Wow, I'm like really peaking. Okay, hopefully that'll put it in a pretty good spot. I might still be a little loud, but it should catch up and level itself out pretty soon. While I was on my break, I found out that a new Pokemon Generation 9 game's coming out. I didn't know that. While I was on my break, I found out Pokemon Generation 9 game's coming out. Okay. So the thing is that I'm actually gonna be like up here. I don't want to have like too loud. Because if I'm talking normal, I don't want to be peaking. Okay, so we're going to see how this sounds. That might actually put it at a pretty good range. I had to swap mics, so if I'm a little loud, please let me know. I have to swap to a different mic. I've had to swap mics so many times recently. Okay. But we are going to continue our editing session of these paint photos. And I think it's about time that we picked the... I'm going to drop it down just a little bit further. It's like, okay, there we go. All right, so I think it's about time that we picked the 6 photos that are going to go into the gallery, that are going to hopefully go into the gallery. All right, so I posted that thing to my Instagram story where I did like a video of all of them and kind of to see what everybody would say. And from what most people said, it was one, come on, it was this one, this one, or this one. Regardless of which one is actually chosen, those 3 are going to go into it. So I need to finish the edit on all 3 of these. And I think if I export them out without cropping them, without changing the crop on them, then whenever I go into Photoshop and I actually choose which one will be the top one, I can change my crop in Photoshop instead of having to do it here in Lightroom. So we're going to do the original as shot. We're going to take them one photo at a time. I'm very happy with this photo. I'm very happy with how it turned out. I love the highlight. I love the shadow. So far, I love everything about it. we are going to go into Photoshop with this photo. And we're going to take them one at a time. It took us, we've been streaming for 6.5 hours. 4 out of the 6.5 hours have been working on this stuff. And I'm hoping that as the evening goes on and it's closer to like 6:30 my time, we'll get a few more people hopping on to see what we're doing. I'm going to drop frames every time I take a photo into Photoshop. Okay. Because these are going to be printed, we're going to go on ahead and do 300 DPI. And it is time to once again go to the iPad. Plug this in. Wow, the background on the iPad is actually a much older photo than I realized. It's going to adjust the resolution. Okay. Okay, there we go. When I plug the iPad in, I have to adjust it. Okay. So here's our first photo from this series that we are working on. And the first thing I think I want to do is I want to balance out some colors. I do this with every photo that I bring in here. Okay. Looks pretty good. I don't want too much red in her cheeks. I do want her skin tone to still stay a little yellowish. This is the only photo I think that we have that we edited where her skin has a tone to it. Try to put it back down here. I'm going to turn that around right there. So that way my mic is still facing me. Okay. The blues and the purples are going to be the most important here. So now, I don't want to darken that. In fact, I want to make it probably right about there. Let me see what it started off at. Started at 77. I'm actually okay with where it put it. I'm going to do this up here. The darker blues I don't know what that sound was. I actually want to darken some more and really get that contrast in there. Okay. Purples. It's really just going to be like on her face and stuff. Let me see where I put it automatically. Put it. Why won't you let me zoom in on it? Okay. That's okay. I can do this. No, I can't. I can't do that. Why is it freaking out on me? Okay. I think I want to brighten it up just a little bit. Okay. What? Why are you doing this? Why aren't you letting me control it? It's like... I don't know why it's doing this. What? Why is it doing this? Come on. Lighten up the reds just a little bit. Darken out the blues. Lift that just a little bit. Okay. All right, so now hit Control J and make a copy of the background so that way I can make all of my adjustments on here. First thing that we're going to do is we're going to kind of go around the top of the head. And I don't want to get rid of a ton of flyaways. But I am going to get rid of some. I don't need that big. But probably closer to that. Okay. Just try and make it kind of smooth along the outside of the hair. Right there. top of the hair. We'll fix stuff around the eyes. But right now, we're really just worried about getting some of the flyaways. I'm not really all that worried about all of them. I still want there to be some craziness to it. But I do want to get some of the stuff. Like, I don't want to quote unquote fix this. I might, but if I did, I mean, it's going to be like, see what that looks like. Well, that doesn't look too bad. I need to fix right up here though. Smooth that out. Yeah, that does look really good, actually. Okay. I'm going to keep that stuff there, though. I'm going to keep that hair right there. Okay, so now let's go up on the face. We're going to get small. Oh man, sorry about that. Whew. Oh man. Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to get rid of some of these hairs that I don't want right there. Not a ton. I'm okay with those. I'm okay with that. So I need to go like over here now. Not that much. Do need to get rid of that though. Okay, so now let's zoom in on this. I go smaller. Okay, let's see how that looks. A little too much black. Maybe not. No, that still looks really good. I wanted Yeah, I do want to get rid of that hair right there. Keep bumping the mic. That. I've actually want to do though. Yep. Show up. That's probably why. Okay, let's select the subject on the subject only layer. Yep. It's okay. Okay. Look at that. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? Okay, with softening up some of the paint. Keep actually catching. I don't want to get too close to the edge. I got a little too close. Do I want to soften up this on her nose? Let's smooth that out. Go from above, right there. Oh, goodness. do there either. Dang it. All right. Delete this layer and have to start over on it. But before we do that, fix that. Okay. Start all over again. Okay. Control J. Control I. Vivid light. Filter. High pass. Filter. Blur. Gaussian blur. But what I want to do is I want to see right up here. Four. I'm gonna do a 4. Alt. Mask. I'm gonna zoom back in. And start painting away again. It's okay. Luckily, there's not like a ton of skin smoothing because you want the texture of the paint to still be there. So that way, if like when she gets home and we start going over these, it's like, oh, hey, you missed this. It won't like be detrimental. It's not like I have to start completely over. It's not a ton of skin smoothing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll be a little like, oh my god, I can't believe I missed that. But overall, big issue. I am gonna go down into the neck a little. Smooth out some spots. I feel like I need to do one of those like Instagram posts like, hey artist, zoom in on what you're doing and show me, and then zoom out. And I might actually do that in just a little bit. Because either way, this photo is phenomenal and fantastic. Smooth. Let's get out. happy with that photo. I'm really, really happy with that photo. Yeah, make. So I'm gonna screen record. No, wait. Can I turn it this way? That's okay. Yes, I can turn it this way. Okay. I'll just do this one, and then I will format it correctly. I think that would be really cool. Okay. All right. We're going to save this. .tiff. That's really good. That is really good. I need to I need to go watch the new Pokemon trailer, but that's for off stream. Yeah. I've got to run my mic setup a little weird. Stream. Okay. Well, we're at 7.5 hours. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to export that yet. I'm just going to close that. We're going to go to Lightroom. We're going to do this one. Yeah, okay, so we're going to do this one next. Image size. Okay. I might do that video again on this one because this is covered in paint. first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna do our what in the hell was that? I don't know what in the world. Oh, hey, how's it going? Glad of you to stop by on this editing stream. How was your photo shoot earlier? Yeah, I know. That thing like flipped the hell out, didn't it? I don't know what in the world happened on there. It's like still wanting to do it too. Oh, no, no. Yeah, it's like it's still wanting to do it. Oh, that's cool. What lenses are you using? Gee, gosh, come on. What the hell? My computer's just like mad. I'm gonna leave it like that for a second. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's doing. So like, all right, hang on real quick. Let me show you. So I'm using, like I said, my iPad as a Wacom. And I don't know if it's just like a weird connection between it. I mean, my computer may also just be mad at me because I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. And this is the first time my computer's like been forced to do this. I'm just trying to get rid of some stuff up here. Some paint got on the backdrop while we were taking photos, and I was just trying to get rid of it. That's all I need to do right now. It's just... Okay, there we go, that's better. I'm just getting ahead of myself. It is. Got sort of softening filter and a prism filter. Okay, yeah, we've used some prism filters before, kind of. We've actually used like an actual prism. Okay, real quick, since you're in here, I need your opinion. So, this photo shoot is a 4-part series, where we're doing all the seasons, and this is winter. This is our first part of the series. This is winter. And what we're doing is I'm going to get 6 photos from each season. And I'm going to get them printed. I'm going to try and get them up in a gallery over here somehow. Melissa, my wife, made me promise to do a gallery if we did this series. So I'm going to try it. But what we're going to do is we're going to get one photo that's going to be massive. A big photo. Probably on a canvas or metal. And then underneath it, we're going to have 5 smaller portrait-oriented photos. So you'll have the one big and then 5 underneath. I have to choose one photo to be the big main photo. And I'm stuck between a couple. So there's this one that I've already gone in and softened the skin and done some retouching on. I'm not finished with it. I haven't saved, I haven't exported any photo yet. So this one, the one that I am currently editing in Photoshop, this one. This one, or this one. So, number 1, number 2, number 3, or number 4. Which one do you think? Remember, going wintry, trying to do winter, trying to, and honestly, the 6 photos that I choose may not look wintry until they are around the other 3, in which case you will see winter, spring, summer, and fall. See, I love eerie photos. I love dark. I love, whenever I do my portraits, I love the darker stuff. And I was trying not to go that way with this, only because I love going that way, and I knew that I would eventually go that way if I let myself. I love this one. I think out of all of them, this is my favorite. You've got the smoke, which she inhaled and blew out. I took a lot of her skin tone out. So, like, this is the only photo that has a skin tone to it. All the others don't. Now, I love this photo, and if it is not the main photo, it will be one of the smaller photos. I'm really thinking about making this photo the third one. So having 2 brighter photos, this one, and then 2 darker photos. Because of the split, because of the light on the left and dark on the right, I think this would be a perfect photo for the center. So like, I don't have any visual aids, but you know what I mean. Having the big one up top and then 500 underneath, have like 2 bright ones, like have this one and then maybe this one because it's still rather bright, and then this one, and then on the other side, I actually have this one edited and this one edited. I don't know if I like them. I don't know if I'm going to stick with them, but having this that is both dark and light as the main photo, 1 and 2. You feel like this one and this one are too similar? I have not edited these. I have not edited these yet. I did edit that one, and I did edit that one, which can also be used. Yeah, you're right. The pose is pretty similar. So I've got that, and in the same lighting conditions, I have that one that I haven't edited, that one, and that's just Melissa being Melissa. So of course I had to throw it in here. But then I've also got some of these that were flooded with blue lights. I feel like this is a softer one than that. Like the overall look and the pose and the face and everything is much softer. And I really, really liked that one. Stop scrolling like crazy. Yeah, I like 1 over 2. This one's pose and the facial expression and everything is is a lot better than that one. I do agree on that. I haven't started. I will do this though. I will save that as a TIFF. 1 and then put a blue flooded image next to it, then 3. Yeah, that could be good. It would have to be a bright blue flooded image to work with the dichotomy of going from bright to dark. And also, whenever I do spring, it's going to be very colorful. I mean, spring is very colorful. We'll probably go up into the mountains here and find wildflowers and match those colors for the spring one. And overall, it's going to be very happy poses. A gradient from white to blue in 1 and light blue image with, yeah, it would. That's a good idea. That's very true. But spring is going to be very lively. It's going to be very bright. It's going to be very vibrant. It's going to be very cheerful. I think I want summer. Oh, these were our paint shoot before that one. I think I want summer to match the feeling of the winter photos, just different colors, just a different paint colors. And then have fall and spring very similar, but just different paint colors. I think is what I'm going to do. I'm going to see how the spring shoot goes. Okay. So if we've got 1. Now I've also got this one, which is a completely different pose. But you're right, I do like that idea of the gradient flowing into it. Which one of these poses would be my favorite? I like that one. I like having... So I'm thinking yellowy for summer or like desert for summer. So, I mean, obviously the winter one has a darker tone to it. It's winter, it's cold, things die in the winter. But I kind of want to do that in the summer and have it more deserty, where do like a light yellow color all over her and let it dry. So then when she moves, it cracks, and do light in do summer in a different way than normal. Because like winter is typically, yeah, exactly. Winter is typically, you know, a winter wonderland. It's festive. It's white and bright and blues and Christmas lights and all that stuff. But in the summer or in the winter, things are dead. And that's what I wanted to kind of do with this. I wanted to show that it's dark, but also light. Like she's got her back to the light over here. And all of this is dark and kind of eerie. And then you'll see this photo, which is winter can be elegant. It can be beautiful. It can be very gentle. And then have another bright photo to kind of show that. Then have the dichotomy of bright and dark. And then the last two being the darker side, the harsher side of photos. And then again in the summer, do the same thing. Oop, I keep knocking this mic. And then in the summer, do the same thing where you've got the main photo is going to be warm and vibrant. Like half of it's going to be kind of warm and vibrant, but then she's going to have her back to the vibrant light and have the desolate kind of look on her face for the main photo, and then do the same thing. Have warm tones and happier feelings because of summer vacation and all that kind of stuff. And then have a split image and then do the darker, harsher side where summer, it can, you know, with the sun, it can dry everything out and do a lot of damage to things. And that might be kind of but spring and fall, just be very happy overall. And do, yeah, no joke. I mean, like, you're in Arizona, and it's really, really dry down there. We were in Alabama. We were on the Gulf Coast. It was still 100 degrees, 98 degrees, but we had 110% humidity and rain every day. So for 2 hours, it was great because like the rain would cool everything off. But as soon as that sun came back out, that humidity would skyrocket. Yeah, exactly. It was horrible down there. And as weird as it sounds, the only the only times during like the summer where, or like the early fall where it felt nice was the day before a hurricane. Because that hurricane was absorbing all that moisture in the air that you would truly feel what 85, 90, 95 degrees felt like with a soft breeze coming through because all the humidity was being sucked up from the hurricane. So like a day or two before the hurricane, and the stronger the hurricane, the better it would feel. The day or two before the hurricane, it felt great. And then the hurricane would hit and it would just be miserable for weeks after that. Kind of. I mean, you typically use the days before to, put plywood over your windows. But I guess a picnic works too. Okay. So I like this pose because it actually looks like a transitional pose between this one to this one to that one. Who needs windows? Yeah, exactly. Who needs windows? What do you think about... Not that one. What do you think about that one? Yeah, it kind of looks like a sequence, exactly. So I actually haven't edited this one at all. So let's start editing this one. Even got her tattoo in there. One of her tattoos in there. And I'm not cropping things yet. So the only thing about... I usually do crop in Lightroom, but on this one I'm not, because I didn't know what was going to be the main photo yet and what was going to be the supplementary photos. Now the only problem with this, I could do it. My problem, though, is with this photo. Is that would be one of the photos that I would want portrait to go underneath it. I'll still edit it. And I'll see if I can make it work somehow. That's a lot of headroom. I don't like how much headroom's in there. Yeah, that's I might actually just start doing that. I don't know why I crop in Lightroom. I used to do less in Photoshop than I do now. Like, I'm gonna actually make those stream elements things pop up less and less. Because I had just set those up. And I didn't realize how often they'd be popping up with somebody in chat. Ooh, not 144. I am not popular. That's why that one's popping up so much. I'm going to change that one too. Save. Oh, no, I thought I'd already changed these. Do you use... You use Streamlabs, don't you? I did use Streamlabs until but I don't have a reason why or anything. It's just what I downloaded. I used Streamlabs, so I used OBS, which is what I currently use. And then I used Streamlabs, and then found out that Streamlabs basically ripped off OBS and a couple of other people, and yeah. So I swapped back to OBS. Plus, Streamlabs kept dropping my streams, so I swapped back to OBS. And I just use OBS. But I use, yeah, I know, right? So I use OBS with the Stream Elements plugin. So like, hang on. This is gonna be weird. Oh, come on, get back up. All right. So yes, I use Streamlabs. Or I use OBS and then I use Stream Elements. Is that what it's called? So like I can set a lot of my stuff. Bring this back over here. Is this weird? And then whenever I'm in Stream Elements website, I can build my overlays. Oh, right there. You can either download them or I built them. Melissa made oh, come on. It's probably because I haven't logged in a while. Yeah. Melissa drew this background for me, and then I added everything else onto it. But then I can also set up my like chat commands and my timers and all that stuff. I can just do it straight through their website, and then it just integrates straight over. I don't have to do anything. They should have it for Mac. I know they have OBS for Mac, so I used to use a Mac. The tower is actually still back there. But then it got to a point where the Mac could not handle the footage coming off of the Z7 II. It could not handle the Nlog ProRes. So I had to upgrade, and I swapped back to Windows. I've been having issues with the Mac for a while. So I just went ahead and swapped back to Windows, and I have not been happier. Especially because now I got my iPad to work as the Wacom again. And the way that the Windows works with the tablet with the iPad is it treats it like a third screen. So I just mirror this monitor, which is my editing monitor, onto this. And then I can use the touch stuff with the pencil and everything. Yeah, so I started out with an Asus laptop with my GH5. And I bought the log upgrade. And that laptop could not handle the log upgrade from the GH5. I also had to buy DaVinci Resolve whenever I went to that log upgrade. So I bought this tower from a friend and used it for about a year to a year and a half. And whenever we moved up to Colorado, I brought it with me and used it. But then whenever I bought the Atomos, it couldn't handle it. So I had to spend another large sum of money to upgrade to this thing. And I mean, I've loved this ever since. I loved it. I upgraded the RAM. I went ahead and put extra RAM sticks in it. I think it came with 16, and I put in 2 16 sticks. So now I got 32. Why is photography so expensive? Dude, do you want to talk about expensive? You want to talk about expensive? All right. Hang on. So I've got the ZFC, which is like $950. The lens that's on, it's like a $1,200 lens. I've got my computer, which is $2,000. I've got this monitor, which was $250. This monitor, which was $400. Do you see? Hang on. Do you see all of this stuff right here? That's like a $1,400 lens. That's a $500 lens. That's like $700. This dive housing was $600. That's for the GH5. I mean, this freaking thing right here is like, what, 4,000 for just the body? I had to buy a new tripod yesterday. Like $200 tripod. But it also works as a monopod, which is why I got it. I've got my filming lights up here. I've got so much stuff back here. I've got a Ronin SC, RSC for a gimbal. I've got waterproof suitcase things. Because we used to go on boats all the time. So I've got all that. This is a ProMaster XCM H36. So the legs screw off. And then you just take the centerpiece out and you unscrew the hook and it just slots on there and screws together. So you've got a monopod and a tripod. And that's why I got this one, was because I wanted a monopod and a tripod. Because have you seen this lens, the 200 to 500 f 5.6? Have you like seen one in person for the Nikons? Because I've only had mine for a couple weeks. And so here it is. It's the size of a human child. Yeah, she's a beast. She's a beast. And this is the lens. I use this on the FZC, ZFC, and the Z7 II. Whenever you buy a Z7 II, you can get the F to Z adapter, which allows you to use F-mount lenses, which is Nikon's DSLR lenses, with the mirrorless systems. And it's designed in a way to where you don't change your focal length, you don't do anything. So yeah, this is my wildlife lens. I use this for doing my wildlife shoot and wildlife videos. And I have to handheld this. And after doing that twice, I decided it's time for me to get a monopod because that hurts after a while. Oh, man. Yeah, photography is expensive. But it doesn't have to be. Like, that's the thing. It doesn't have to be. You can get, yeah, and like, hang on. I'm going to show you real quick. Hang on. This is my Be Right Back screen. And that was shot with that lens on the Z7 II. That was before I had the Atomos. That was before I had the ability to shoot log. So, like, I can't wait to shoot log. And then I can't wait to go back and find some elk in the snow with log now. And then this is my goodbye. And that was shot on log on the Z7 II on that lens. Yeah, you don't have wildlife down in Arizona, do you? I love bison so much. They're so cool. I love them so much.
I'm gonna shift this over again. I gotta make sure.
Oh, you can't see Gerald. That's okay. I don't know if I would want to. I mean, I've taken photos of coyotes, but javelina. I know what those look like. Oh, okay, the boars. Okay, yeah. Yeah, those things are pissy, aren't they? I thought those were pissy animals. Yeah, that would be very concerning. There was so we've got coyotes here too, and there was one night that I was walking my dogs. We live right next to a park that's like covered with prairie dogs. Far enough away, there was a coyote shadowing them, so they had other problems. Yeah, I'm sure they did. We live right next to a park that's got a bunch of prairie dogs and rabbits and coyotes and stuff like that. And it was one night. So with Melissa working for Marriott, sometimes she doesn't get home until like 1 a.m., midnight, 2 a.m. And if I'm awake, then or if I'm able to, I'll stay up late enough till she gets home or whatever. If I'm not, I don't have work the next day, or if I'm not shooting houses until later. So there was one night that I took the dogs out. It was like 1 a.m. and it was snowing. And so I left our apartment, went down to the park, and the gate was open. And as I'm going there, there's like this trench. It's where a river runs through, or where a creek normally does. It's frozen solid right now. But it runs through this little creek, and you have to walk over this bridge. So, yeah, I heard that too, Jess. So I'm walking the girls, and as I get closer to this ridge, I see like an animal standing on top of it. And I was like, oh, somebody's dog got out. And I'm walking to it, I'm like, come here, come here, come here, come here. And as I get close enough, I realize it's just a coyote standing on this ridge staring at me and my dogs. And I'm like, oh, am I gonna have to punch a coyote? Like, if this thing runs at me, I don't have anything on me. I'm gonna have to fight a coyote. The girls, my two dogs didn't even see it. They were like sniffing on the snow. They're still not used to snow. They're still not used to snow, so they still get distracted by it every single time. So they're like sniffing the snow. Jasmine's like rolling around in it, and I'm just staring at this coyote. And eventually, it just turns around and walks down. It's like, oh my gosh. And then a couple days later, man. Jasmine, come here. Come here, Jazz. Come here. So, lift your head up. This is Jasmine. Had to pack with you, or you just like, yeah, exactly. So this is Jasmine. She is a Border Collie Great Pyrenees mix. She is 10 years old, I think. She's crazy. Hey, get down. Get down. Come here, Belle. Come here, Belle. And this is Belle. Oh, come here. She's a little smaller. Come here, Belle. Come here, lift your head up. She is a Border Collie Lab mix. And she is a sweetheart that is scared of everything. Everything and everything. Okay, get down. We always like to say that we've got cow-colored dogs, because Belle looks like a cow. She's white with black spots. And then we've got 3 cats. Funny enough, before we moved here from Alabama, we had a full-blooded Great Pyrenees. And all 3 of our animals are rescues. We got all 3 of them. Zeus showed up at my parents' house with a shock collar burned into his neck. And we took him, we got the shock collar out and took him to the vet and got him treated and everything. Hey, what's up, Flavia? Yeah, it's been a good stream so far. I've gotten a lot done. I mean, it's been going for 8 hours. But so Zeus showed up, who's the Great Pyrenees, and he was like 9 months old at the time. He was like 90 pounds. So we get him cleaned up. We take him with us whenever I move out, and Melissa and I move in together. And you were able to lurk when you were lurking? I have a lurk command now. If you do !lurk, it will actually say something now. I've gone through and done all of that stuff. And thank you. I am still working. Out of the 8-hour stream today, about 5 hours of it has been editing, and I have not finished a single photo yet. Oh, lurking while working. But when Zeus showed up at my parents' house, because they live out, they've got like land out in the boonies. He showed up there. My dad had chickens, and coyotes had been terrorizing his chickens. Well, when Zeus showed up a few days later, the coyotes just stopped showing up. And Zeus was there for 2 months while I found a place to move into. And whenever we took Zeus with us, whenever we left, my dad was like walking around the property line, and he ended up finding about 8 dead coyotes where Zeus would kill them if they came onto my parents' property. When I decided that I was going to keep him, and I started feeding him and giving him water and like starting to brush him and bathe him and stuff like that, Pyrenees are they're guard dogs. They literally, whenever you get a Pyrenees, if you put it with a herd of sheep and as it grows, those sheep are its family, and it will do everything and everything to protect those sheep. Figaro, stop. So that was one of my cats. So whenever they decide that you are family, they will do anything and everything to protect you. So that's what Zeus was doing. Besides being very beautiful, she was very nice. I like to hear and see her instead of just watching. Yeah, no joke. I love it that she's like my live-in model. She is at work right now. I think she's probably gonna be leaving work in the next hour or so. And then I gotta show her the photos that we've edited so far. But Zeus decided that we were his family already before we even like actually moved him inside. And before Melissa and I took him with us whenever we moved into our apartment. So he would kill coyotes. Yeah, she is. She's very good at doing stuff. She's also really good at doing like voiceover. And we're going to be doing that. I love shooting documentaries. I shot a glass blowing documentary that's actually like, whenever I start my streams, it actually plays like 8 minutes of the episode 1 of the documentary that I made for on these glass blowers. But now that I'm out here, I'm going to be doing wildlife documentaries. And so she's going to be doing the voiceover work. Any arting on your pick selection? Love to see 4 or 5 star ones. So I've edited a couple. I'll show you those. So this one I think is finished. I'm not entirely sure yet. We are going to be editing this one as soon as any rating on my photo selection. This is a favorite, but by far this one is my most favorite that I've edited from this selection so far. This is going to be the main photo. This is probably going to be the main photo for this series on winter, is this photo right here. And then I'm going to have 5 photos underneath. Probably led with this one into this one, and then this one, and then the last 2 of the 5 are going to be a darker toned, whereas the first 2 are going to be a lighter toned. And then we're going to do this for all 4 seasons, and she's going to be the model for all 4 seasons. And then once we finish this 4 series, we're going to move on to another series of paint shoots where it's going to be 7 sets, probably having 1 main and then 3 underneath. One thing that I've really liked about this series so far is that it seems like everybody's had a different favorite photo. And I love that. I love that out of all 6 photos that are going to come out of this, everybody that I've talked to that's seen some of these have had a different favorite. And I love that. I love that everybody picks on and grabs to different things. But they're all still very much something that I love. I love all of them. But yeah, exactly. Everybody has liked a different one. Everybody has said like low base. This was his favorite. I think this is my favorite though. I'm a sucker for the darker horror kind of vibe. I love it. But at the same time, I absolutely love this one. I love how elegant and bright and soft this one is. Yeah, that last one, dude, this I freaking love this one. I love it. That low saturation on that, like you can still tell that every blue is different, that every color is different. But like this one to me, if I had to describe a harsh winter, this is the photo that really shows a harsh winter as a feeling. This being a soft, beautiful, elegant, white winter kind of thing is this one right here. There's gonna be a story told with each piece of the series. Winter's gonna tell a story, fall's gonna tell one, spring and summer. Right, exactly. Like first snow, just getting into it, and then we're gonna have this one that I'm not sure how we're gonna edit that one. We'll see what we're gonna do with this one in just a second. And then getting to the turning point of winter. And then everything's going to be darker on the other side. This is going to be a good series. And then after we finish the seasons, we're going to do a series of 7, if that tells you what the focus is going to be. And on that one, we're going to have different models. I'm not going to have Melissa do any of them. I think she's just going to do their makeup and their paint. And I'm going to hire other models to come in and do it. So we're going to do 7 sets of that series. Yes, the sets, exactly. But Melissa and I love Full Metal Alchemist, the anime. That was one of her first anime that she ever saw. And I kind of like their take on the Sins, but we're going to change it. Like, I want to take somebody that is androgynous, probably somebody that's trans, because I feel like they could really embody it and get into the character. Dude, the manga was amazing. That's one of the best mangas ever written. But I want to take somebody that is maybe gender fluid, something like that, to really do envy. Like, kind of like how Full Metal Alchemist does envy, where you're not really sure if that's a guy, you're not really sure if that's a girl, but I want to find somebody that is, that can really embody envy as somebody that's androgynous, that's probably gender fluid, that is very much like, yes, exactly. Like you will not be able to look at this person and say, is that a girl or is that a guy? You will look at this person and say, that person is beautiful. And I want that for envy. And for lust, I want to do a guy. And for wrath, I want to do a woman. Like, I want to be very meticulous and very purposeful in the genders that we assign each of these sins, and have them take on a very different, bring them to life in a different way than what we see them as. So Flavio, do you know what the 7 deadly sins are? They are, I guess it's in the Bible or something. You've got wrath, gluttony, envy, lust, greed. Oh gosh, I don't remember 2 of them. Wrath, envy, lust, greed, sloth. Oh, what are the other 2 that I'm missing? There's also the 7 Deadly Sins anime. Oh, from Full Metal Alchemist? Pride. Yeah, I forgot Pride. I want Pride to be a woman. Like, I'm even trying to think of like Seven Deadly Sins anime, like what they each are. I said sloth, didn't I? I can't remember. I can't remember what the last one is now. But like, I want to have. I did say gluttony. I think I said gluttony. Pride, wrath, sloth, gluttony, envy, lust. Did I not say greed? I thought I said greed because I always picture the color green whenever I say greed. I'll make sure to look him up, but I'm going to find. I'm going to take huge twists on him, like having wrath be a woman and having envy being. Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna have to Google it whenever it's time to assign people. That is photographer, anime lover, and trans too. Don't know how. Full Metal Alchemist is a you can drop if you know his username, drop it in chat. That way you can look him up. Lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, pride. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I was thinking there was 8. I kept counting. I counted, yeah. So I forgot pride, and then I was like, "There's one more," but that was 7. Okay. Full Metal Alchemist is a classic. It is a class. Like it is. If somebody is ever like, as a first-time anime watcher, what should I watch? I will almost always say Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, we got there eventually. Because Full Metal Alchemist is like perfect for a first-time anime watcher. FMA is amazing. The original or Brotherhood, either one, they're still both really good. I feel like the original does better emotions, but Brotherhood does better past Hugh. After what happens to Hughes, because in like the original, Hughes happens in episode 25, but in Brotherhood it happens in like episode 6. So to me, you never get that emotional attachment to Hughes. But once you get past that and get to like Mustang versus Lust, that is so good in Brotherhood. So like it's one of those things. I will always suggest FMA for a first-time anime watcher. Call deck? Do I know call deck? And let me see what's going on outside my door. All right, girls. It was just the trash guy. We have our trash picked up every night. Let me see. Call deck. Yeah, cool. I'll have to.
Like I need.
I'll have to give him a follow. Or them a follow. And I'll have to check them out next time they go live. Every night. Every night but Saturday and holidays. So whenever we just put our trash bags outside and they come by and they pick them up. Every night except for Saturdays and holidays. But also if it snows really bad, they don't come either. And I think that's bullcrap. Because then I have to go take it over there, lugging it in a foot of snow. Okay. All right, let's start doing this one. And actually, I'm gonna do this too. Yeah, I mean, we only pay like $10 a month for it too. Like, they kind of just throw it on top of our rent. Like, it's just built into our rent. So I mean, it's all good. We like it. When they do it, we like it. When they don't, it's really annoying. Okay, we're gonna go to a different playlist because I have been listening to that same playlist for 8.5 hours. I'm going a little crazy. Okay. So the white balance on these photos has been interesting because hey, let me see what time. Oh wait, she went to work at 11. So she won't be leaving work until like 9. Shh, I need to order me dinner because if not, I'm not eating. Dude, I can't believe I've actually been sitting here doing this for over 8 hours. This is the first time I've streamed this long. What do I want for dinner? I had barbecue for lunch. Oh, those dumplings sound good. Last time I wanted them, I couldn't get them either. They were closed. Let's see here. Yeah, but their stuff is... No. Their stuff's a little spicy. I don't need that. You every day with the streaming part. So that's actually why I started streaming. I think I told you last night in your stream that, like, I did it to force me to edit. And that's kind of true because I would sit down and edit, like, oh, I need a photo to post tomorrow. So then I'd edit, like, 2 or 3 photos and then that'd be it. Yeah, long ones can be tiring. Planning to do one long tomorrow if I can handle it. Have to edit photos and videos of music clips. Yeah, I had planned to do this. I hadn't streamed the last couple of days since we did the shoot. So I was like, I've got to sit down. I've got to do a long stream. I've got to do all of this stuff. They've got soup dumplings. That sounds really good. I love soup dumplings. They're so good. What kind of soup is in them? Oh, wait, they've got... Now I just need to get a look at all of their dumplings. Okay. Oh, dude, I'm doing those. Eight dumplings. I love dumplings. Yeah, so that's why I started doing it, was because I needed to sit down. I needed to edit more than just 2 or 3 photos at a time. And I really needed to find other creatives, find other people that did this stuff too, and kind of start to branch out and just do more. So that's why I started doing this. I've been doing it, I think, a little over a month now. And I'm so close to hitting affiliate. I'm so close. I think I've got like 43 followers and you need 50 to become affiliate. I'm so close to hitting affiliate. Okay, we're not gonna... Let me see what Flash does. I wish this was reversed. I wish that this was over here. So that way it would lead into it a little bit better. That's not as cyan as I thought. Yeah. That was another reason why I was trying to do a longer stream. So, like, I started at midday. This was more of a test for everything. And I say that it was more of a test because I needed to figure out when my best time to stream was. And I had streamed like sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes in the evening. I started streaming at 11:30 or 11 this morning. I think right around like 10:30, 11 this morning is when I started. I started streaming the minute Melissa walked out that door to go to work. Maybe a little after that, like 11:45, 11:30ish. But I have not had many viewers until the evening consistently. And I think I have to stream, like my prime time to stream is going to be like 6 until 10 if I do a 4-hour stream. Like 10:30, maybe 6:30 to 10:30. So I had planned to do an 8-hour stream, but I was just going to keep going until Melissa got home, until I got too tired, because I've got houses in the morning. But they're not bad. I mean, I say they're not bad. I got like 8 houses, but I can do that at any point of the day. If I want to sleep in, I can sleep in. Because they're all vacant, which makes them super easy, and they don't take long at all to do. So, so I wanted to stream. Hey, Dougie. Sorry, my glasses may need to get a new prescription. How's it going, man? Thanks for dropping in and checking things out. We're in here talking about Full Metal Alchemist and why it is a classic and will always be a classic anime, and editing shots from this paint shoot. I will say this too. Melissa always does such beautiful makeup for our paint shoots. Let me see if I've still got... She always does such good makeup, like, period. Like, I mean, you can't really see her makeup there. This was on a glacier whenever we went and took these photos. She always does phenomenal. She always does really, really good. Let me see. Where's the shoot before? Yeah. Like, she always does such great work. No, it's not easy. It's not easy at all. But she always does such beautiful stuff. And I don't have, like, she always knows, like, exactly what to do. Like, she always does, whenever we do our shoot, she always does such a good job. And I feel like having that person to help me do this stuff has really, really helped. How do I find me a living model that will also pay the bills? You get lucky like me. It also helps that she enjoys doing this stuff. Actually, let me see if I can go find one of our original paint shoot, like our OG paint shoot that made us start doing these. This was over a year ago, and we hadn't done a paint shoot in a while. We saw a photo on Instagram that was like a magazine cover, and this person had like yellow sunglasses, and they were like kind of pulling them down like this, and it had like yellow paint dripping on them. We were like, oh, that's really cool. We should go do like a paint shoot. Like, let's do our own spin on paint shoots. And I think I'd only had my GH5 for like a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months at this point. And so we were like, yeah, let's do our own shoot. So we took that one photo, seeing that one photo of this person, this model with like just yellow paint on them, like not crazy at all, just a really cool idea. And we turned it into this. This was our rendition of that paint shoot. This was our version of it. This was right after she cut her hair off too. She used to have longer hair and she had cut it all off and had it black. Like, this was before I really knew how to edit that well. This is before I really knew how to do a lot of stuff. And we did this photo shoot right here. This is one of my favorite photos I've ever taken for her. Right, exactly. So like we went straight from that random photo that we saw and jumped straight into it and got those paint photos. And we didn't take any other paint photos for a year or more. I think it was a while before we started doing paint photos again. They are messy to do. They can be difficult to do. And I wanted to wait until I had until I had a full frame, because a lot of those photos were taken at a really slow shutter speed that made it difficult. A lot of the photos that we took were at low shutter speeds that made it really difficult. But because it was her, because we could bounce off of each other and because we could do things, we were also able to take photos. So the photo I'm about to show you was taken at 1 a.m. in a tunnel in Atlanta, Georgia, with a GH5. With a micro 4/3 sensor, we got this photo. And this photo. And this photo. Like, we were able to get those photos with a micro 4/3 sensor of a GH5 because I had her do free diving techniques on her breathing, which kept her still. Kept her really, really still. So we were able to do those longer exposures that way. But then, like, we were also able to go take these photos. This was as soon as I got the Z7 II. I think these were the first photos I took on the Z7 II. Were these. And that sky is not artificial. That was the sky out there whenever we took those photos. We had a storm rolling in off of the bay. We were able to take those photos. Like, the GH5 was great, even though it's a micro 4/3 sensor. The focus system needed a lot of work on the GH5. It really excelled in video. Photos were not its forte. Videos were really good. So whenever I went into the Z7 II to the full frame sensor, I immediately started pushing its limits to see what we could do with it, and it has held up very nicely. And I'm interested to see how the ZFC works. I mean, I've taken some good photos with the ZFC. I've taken... That's from the ZFC. With that massive lens. That's from the ZFC. I think all of these are from the ZFC. Even got like the smoke and stuff in there. It actually performed. Oh, there you go, bison tongue. There you go, bison tongue. Yeah. So like the ZFC has done fantastic so far. But the ZFC is a lot better than the GH5. The GH5 was older, and the processor in the ZFC is really, really good. I also really like Nikon's color science, what they use for their coloring inside their cameras. Lenses will carry a lot of the weight, the difference in quality I get between my pancakes. Oh, yeah. It really is. And Nikon glass is phenomenal. Like, Nikon scopes and binoculars are still regarded as some of the best in the world. Nikon's glass is phenomenal. Super, super sharp. Super everything. And actually, so these photos right here, and these are some lenses that you might want to look into. Were actually shot with this lens, this Viltrox 85mm autofocus. It is a Z mount lens, so it goes straight onto the ZFC or straight onto the Z7 II. But like, I think I paid like $300-$400 for this lens. And it's actually really good. Yes, it is an f1.8. That's one of the reasons why I got it. It is an f1.8, and I paid not that much for it, considering. These photos were shot at f2, f2.0. That's what I shot this shoot at. But now I've heard that the 55mm or 56mm lens, its autofocus is not that great. So I'm gonna get Nikon's name brand 50mm. But then for a 23mm, I'm gonna go back to the Viltrox. And I'm gonna order those, I think, relatively soon. But no, I would definitely check them out. B&H has them. I think that's where I ordered this one from. But it does phenomenal. It's very sharp. I mean, you can see that it's a good lens based on these photos and the ones from before. And I had never. I mean, they make like feed adapters, like Metabones does, and that's how I found out about them. I started looking at adapters, and then saw that they made a couple lenses. And their autofocus. Oh, hang on. I know my camera went out. For some reason, my camera is not charging on USB, so I'm having to charge mics or batteries. I'm having to just rotate my batteries back and forth between as they die, because for some reason that camera right now is not charging via USB, and I don't know why. It might be a setting in there that I'm just missing. But okay. I will say, between the ZFC and the Z7 II, I still prefer the Z7 II, mainly because of that handle. That grip right there is so nice to have on these cameras. Sorry, Belle. And the ZFC just doesn't have it. It's just flat like the old film cameras. And when used on this 200 to 500mm lens, it's unbalanced. But of course it's going to be unbalanced. That camera was never meant to be put on a lens like that. But it still does really good. It's the autofocus in that is actually really good. It's got like an animal priority focus system that you can set it up for that I really, really like. Pen. Okay. I hate doing curves with a mouse. I so much prefer to do it with a pen. So much better. I want to add a little bit of the purple. Start getting a little bit of the purple into this because of the photo that will go next to it in the supplementary photos. I still want to keep that blue tone, though, that blue tint to it. And we're going to go into our grading. Okay. So what I was doing earlier was I was actually going and adding a little bit of purple in there. Ooh, that is not what I wanted. That is not what I asked you to do. That's what I asked you to do. To give a little difference, a little depth to it. On that last photo, the one that's our favorites, I put purple in the shadows to give it depth, to give that color more than just surface blue. And then for my midtones, okay. Okay, I like that. Let's see here. I'm gonna go a little bit higher in that blending, just a little bit. Okay, let's go to our colors. I really just want to, I think, darken them a little bit and add a little bit more saturation. This is gonna affect like everything though. So it's affecting that. That's really not affecting much. Okay. Yeah, love purple shadows. It's great. It gives it so much depth whenever you've got primarily blues. Doing that purple gives it some great depth. Okay. So it would go from this photo to that photo. I feel like I need to take some of the blue out though. Maybe add a little bit of her skin tone back into it. Just a little bit. Not a ton. But I don't want her purple. Just a little bit, because I don't want to go from like the only skin toned photo to no skin tone flush with blue. I don't quite want to go to that. I still want some skin tone in there. Nope, wrong one. I'm just clicking through these to see what was, no, not auto. What was as shot? No. I'm just gonna go back to flash. Yeah, kind of transition in, exactly. Too much yellow. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to flash. We're gonna add a mask. Have it select the subject. And see if we can warm up her just a little bit without touching the background. I also want to add texture. I don't typically add texture to human subjects, but because of the paint, I want to do that. Let's try and warm her up. Actually, instead of warming her up that way. But I don't want to make her skin tone like... I don't want her skin tone to look like, ooh, you just barely missed a correct skin tone. I want it to either look just enough to where you can tell it was done on purpose that way and with intent, but not close enough that you would see it and think like, so close. That person just almost had it right. I either want it to be completely not or like a good mixture. Let's drop some highlights. And then let's go up with some whites. It looks a little green to me, so we're going to add purple. See, probably like that. Because it doesn't look like a natural skin tone. It doesn't look like you missed a natural skin tone. It looks like it was done with intent. Because that is a correct skin tone for her. And I don't want to make it look like I barely missed it. But that's, I feel like, too much purple. Yeah, and there's like a fine line between a mistake and doing something on purpose. Because I still want this one to look bright. I still want this photo to look brighter, but transitioning to the dichotomy, to the split. Didn't want to pick up the stuff in between her arms. And down here. Let me see if that's what's missing. All right, so it's missing some right there. Let's see if that's got everything. Pretty close. You know what made me actually figure out how to use this iPad as a Wacom? I didn't have to. I had a buddy that does, I know a lot of artists down in Mobile or down in Alabama, like the glass blowers and some other people. And this one guy that I knew would do, I guess you'd call them sculptures. He would burn into wood different animals, like different kinds of fish, sharks, octopus, things like that. And so I contacted him. I was like, hey, dude, would you be cool if I did some like product photography of those? And he was like, you know what? Yeah, hell yeah, dude, do it. So sorry. So I went and asked him, like, here, let me do this one of this octopus because I loved the octopus. And I had to go through it. I wanted to make it backgroundless. I went through and manually cut the background out of it because no matter what I would do with the magic lasso, no matter what I would do, it would not pick up everything in there. And it became very difficult. So I just went through and cut out the background because I got so annoyed with it. And I did it by hand. And it took me hours to do. And I sent him the finished photo, and he was like, dude, you are insane for sitting there doing that. And I was like, yeah, you're right, I am insane. But I'm going to brighten up that background some. Oh, yeah. I like doing it with haze. Yeah. I don't even know if I still have that photo. I know it's still on his Instagram, and I think it might still be on mine, but every once in a while my boss wants to change the color of her bralette, and I got a mask house. That sounds horrible. Oh, that sounds horrible. Oh, no, 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 no. Good God, yeah, that would absolutely suck doing that. I would just be like, you know what? No, I don't think it needs to be masked out. I don't think so. Or, I don't think it needs to change a color. Let's, you know, it would be quicker. Let's just have the person come back with a different color, and let's just retake the photos. That would probably be quicker. No, God, no. That sounds absolutely horrible. It's just like backwards. It would honestly probably be quicker to just have them come back and reshoot the shoot. Sometimes I feel like that's the case. I'm going to drop the saturation a little more. And overall, we're going to lift the vibrance, I think. Okay, so now I've got to do her eyes too. And it would be easier, but unfortunately not quicker or cheaper. Yeah. Oh, man, that's my food. Makeup girls. Everything's okay. Thank you. Dang, that was quicker than I thought. I said it was going to be like an hour before it got here. And it's only been 28 minutes. Something like that. I got to avoid their spicy sauce. I don't do spice. You know, I've known a lot of people that are vegetarian or vegan, and I've cooked a lot of vegan food for a friend of ours. And Melissa and I, being that we were spear fishermen and we were out on the water a lot, we tried to cut out red meat. Like, we only ate seafood and chicken. We were able to do that for a couple of months. And after that, we were like, nah, I think there was one night, so every Thanksgiving, around Thanksgiving, every Thanksgiving we do we don't do traditional Thanksgiving food. We don't spend it with family even before we moved. But every Thanksgiving, what we would do is we would wake up and we would put a roast in the crock pot. And then we would have that for lunch. And then usually Melissa would go to work because the hotels would do like a Thanksgiving Day dinner. And she would have to be at work around 3 p.m. So we would do an early lunch around 11, go to a Christmas tree lot and get our Christmas trees because we did real trees, come back, start setting it up. She would go to work, and then she would come home later that day, and the next day on Black Friday, we would spend decorating the house for Christmas because we love Christmas. Really, really weird, too, that we love Christmas because, like, our whole aesthetic is like a darker kind of gothic aesthetic. Like, we've got plants everywhere. We've got skulls everywhere. We've got Gerald behind me is a goat skull, a real goat skull. And Goth Christmas. We actually did one kind of this year. All of our stuff was wood grain tones, browns, blacks, and then whites, but the whites were very like accenty. And like we liked some of the decorations so much that we just left them up even after Christmas. Like we took everything else down, but then we left that up. But we love Christmas. Kind of funny. Everybody would like, whenever people realize like our aesthetic or they see Melissa outside or something like that, like how she dressed on the glacier is how she will dress in normal everyday life. So when people see that and then they're like, wait, you like Christmas? It really throws them off. So like we go crazy for Christmas. We do a lot of decorations. And this year we didn't do too much, mainly because of a new area. I'm just gonna try one straight. Those are good. I don't even need the sauce. But we'd always decorate for Christmas, put everything up, and that's how we spent Thanksgiving. Well, we did the fish and chicken thing up until Thanksgiving. We were like, you know what? It's our Thanksgiving tradition. We don't have many traditions. Let's just do it this one time. Like let's do the roast. We never looked back. We never went back to just the fish and chicken. After that we were like, oh, this was too good. Now we've got to go like do this and eat this and do that. We lasted a few months, and after that we just didn't. I mean, it was hard. But there was one year that we like a lot of Japanese cuisine too. I got to where I was cooking. I would make our own dashi and make sukiyakis and make sukiyakis are hard to make. They're not hard, there's just a lot of steps. And I would make yakisoba, and I would do a lot of different fried rice. You're vegetarian for 10 years recently. Kogi. There's nothing like red meat. Like, it's hard to beat. And actually, we got into the Japanese cuisine because a lot of it had fish or chicken in it. And you could get around kind of red meat by doing a lot of the Japanese cuisines. A lot of different fried rices, a lot of like yakisoba. Sukiyaki actually usually does red meat, and that we made that after we came off the train. But I got to where I was eating like a bowl of miso soup every morning. It was crazy. I loved Japanese cuisine. So what's really bad? When Melissa started making really good money, we started eating red meat more, I feel like. Because we would go to a restaurant and order like what's it called? Wagyu short ribs. And like that stuff is just insanely good if you find somebody that can cook it right. Yeah. I'm gonna charge some things. Wagyu is very good when it's cooked right. Medium rare. Best way to cook it. Medium rare Wagyu short ribs is amazing. Nice. Okay, cool. Okay. I feel like if we push the whites a little more, let me go back down into my grading. And let me actually grade over to that right there. Gotta be real careful not to get green on there. Be real careful not to get green on there. What are my midtones? That's our skin mainly. It's a lot of stuff. I think that looks a lot better. Swap those around. Take out a little bit of the purple on the shadows. Darken the shadows a little. Okay, let's do her eyes. I will take this hair out in Photoshop. Yes, I do see it. Another layer mask with a brush, and we're going to add it down here for the whites of the eyes. And over here, and I'll go back and erase the stuff. Okay. Okay. So we're going to take, we're going to really take out, whoa, that's weird. Okay. Then we're going to go to the eyes. We're going to do a little yellow. There's an exposure. Above me. That's so weird how the saturation is working right now. Okay. Erase. There we go. Now that we've got the white eyes in there, it looks pretty good. Should I do a brush over her hair to make it white again? No. I still have a lot of purple that I don't want on the background. When I get it back towards blue. And let's take the highlights out. I think that'll be good, taking the highlights out. Hang on 1 second. Melissa's calling me. Okay, cool. Melissa was just letting me know that she's leaving work. So we will get to see her reaction to some of these photos in like 30 minutes. So that'll be good because she hasn't seen, I don't think she's seen any of the photos that we've edited here tonight. Okay. Oh no, I'm still just on the background. I need to go actually onto her. I wish that I could get some of these blues in the paint back. Jesus. That's not what I want to do. These people above me, that live above us, are so loud. We absolutely flooded that blue light onto her. I think those are the hardest ones to edit. I'm getting a little bit of the blue back. If I could like... Put you to cyan.
End up putting more. No. I think I actually like it better. Fried chicken? That does sound kind of good. We haven't been able to find a good like fried chicken place up here. Down in Mobile, in Alabama, there's a place called Foosackly's. It was a fast food. It was like a family-owned fast food place. Phenomenal. Their ranch was so good. I could take their ranch intravenously. That's how good it was. All right, so here's where we're at with this one. I got our eyes done. Yeah, their ranch was so freaking good. So this is where we're at with this one. We got some of the blue back. Her skin tone is... I'm happy with it, where it's at. And I've got her eyes done. I'm going with that white-eyed color for all of them except for this one. This one still is rather white. And the only reason that I'm not doing it on this one is because of there's more color. This one was hard. But I'm still wondering how. Can you put them up to each other? Yeah, how do I do that? I know there's a shortcut. I just can't remember what it is. Is it O? It's not O. Yeah, there we go. See, I knew that. I that was a test. That was a test. I knew that. This still, I don't like how purplish that is. That really needs to be cyan on the blue. It needs to be cyan right there, not purple. Let's do this. Still purple. So let's open that back up. Let's see how that is. It's closer. I think it's still going to be really purple in comparison. Yeah, it's still really purple in comparison. I might have to do a different one. Let me do this. Let's do this. So let's go to here. Let's pull up all the photos from that shoot. Yeah, my computer is tired. Okay. Okay, so that's the one that we tried to edit right there. She likes the hand on her head, doesn't she? Let's look at these though. So we've also got these, which are already more cyan than the others. It's still not the exact same pose. It's similar, but it's still not the exact same pose. I'm gonna do that. Right. I'm just looking to see what number that was. 3864. Okay. I swear I've adjusted my sitting position so much. Okay. So that's the one that we took in. Now we've also got these. Where the arm is still up, but her entire head is in a different position. Got it kind of tilted up. So let's take that one in. I want the head tilted up, I think. But then let's also take in one of these. And we'll look at those two as being the third photo. All right, so this one we've got a head tilt back. And to me, the head tilted forward looks more innocent and looks more on the light side of Winter that we would want before the shift, before the split. You thinking head up or head down? Tilted forward, tilted down. So we got tilted forward, tilted back, tilted forward, tilted back. The tilted back doesn't look dark, but it's not as innocent looking to me as the tilted forward. That just looks a lot more innocent to me. That looks a lot more Yeah, it looks more innocent. So now, yeah, exactly. It's more knowing. It's more conniving, I want to say. So I think tilted forward is going to be the way to go. Now we've got to pick. The shadow on that one is neutral. It's almost covering each eye the same amount. The back eye's a little bit further in the shadow. Here, the back eye is more in the light and the front eye is more in the shadow. And then on this one, the front eye is almost completely out of the shadow. Yeah, I think the light on the front eye. Because we still want to lead with the light. We still want the light to be the main thing. So let's import those two. Let's edit them and let's decide between those two. If we did this one, I think it would almost be an exact carbon copy edit of the one before. And that's why I don't think I want that one. So let's edit this one first. And let's see what we can do with it. That's starting to push. Dark blue over there already. I'm just trying to see if there is a spot to grab with the eyedropper. I don't think there's going to be a good spot to grab with the eyedropper. No. Let's go to flash. That makes that cyan stick out a little more. Okay. If it starts to get too purplish on the side, we'll just try and add green to offset. What's your fun experiment? While I eat a dumpling. I've experimented with swimming at sharks. I'm okay with experimenting on other things. Oh, now I got that sauce on my hand. Hey, Jasmine. You need to go follow TLD Academy on Twitch. Is that right? So they do a monthly contest where they submit a photo. Somebody submits a photo, and anybody can download this raw and edit it and re-upload to the contest. The guy then goes through the submitted on stream, and they pick a winner. That winner gets to submit the raw for the next photo contest. I haven't done one of their contests yet. I was going to do this one this month, and then we started this series, and I was like, crap, I want to do the series more. And a lot of the people that will edit the photos for the contest will do it on their own streams. It's like TLD. Hang on, let me see if I can scroll back far enough. I can't. Maple Glades. Oh, that's fun. That's really good to have a 2-week break from school. Yeah, join their Discord. And on their Discord, that's where they kind of like announce it and stuff like that. They announce it all on their Discord. And then also, there is the web community on Discord, which Loadbase is in charge of. He's the one that founded it. The web creative community. If you join that on Discord, they actually have a room where all they do is upload RAWs for other people to try and edit. And I just have not done one yet. The Loadbase mainly does macro. That's mainly what Loadbase does, is macro. And like sometimes I'll send, like if I'm working on stuff and I've got Maple streaming and I've got him up in the background, if he's not doing any specific edits, he'll sometimes have people throw stuff into his Discord, do like a file sharing on like Google Drive, and he'll go through and he'll edit them. I've sent him a couple photos. One of them was in a desert in sand dunes that that photo, the one in the sand dunes, I can send to you because that photo is literally limitless on what you can do with it. It's such a simple photo, but if you, here, let me just show it to you real quick, that way you can see it. I'll show you my edit of it. It is a photo that you can do so much with. Actually, it's gonna be wrong folder. And I sent it to Maple, and I can't wait to see what Maple does with it. He started editing it last time he was on stream. I actually had to stop watching it. I had to go get Melissa. So here's my. It's so simple. It is such a simple photo. But there's actually another person, like in the raw, there's another person up here. There's footprints everywhere in all of this. So you can do a lot with this photo. And then I've also got this one. That's a pretty simple photo that you can do a lot with too. I sent both of those to Maple. And then I've also got this one that I'd edited. I don't even know if I ever posted this one. I need to get back down there and shoot here. But if you want, I can send you those RAWs and let you play around with them. Because they are... Well, it's fun to edit other people's stuff. It really is. Because, like, I sent that photo to Maple, and he had never gotten to edit something like that before. So he was having a ball with it. Okay. Do you have a Discord? I think you do, don't you? You gotta go find it. Is it on your Twitch? Oh no, it's not linked on your Twitch. I checked last time. Yeah, mine's like that too. Hang on. I wonder if I can find it. Let's see here. I've got to search everybody. Muirgien. Let's see what pops up. That might just be trying to search in there. Home. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Muir. Hey, thanks for hosting. Ramteld, is that right? Am I saying that right? We are just doing some edits I'm trying to find. Hey, how's it going? Ramtide. Dude, I am horrible with names. I swear, I am one of the worst people you will ever see with names. Absolutely horrible. Okay, cool. I just sent you a friend request. So whenever you get that, add me, and then I'll send you some links to download some RAWs. So we are editing from a paint shoot that I did on stream Wednesday, actually. We did this on stream on our Twitch on Wednesday. And shot this live, had one camera doing a wide angle view and then had the other camera live feed in here so you could see exactly what we were doing. And this is for a series of paint shoots. I guess you would call it our speciality. We do a lot of paint shoots, as we call them. And we're doing 4 seasons. So we're doing winter right now. And once we finish winter, we'll do spring, I think next week. And then after that, of course, summer and fall. And what we're doing is we're choosing one big photo, and then I'm going to get these printed, and I'm going to try and get them up in a gallery. We are doing one very large photo, and then underneath we're going to have 5 smaller photos. And the 5 smaller photos are starting off bright. Let's see here. Let me go back to all of them. All right. So the first photo down bottom is actually going to be this one right here. And this is kind of like the first snow, kind of like when winter first starts, and it's very beautiful. It's very elegant. It's very soft. And then as we get closer and closer towards the middle of winter, the next photo in line is going to be, which one was it? We were just editing it. Jasmine, what are you doing? The next one is going to be the photo that we were just editing. This one. So it's still going to be bright. It's got a very... Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So it's going to be very... This is a very innocent photo with the head tilted forward, very soft photo still. But you've kind of got the shadow on her face now. So you're starting to get a twist. And then the next that you're going to get is going to be the split. I'm going to go back, I'm going to edit this and kind of change it up a little bit more. And we're going to have the light on this side. Hey, Tori, how's it going? I didn't catch your stream. I have been I have been streaming for 9.5 hours. I saw that you were streaming earlier and I wanted to check it out, but I've been going for 9.5 hours. But so in the middle of the supplementary photos, as I'm going to call them, you've got the dichotomy. You're going to have the bright on one side and the dark on the other side. And then as it progresses through to the other two, they're going to both be a lot darker. And the main photo that's going to be above all of these is this one. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to tweak this just a little bit more. He is crazy like that, 9 hours. Yeah, it was supposed to be like an 8-hour stream at first, but I'm still going and I'm probably going to keep going. Just because I'm in like this is like a really great creative mood that I'm in right now. And I don't want that to end. I don't want to stop. So this is going to be the main photo up top, and then the supplementary photos underneath. We've got 3 of them picked out. So now I've got to choose 2 darker ones to kind of go on the right side of this one. Oh, good, good. Did you figure out what was up with it? Was it just was it the actual jack or was it something else? Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Let me get back to the one. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Okay. So this is going to be it's still an innocent look with the head tilted forward. We had some with the head tilted back and some with the head held. It was the port. That's good. At least you got it figured out. At least you got it working. We've got this one with the head tilted forward. It's a little bit more innocent. Oh, you got the USB JLab. Is it the same one that I had? The like $99 one, something like that, I think is the one that I had. But this with the head tilted forward is what we're going to go with because it's got a more innocent look. It's got a more innocent vibe. And that is what we're trying to go for. That it's going to be the more innocent, the bright vibe until we get to the split. And then once we get to the split, it's going to take a darker turn and show kind of how winter progresses. So I still want this one to be rather bright, innocent. Yours is only 50? Okay. Hopefully yours lasted longer than mine because mine gave out on me after like a month. And until my deity mic, my new deity mic gets here, I'm having to use just like my video mics, my 3.5mm DSLR mics that I've got run into a capture card. I want to add, I wonder if that's where I kept getting that purple from in that last photo. That might have been it. That might have been where I was getting that purple from. I'm going to do that. But then I'm going to go back to here and add purple to get rid of the green. Go back. I'm actually going to lift that up. Because I don't want to learn how to do commands too. Next time you visit, you have to try them. Cool. I recently added my commands too. I didn't have a ton of them, but now I've got a few going on. And I'm kind of like watching other people's streams and going back. Like I saw Maple do a Discord one and I was like, oh crap, I need to go do a Discord. But why didn't I do that earlier? Megan, why didn't I do that earlier? Murigrin? Your real name's Megan, isn't it? I could have, whenever I was asking you about the Discord, I could have just done that and sent you to mine. I'm so not used to it. I'm still so new to some of this stuff. Like, I could have just done that and I had no idea. Absolutely no idea. I could just send you to my own. Okay. So let's go into our color grading first. I don't want her skin tone to be there on this one. Morgan. Dude, I told you, my name is, I'm horrible with names. Absolutely horrible with names. Okay, I think actually my highlights, I went over. I don't want that purple. The purple was the death of me on the last one. Start to get a little... You're forgetful as hell. Take zero offense. I'm so horrible with names. It's so bad. We had just met a couple up here at a bar, and we started talking to them, and their names are Tyler and Taylor. That one's a little harder to forget because I have to forget both instead of just the one. So it's a little bit easier to avoid forgetting those. Okay, so now let's go here. Let's see what's being affected by that. A lot's being affected by that. Ooh, do I like that drop in saturation? Do I have a shoutout command? I don't know. Let me see. Nah, so I can add it manually. Hey, let's see here. Nope, I guess I don't. So let's do this. And let's see here. Will that make a... Will it allow a link? If I just do it based on user. No, that'd be shouting out user. Need the text to be put there. It doesn't do a link. I'll have to figure that one out. I can ask Maple. He'll tell me how to do it. I'll just send Maple a message and ask him. He may hop on at some point. I don't know. I don't know what he was doing the other day. Paste this into the message. Paste this onto the message. Okay. Jesus Christ. You may have to send that to me in a whisper. Shout out. Dude, like I said, I've not done much. And then do what? Do the... That? No, that would just be your user. Okay, so I just gotta leave that blank. And if I leave that blank... Get my Twitch real quick. Because that's one of the ones that I've been trying to do. Okay, now try it. See if it works. Do I like that lower saturation? No, that did not work. Did I do something wrong? What, yeah, I'll ask, I will ask, I know that Maple Glades uses Stream Elements, so I'll ask him tonight how to do it. Hopefully he'll get back to me pretty quick, so that way I can get that going for the next stream. Okay, so now we're going back here. Do I like that drop in saturation on this one? Don't want to have too much. Just gonna give me purple. Get that out some. Start giving me purple too. Yeah, you got to do your social links and stuff too. So like on mine, I've got mine kind of separated to where I can do that, to where it'll take you straight to each one of my Instagrams. Okay. I'm still wondering if I like that. Yeah, let's make that darken some. Get some of that darker blue in there. Let's do this now. Oh. So I think I was saying earlier that since I've been streaming for 9 hours and 44 minutes right now, about 2/3 of that time has been spent on editing. Have one command for the puppy too. What I am gonna do is whenever I finally hit 50 followers and I can do channel points, I'm gonna make the 100 or 200 redeemable one to show either a dog or cat on camera. Make like the 100 one show a dog on camera and the 150 one, or like 200 and 250. Like make the 200.1 show a dog on camera and make the 251 show a cat on camera. Here's the command for stream elements. Can you send me that in a whisper so that way I can copy and paste it? I feel like everybody likes an animal of some sort, like a cat or a dog. So I figured, why not do that, right? Why not have some fun with it? I think I actually need to. I don't think I follow you. Follow me now. All right, Tori. See you next time. Not really to respect them, people that love them, bad experiences, I'm afraid. Oh, that sucks. I've had animals my whole life. All right, cool. You can put a message before it. Okay. Let's try that. Because I definitely want to be able to do that. Okay, now try it. See if that works now. See ya. Did I do SO? Did I save it right? Let me make sure I've got it to everyone. I do. Let's do shout out. With no space at the end and hit save. Oh, I may have not hit. Oh, wait, I gotta enable it. My bad. I gotta enable it. Now try it. Now do it. No at. Just put their name. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so then it links there. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So now that's one less thing that I had to figure out. Okay, awesome. It does not work with the at. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, so it tries to throw that add in there. Okay. Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, now that's one less thing that I gotta do. I really appreciate that. That would have taken me a lot of questions or a lot of Googling to figure that one out. Okay. Okay, now okay, so now I've got to figure this one out. So this photo would be next to keep forgetting how to close that and then do it. This photo. I'm gonna light Melissa up. Let's lighten her up and try and get her skin tone better. Let's start with that. So right now we're on her. Oh, dang it, wrong thing. I'm so bad at that. Yeah, that's crazy that you stay up so late, dude. 3:30 a.m. Jesus, no, that's insane. You have a good evening, though. Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Close this so that we don't accidentally do it and open this up. Okay. Dude, when you shoot with those colored lights, it really starts to like get weird. Hmm. So these were GVM, great movie making lights. And they're complete RGB lights too. And that's what I use for like my background and stuff too. And then I've got one right up there. And we were using a flash as well at the beginning of this, but then kind of opted out of using the flash. Like, this was taken without a flash. This was taken with just one of the RGB lights pointed at the backdrop right behind her, and then one taking straight onto the side. They are continuous lights. And then we, like I said, we were using a flash sometimes. But then after a little bit, we opted to just go straight with the continuous lights. To get I've got to get this correct. So this is really my first time shooting a series like this. Most of the time we're just like, okay, cool, let's just take some cool photos that look really good. This is the first time that we are actually trying to do a multi-photo series, in a sense. Let me do this. Let me see how I feel about that other one. So I'm going to actually copy the settings. Not this, because that has no settings on it. This one right here. And see if maybe I can adjust them enough on this photo to get it a little bit, not of a darker feeling. Okay, let's see here. And what did I do to this mask? Because I still really, really like the feeling from this. And then if we also had this one next to it, still kind of getting closer to shrouding half in blue and half in white. And then transitioning to this next, I think is a great transition. I think that those flooded with the straight cyan lights is just going to be too difficult to deal with. I think so. I think that that's what we're going to have to do. And don't get me wrong, I'm definitely okay with that. I just got to move, like... Dang it, I did not mean to do that. Move that down here. That's the whites of the eyes. That's the whites of these eyes. What do you guys think of the eye color that I've chosen to go with for this? Doing that white gray eye color. What do you guys think of that? And I will reposition those. a little better. Oops. In just a second. Yeah, so she's got greener eyes in reality. Yeah, and that's what I was going for. I wanted the lips to be more silvery, kind of dried out look. And that's really, really what I was trying to go for. I need to. Nice. And that's what I was trying to go for, was that kind of harsher winter with the not color in the eyes, things like that. I feel like every piece of color in this needs to be a blue or like a neutral.
Hi, everyone.
Just got one from work.
Huh?
Okay, so we're gonna do -51 on the highlights. That's on her body, correct? Yes, it is. Because I am really bad at that.
I'll go in there so I don't disturb you.
Do what?
I said I'll go in the bedroom so I don't disturb you.
Okay. People want to know what the secret is to finding a live-in model that makes money.
Mary Young.
Mary Young? I mean, we did get married when we were 20.
No, I mean,
So Morgan wants to know very much.
I don't think there's a secret.
You put an ad on Facebook for she said, oh crap, I've already failed. Put an ad on Facebook for that, for exactly that.
Yeah. I don't know. We have a lot of similarities, so it just works out. I have a creative side, and so does he, so.
My creative side is very one-tracked. I mean, you could do it on Craigslist, but your chances on Craigslist finding a murderer are probably better than finding somebody like that.
I did a job interview once from Craigslist because I was like super desperate and looking to find something creative. And we met at a coffee house and I made him park out back.
That's right, I remember that.
And by the end of the conversation, I was like, if I go work for this guy, it could be great. Or I could get murdered because it doesn't entirely line up with what his advertisement was.
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
I don't even remember what the job was.
No. Those are looking really good.
Oh, you have no idea.
9 hours worth. Yes.
I'm 10 hours now. Look, so, okay. She said 50-50 odds, greater death.
You know?
Okay. So I think we've picked 4 out of the 6 photos.
Okay.
The main photo is gonna be this one.
Nice. I look dead.
That's the point.
I know.
The first photo down bottom is going to be this one. This is the most complete photo that I have done. Okay, this is the most complete one that I have done. It is not entirely finished.
She a hottie.
Yeah, doesn't even look like you sometimes. The photo
is that a compliment?
This means that you can act very well. So the photo next to it is probably going to be this one.
Mm-hmm.
It still has an innocent feel.
Yeah.
It's got the who is she? That's what Morgan said. Who is she?
She is me.
With a white wig on, and a lot of paint.
Yeah.
So then after this photo, it's going to go to this one.
Nice.
Which is, so the way that it's going to work is that this is like your first snow of the winter.
Uh-huh.
It's very beautiful, very peaceful, very elegant. And then this is the next one. It's still innocent, but it's not quite as much. As you can see, the blue is starting to overtake the skin tones.
Show me the first one real quick. Okay, continue.
Then whenever you get to the middle one down bottom, you get the split, the dichotomy, where the blue,
All I'm saying is this was when you were like, stop doing crazy eyes.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm doing it on purpose, so I look scared or like I'm gonna die.
So this is going to be the middle down bottom.
Uh-huh.
The last two I haven't picked out yet.
Show me the last one again.
The last one, the main one?
Yeah.
It's going to be the main one. And the reason that we're doing that as the main one, one, is because that is an insanely good photo. Might be good to put them all up next to each other again. Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
And just a little bit. But this is literally the light. You've got your back to the light. And you've got the cold breath.
Yeah.
And you look dead because you've turned your back to the light.
Good idea. Good
Yeah.
idea. You were like, I don't know that I want to do the smoke this time. I was like, but it could be like frosted breath.
Yeah, and I even said that earlier. I didn't want to rely on it like we want to do. But the last two, White Walker glow up. The last two are going to be darker in tone. They're going to be closer to this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what two yet. So I've still got this one that I haven't. I'm not a fan of that one right now. And I've got this one that's really neutral in pose, and I don't think I like how neutral it is in pose. So I've still got to find the last two.
I like that one. With
Okay.
The shadow on the face.
So here's the thing. This one was gonna be where this one's going to be.
Uh-huh.
Now I do have one of these. I love this photo though. It's not gonna fit into the series, but I love this photo. It's so good. Now I do have one of these that might be good, but you've got your head tilted back.
Uh-huh.
And the head tilted back one might be a good darker one. And that might be what we do with that set of poses. That might make the head tilted back one might make number 4.
Right.
So this is number 0, which I have not finished this one yet. I am still very much working on all of them.
That ended up really good.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, the closest one that I got to finish is this one. And I might not do much more with it, depending on how the others turn out. If I
do that again,
that's your hair coming through. I might clean that up, and some of that right there.
I think it's fine.
But the only reason why I say I might clean that up is because it doesn't continue up. I took out all of that, so I might clean it to like this line right here. Like there's that little sweep right there. I might clean it to there, and then like I've got to clean up the background a little bit more. But I think that one's the closest one to being done out of all.
What's the next season?
Spring.
I'll be a redhead for that.
Yeah, you will be a redhead for that. So then we don't have to do a wig.
Nope. I go to get my hair changed on Tuesday.
Yep. I already put on my schedule. Your appointment's at 11?
I think so.
Okay, I put on my schedule to be off at 10:30 until noon.
Okay. It's like 15, 20 minutes away from here.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm going to go eat dinner.
Yeah, I'm still eating a little bit. Still got one dumpling left. Okay, so back to this one. Oh, man. Jasmine, don't lick my fingers. Don't lick my fingers. Jasmine is a freaking licker. She'll lick anything and everything that she can. Okay. Oh, man. All right. What was I doing? Did I finish the one on her? I don't know if I did or not. Yeah, I did. Okay, so now we got to make. I don't like that. Okay, so now it's time to make our micro adjustments and get this one to fit. Oh, no, I don't know what I just did. Okay. So we've got number 1. No, I can't. Okay. So we got number 1 right here. And this is going to be number 2. And I'm going to darken this up considerably more and start to add a little bit of purple to start transitioning into this. And I'm still not done with this one. I still want to adjust this one a little bit. Like I was telling her, this is the closest one to being done. I think the only little bit of extra stuff I'm going to be doing on this one is in Photoshop, not in Lightroom. Okay. So let's do this. Background. Okay, I'm going to type in the background. -33, -63. I didn't even see where those were at. Man, okay, I'm starting to feel the 10 hours. One day I'm going to do a 24-hour stream. Like, I like the streamers that I watch, like, I watch their stuff on YouTube because I can never catch them live. I like watching Ludwig. I like watching Sea-Dog. I like watching our Connor Dog. I guess it's his Twitch username. I like watching all of them, and they do some crazy stream challenges, and one day I'm going to do something like that. I've got to, like, be prepared for it, though. Like, mentally be prepared. Is that necessary?
Yes.
On highlights, -33. Make sure I'm on the correct one. -33 or -63. Highlight, white, dehaze. Okay. Set -33. 4. -63. Yeah, exactly. Like, but that's like one of the reasons why I want to do it is because I want to just try it. Like, maybe once I hit 50 followers, I know it would be like insanely difficult. I really thought about doing a stream if I don't hit 50 followers this week, like by a week from today, doing a stream until I hit 50 followers and see if I can do it. See how long it takes. I would have to do it like I would have to do it in a way because I have Sundays off. Sundays are my guaranteed day off from houses. But Saturdays I sometimes have off. And Mondays I sometimes have off. So I'd almost have to just pick a day and hope it doesn't last for 24 hours if I don't get there before a week from today. I think I guessed right. Okay. Now I want to darken this up some. So I'm not going to haze it as much. I'm going to haze it. Make it a little darker. Exactly. What could go wrong? Except for being on stream for 4 days straight. Like, I don't even know what I would do. If I had to go do houses the next day, I don't know. Okay. It'd be interesting to see if I could actually do that, though. I was like, what was that sound? That must have just been in the song. Okay, so let's swap those around. Let's not swap those around. Let's go back to how I had it before. Okay. So I need to get this kind of darker in tone. Get it over towards this. Let me finish her eyes. While I'm here. I would love to do that one day, though. I would love to do a really, really like long stream like that one day. I feel like I would kind of have to do it like I did today, which was finding like I recorded 2 of them. I used to work for a YouTuber. I'm actually gonna take off some of the blacks on here. Take off some of the dehaze on here. That's better. I used to work for YouTubers down in Alabama. And they were fishing YouTubers. and one of them in particular just recently hit 100,000 subs on YouTube. So I wanted to talk about some of the editing and stuff that I did for him when I worked for him. And I did some of that on stream earlier. So that way I can edit those down and turn those into YouTube videos. As kind of like, here's how to make your fishing videos better kind of thing. And basically right off the back of Isabel's success. A little bit. Jeez, I cannot get that to cooperate with me. No. I guess piggyback off of Isabel's success is a better way of saying it. It was a lot of fun working on those videos, though. And like out of everything from back where we used to live, I really only miss like the seafood and ocean. It's pretty much the only thing that I miss down there. Okay, so we're gonna the seafood was so good down there. So good. Okay. Stop grabbing it. Am I gonna have to really do this without the pen? Okay. Do it this way, and then I'll go back and erase it with the pen. Let's see how that looks. Oh, wait, let me do a lip real quick. Make this bigger here. Okay. I need to get rid of the middle. I do. I need to fix there. Reset around the teeth. Okay. feel like their eyes are just a little too yellow. Right, 50. Okay, now let's darken it. Oh my goodness, my legs. Okay, let's darken this just the whole thing, just a little bit. Okay. I think if I darken, if I get a little bit of a darker blue on the background, right here, and make, so we got white to blue, and then if I can do like almost this color up here to a darker blue. I wonder if that'll work. We can do that. Let's go select our background. Now, let's go. Kind of have a darker overall. I think that's getting closer. I think that's getting closer to what we wanted at. That looks very similar to that right there. Now I wonder, this one, if we do a linear gradient. I love what all you can do. Hard to step away, had to step away for a sec, but it looks like it's really starting to come together. Yeah, it is. What I'm trying to do now. Not that. That's not what I'm trying to do. So now we've got the gradient from white to cyan, from cyan to dark blue. Let's go to this one. Now I've got to figure out how I want to do this one though. So I can't continue the gradient. I don't think that I can continue the gradient. I think because of how the lighting was set up, it's going to be too much. Which I'm okay with. I'm okay with that. I think that I just want to have this. I'm okay with this one looking so different because it is going to literally be the hard stop in between the two of them. Between the beautiful, elegant first snow winter to, all right, it's getting a little darker and a little bit more hectic, to this is not what I expected. This is such a harsh change. Like in winter, like in actual winter, you get these harsh changes. And having something so drastically different kind of thrown in there. I think that looks really, really good. These really, really beautiful photos to begin it. Going into, I feel like I need to lighten her skin on this one actually. Make her a little brighter. Oh, no, not that. Those whites up a little bit. What in the world? Hang on. -15. -15. I know that I typed that in wrong. It's -51 on the highlights. I know that like that's around there. Gosh, I keep hitting the mic. Sorry. I think the cyan on the side right here, I think I want to turn it more purplish, kind of closer to this. Let's see what we can do. Let's. I don't think I'll be able to actually make it purplish. Stop it. Jesus, stop it. There we go. I don't think I'll be able to. I wonder if I can make it. Just delete that mask. That one is definitely a kind of strike on like a complete change in where it's going. You can take some of the purple away as I'm trying to add it to something else. What I'm hoping is that I don't come back to this thing and say a day and I just absolutely hate it. I don't think that will happen. Pretty sure it won't. Okay. All right. I like how that one fits in a little bit better. I took away most of the purple, which I'm very, very okay with. I like that I took away most of the purple. God, 10 and a half hours. think I'm to the point where, like, no matter what I do for the rest of the evening, I think I'm still going to be stuck at this crossroad of what, if anything, do I need to do next between these 3 photos. These 4 photos, and I'm going to still add 2 more to it. And I think I'm going to be done for the evening at 10 hours and 40 minutes of work on this. I definitely think this first, number 0, number 1, number 2, number 3. Yeah, no joke. I will say this is the longest that I've spent trying to edit 4 photos. And I know it's because of the given situation. Actually, let's see them all together. From 1 to 2 to 3 to 0 to 1 to 2 to 3. What do you think of this one now? I took some of the purple out and changed a little bit of the skin. Like, it really feels like here going to here is a good trait or a good evolution. And then once you get down to here, it is a clear change in everything. And I'm very much okay with that. I think that what's going to really, really matter are the last 2 that we go with. I think that's really going to be very crucial. So I'm okay with it being out of place a little bit because you do have that dichotomy of winter. You do have that difference in beautiful, really calming, serene winter. And then you get one bad storm and it's just an insane shift in everything that you know about winter. And then I think that this one with the head tilted back is probably what will follow this and make it darker in color, make it like this darker blue. And then for the last one, I'm not sure. I still really, really love this photo. Like, it's not going to fit in the series, but I still really, really love this photo. Like, this is just a good photo to me. But it's not going to fit in the series. Did the head tilted back for that one, for one of them. Yeah. With the head tilted back or with the head tilted forward? Because I think the head tilted back, like we said earlier, it's not innocent. It's not that innocent looking. And I don't want that innocence after the shift. I think that if we do the one with the head tilted back, it'll be really good. It'll be a really good fit. Yeah. And then we just have to choose one last one. And then this being the main one. And I'm still going to work on this one a little bit. I don't think I'm going to do much more to it in Lightroom. Then I'm going to go to Photoshop and, of course, fix this up here. I don't really think that I can, like, smooth the skin out any. Like, I don't think I need to because there's so much paint on there. Maybe do a little bit of a shift. Like that, make it a little darker to end. I still really, really like that. That's just a great photo overall. Fix the background, smooth all that out in Photoshop. Okay. Let me show you what this one looked like before I edited it. That's what that one looked like before. And I'm not going to be doing anything with that one. No. Because if you retouch the skin, then you're going to start losing the detail in the paint and really seeing how much paint is in there. Like what I would probably do on this one is just add a good sharpen to it to really bring out each individual speck of paint. And I think that's really all that I'm going to be doing to it on this one. I'm really, really happy with that one. I'm really, really happy about that one. That one, I'm not sure if I'm going to touch, if I'm going to do anything else to it. And then I'm also really, really happy with that one too. That one has such a good tone shift in it. Even having the light on this side, the dark on this side. Okay, hey, let's do something real quick. I don't want to waste having some people, so we are going to do I always like doing a raid on somebody else at the end of the stream. Especially because I've got some people in here. But I really want to do a photographer doing photography stuff. So let's see if there's any streamers in here doing photography stuff. You guys know anybody? Let's see who this person is.
I don't like that actually. That does not look good. Why did I just click out of that?
Let's do them.
Yeah, this one. Oh, nope.
I think that'll be good. Let's do them. Is that right? Yeah.
You know what this needs? This needs a light preset.
All right, we're gonna jump over there and rate her.
just so it's not as obvious.
Huh?
No. I was looking at that. I was like, is that me? What's that?
Guys,
Yeah.
what else is new?
Are you still streaming?
Oh, hi. What's up? My name's Kira. I'm a photographer who's on Twitch sometimes. Is rating a part of your fight? Cool.
Are you still
Hi,
streaming?
what's up, guys? Thank you for joining me today.
No, I don't think so. We just rated a
I'm just
stream.
editing this
I
photo
got you.
session.
I was just curious. That's all. I don't care.
Ooh, that doesn't look as good cropped as I thought it was going to. Let me pick it up just a little bit. Just like that. No, I feel like it needs to be further away. Yeah, I think that's actually where we're going with this. We are going to
Okay, you know.
further away. Yeah.
Alright, cool.
I think that's the look. This set right here from this session is the set I was actually super excited about. Wait, no, that's not right.
Thank you for disconnecting.
There we go. We like that. First, we'll warm it up just a
Okay,
tad
cool.
because
That's how
I
that
like
works.
the
Okay, cool.
photos.
So then I guess I'm ending my stream. My stream is actually stopping now. Let's do this.
First, we need to adjust her skin tone.
If anybody's still over here watching, I appreciate you stopping by.
Doing this session, it was just for fun.
And we will continue editing probably tomorrow night after I shoot houses tomorrow afternoon.
White. I want them to feel airy.
Bye.
I'm really looking for like just an element of freedom almost. And I feel like we got that pretty well. My friend's like a natural model, so it's very easy to work with her on this. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. I like to keep my edits as close to the original